Yes, welcome to our show tonight. Yeah, I want to give you a video which should tell us something. Then I will continue.
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian.
So I want us to watch. I want us to watch this, and then we talk more. That is the killing of Nicholas Ceausescu, because I can see Ruto is going here. So let's watch this. I will be back with more explanation. Welcome on board.
It's the middle of December 1989. We're in the Palace Square in Bucharest, and it's nearly freezing. Over 50,000 people have been brought here. Many were taken straight from schools or their workplaces. Some have been standing in the cold for more than 5 hours, and they're all waiting for one man, Nicolae Ceausescu. For 24 years, he's ruled Romania with an iron fist. A few days earlier, protests broke out in Timișoara after a local priest criticised Ceausescu. When locals resisted his arrest, Ceausescu's soldiers opened fire. Now, news have spread and protests are erupting across the country. Desperate to restore his image, Ceausescu calls for a mass rally in Bucharest to be broadcast live on national television. It'll be the biggest mistake of his life. Ceausescu steps out onto the balcony as he waves to the audience to the sound of almost deafening cheers. But something's off. Almost everyone in the crowd is standing completely still, except for a few people in the front rows. The cheering is fake. It's actually a pre-recorded track blasting from huge speakers around the square. Then, Ceausescu starts his speech. And at first, things seem to be going rather well. But then, just as he's in the middle of thanking the organisers of the rally, screams can be heard from somewhere back in the crowd. This is not part of the pre-recorded track. "Someone is shooting!" his wife Elena shouts. "They're entering the building," his security guard says. Off camera, demonstrators have broken through barriers and are heading toward the Central Committee building right where Ceausescu is standing. The cameraman has had specific instructions to point it toward the sky if something unexpected happens. The demonstrators are now directly below Ceausescu, and both him and Elena are shouting at them, telling them to stay back. "This is a provocation," Nicolae says to himself, as he and his wife continue to shout at the demonstrators. Somehow, the security guards actually manage to push the crowd back behind the barriers. But it's too late. And even as Ceausescu continues his speech by announcing sudden wage increases and higher pensions, after the speech ends, many in the crowd refuse to go home. They've had enough of the lies, the repression, and of Ceausescu. They spread through Bucharest, shouting things like "Down with Ceausescu" and calling for freedom. And when Ceausescu hears of this, he's outraged. Still in Bucharest, he orders tanks, soldiers, and his very own secret police to crush the protests by any means necessary. And so, they do. Protesters are shot in the streets, and those who've barricaded themselves are hit by snipers positioned on top of many of the buildings. By morning, there's so much blood in the streets that the military needs to hose it with huge water cannons just to get it off the asphalt. Meanwhile, Ceausescu is still in Bucharest, and he's relieved. He's convinced that the uprising has been crushed. Surely, now, everything will be back to normal, he tells his wife, Elena. But he's wrong. Before dawn, the first reports come in that massive columns of workers are leaving their factories and heading toward the city centre. And something's changed. The soldiers and police sent out to control them suddenly refuse to shoot, and actually join the protesters instead. Ceausescu immediately holds a crisis meeting with the remaining members of the Communist Party's Politburo in the Central Committee building. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of demonstrators now surround the Central Committee headquarters, and they're starting to break in. With protesters minutes away from reaching their offices, Ceausescu orders his pilot to bring a helicopter to the roof. Both Nicolae and Elena are visibly shaken and have to be carried aboard by their bodyguards. Their faces are completely drained of colour. Together with two senior officials and two bodyguards, they squeeze into the helicopter and take off minutes before the protesters reach the rooftop. The pilot immediately heads toward Ceausescu's residence in Snagov, north of the city. Here, Nicolae desperately tries to summon military assistance and orders the pilot to get two helicopters with soldiers as an escort. The answer from the other end, however, is clear. They're on their own. No one's coming to help. The pilot convinces the Ceausescus to take off again quickly, leaving the two officials behind to lighten the load. Nicolae instructs the pilot to fly toward the western city of Titu, hoping to reach a loyal garrison. But suddenly, a message crackles over the radio. All flights are grounded. Any unidentified aircraft will be shot down, and so they have to land. The pilot puts them down by a road between Bucharest and Târgoviște, and with that, the Ceausescus now find themselves on their own, with just two security guards. After a while, they manage to hijack a passing car, a bicycle mechanic who drives them toward the town of Târgoviște. On the way, the Ceausescus listen in horror as the car radio plays a news report about the uprising's victory in Bucharest. The bicycle mechanic, Petrișor, suggests they hide at an agricultural institute on the outskirts of the city. When they arrive, the institute director shoves the couple into a room and locks the door, trapping them inside. Shortly after, local police arrest both Ceausescus and hand them over to a nearby military barracks in the city for the next few days. The new government is determined to bring both to trial as quickly as possible. And so, the day after their capture, Iliescu, the new head of state, signs a decree establishing an extraordinary military tribunal to be carried out immediately at the barracks where they're held. Here, they're accused of genocide, of destroying the country's economy, and attempting to flee with over $1 billion in foreign banks. As their crimes are read to them, Nicolae simply laughs. The trial is brief and largely for show. It lasts about 2 hours and takes place without any real possibility for defence or appeal. Ceausescu himself refuses to recognise the court and calls it illegal. But it doesn't matter. The tribunal finds both him and Elena guilty. The sentence, for both, is death by firing squad, and the execution will happen immediately. Straight away, Nicolae tries to appeal the decision, but he's denied. Before being led out of the room, Nicolae turns to the guards and says he wants to be executed alongside Elena. They accept. Meanwhile, a soldier returns with rope to tie their hands, but neither Nicolae nor Elena wants to be restrained. Both argue with the soldiers, saying there's no need for it and that they're not going to run. But again, they're denied. They're then led out into the courtyard and placed against a wall to the barracks. Elena begins to scream insults at the execution squad in rage. Other accounts say that she starts crying. Nicolae, on the other hand, remains relatively calm in his final seconds and begins singing the first line of the Internationale, the workers' international battle song. The very next day, Romanian television shows footage of the two bodies at the foot of the barracks wall as final proof that the Ceausescus are gone. In May 1990, Romania held its first free elections since 1937. Over the next 2 decades, it joined NATO, entered the European Union, and began rebuilding.
That was the revolution in Romania, which removed one of the most heinous men in the world history. That man had killed as many people as possible. And you can see that uprising. I can see Belfast saying that he watched that those issues unfold in horror. So some of us, we watch it as history, but there is something I want to tell Kasongo. Kasongo is not even 10 times Ceausescu. No. Belfast, I was born. I'm within 80s. So usinichukulia hivyo. So Kasongo is not even close to Ceausescu. And Ceausescu was convicted and murdered, all shot. No, don't worry about that, Belfast. So that is why we have to reach this level. And the reason why I have prayed this one extensively is so that people can understand that dictatorship can be punished and the countries can move on. And we have now to think as a country, and I'm saying this one with a lot of humility, we have now to start thinking as a country how Mr. Ruto can be executed. Wachana na hiyo story ati anasema ati atatolewa aende wapi ama ati ataenda wapi, or he can even go. The way now he is trying to say, there is only one thing we can agree with the Kasongo. Kasongo has to be executed by tribunal, and the next government has to implement that job. So Europe had dictators, by the way. Thank you very much, Daniel. Europe had dictators, and they equally terrorized people the way Ruto is terrorizing Kenyans. And don't be cheated that Ruto is not terrorizing Kenyans. The amount of people who are being killed in cold blood, I hope one day, like the turnaround of Romania was when police joined people. Now police saw that they can no longer continue killing people. So that is usually the turnaround. And I don't know why Kenyan police are not able to develop that turnaround, where instead of shooting people, I don't know why, instead of shooting, ni vile Kipuri na kuanga na kofia moja. Nitumie $25 ninunue ingine. It's that simple. If you don't want to get bored by my orange hat, send me $25, I will buy a green one or a black one. I don't have another hat. I only have this one. Hata unaona iko chafu kidogo. So Kipril, let's handle this important information. You think I bluff? Kipril, you think I bluff? Hiyo ndio kasha. Haraka haraka hapo. Ama ufinya thank you. Wala Mudhoni atumia anasema ati doctor, wewe Mudhoni, let me tell you, kusota sio dhambi. Shida ni kukaa umesota. No, who told you? Money has peaks. Saa zingine uko na kakitu, saa zingine hauna. Uko na kakitu, saa zingine hauna. So wacheni mambo mingi. So msiniingililie hivyo. Na kukuwa na kofia moja sio mehia. Sawa Mudhoni, is not having one hat is not a niko na ama mnaniambia niuze simu. Hata kama sio kila kitu niko na moja. Simu ni mbili. Mimi ni Jaluo Tas. Simu ni mbili lakini. So that's what I'm trying to say. At Belfast, Njiro, your broadcast today is interesting. Please understand that majority, but not all Kenyans, suffer Stockholm syndrome. They allow serious issues to sound like jokes. They let their tormentor be. Daktari Muzima. Wale wa Tanzania wale wa Tanzania mnawaitanga aje? Wale nini? Profesa Maji Marefu sawa basi. Nyinyi hamjaiona taito kubwa na bado mtu tu ni wewe niseme, yani mkiomba siku moja mnalalamika, ndio mnaonanga hata tutakage kuomba, ndio tunatakanga tu shida zetu zitumalize. Ukisema you see Mudhoni, acha nikufurahishe. Somebody comes and tell you, if you have a problem, come and tell us. Don't worry, if you have any issue, come and tell us. Alafu tukisema tena so those are the issues. So yeah, Belfast, I'll be very serious. So that is why I have brought this issue of Ceausescu with that. Ceausescu was a man when he was executed. I was a very young boy. I couldn't even understand what execution means. And I was trying to say that Europe had its own share of dictators. Spain under dictator, Franco. UK, maybe Belfast, you can tell me if UK under dictator. I think UK is very lousy. They don't document dictatorship in their country. Romania, they under dictator. I think Serbia, there was a dictator. So even Europe as a whole also, they used to have those dictators. And they shunned them one by one. And they faced the impunity of the punity of the overall. So Belfast anasema Thatcher, of course. So according to Belfast, he thinks that Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher, and you know Margaret Thatcher was even celebrated in Moy University. Moy University, we under library there called Margaret Thatcher Library. There's the library of Moy University is called Margaret Thatcher Library. Go to Moy University, the one which has collapsed. Yeah, the university which has. Hi, Dr. Jiro. Ryder should stop telling us anything. He should keep the rotten money. No. What Ryder, maybe Mary to let you know, because I want us also to get serious on these issues. The next administration has to tell us how they are going to execute Ruto. Unajua kuna mtu nikianzia kusema vitu kama hizi, mtaanzia kusema huyu mtu naye anasema nini? Sijapagawa. Ruto has to be executed by the next regime. We have to put him in trial, and the trial has to agree on executing him. That is the only way in which Kenya can heal. There is no in which huyu jamaa anaweza kaa kwa power hivyo, alafu na huyu jamaa tusiue yeye through the purposes of a local tribunal. So we have to point to that direction. So whoever will get to power out of hawa watu ambao wako kwa opposition. Na ndio naona na vile Raila anaendelea kujiingiza kwa miguu ya huyu jamaa, we could actually execute two people. Vile anaendelea kujiingiza kwa miguu ya huyu jamaa. In fact, and I would love that. That is something which I would be happy to see being implemented. Hiyo hata mkiniita nikuwe commissioner ama the head of that dignitary which will execute Ruto, I will happily do it. Hata sitaki nilipwe, muniite muniambie kazi yako. After we get him out of power, your work is to make sure that Ruto has been executed. I will do it for the love of Kenya. We make sure that Ruto na bibi yake, they are executed. Hiyo ni kitu we will do it just like the way they did it in Romania. We can do it for the love of our nation. So no. Belfast, I cannot leave him out of this. He is continuing to enable a viper. Na akiendelea kukaa hapo tutakasirika na tumweke kwa the same equation. He is putting himself in the matrix. Remember, matrix has a row and a column. So if you start putting yourself as a component of matrix, yeah. So, but it's so shameful that yeah, Siraida amesema he is conjoined with Ruto na hawezi achilia Ruto is a bad day. Wacha niwatafutie hiyo video. Belfast, huyu mtu wako hawezi mtetea because he is enabling. So let's see. We have no problem hata kama amesema he cannot work with Wamunyoro. Okay. Acha nitafute. Let's see kama iko. So okay. Ama ilikuwa tu or maybe they were just statements from people. But nimeona hiyo mambo ya Raila akisema yani wewe Belfast tena you don't want Raila Odinga to be executed. Unataka nini? Lazima tu execute Raila bana. Akiendelea kueneba ubeshte, we will execute him. Yeah, so and I don't know why all the venom is being brought to Gachagua. Yeah, so yeah, wacha nataka kuwasomea hiyo statement ya I do not want anyone to be executed. No. Belfast, you cannot say that. Ruto has to be executed, man. Nitawekea hao ma kingpin wene. Okay, kuna hii statement hapa. I know reflections much. So inasema Raila Gachagua cannot lead Kenya in the right direction. So that's what he said. Na pia I think amesema ya kwamba so Raila is saying Gachagua, I don't think there is anyone who is seeking for Gachagua to lead. So but Raila mwenyewe, where is he leading Kenyans to? Yeah, ni sawa. Raila is saying Gachagua cannot lead Kenya in the right direction. But is Raila and Ruto leading Kenya into the right direction? Ni swali tu nauliza. Are they leading the Raila into are they leading Kenya into the right direction? So because ni vitu tutajaribu kujiuliza. So wacha niwekee psychophant wenyu wa Kisii. Nataka kuwekea psychophant. You are psychophantic Kisii guy.
Kura ni nyinyi mtapatia nani kura? Hebu nione mikono ya William Samoei Ruto kwa ishara ya mkono. Kwa hivyo hapa nyinyi wote ni wa William Ruto. Kwa hivyo baada ya hiyo vitu yote hakuna kitu ilifanyika. Nani rais wa Kenya? Nani rais wa Kenya? Na si waliandamana. Lakini nani rais? Na si walivunja supermarket. Lakini nani rais?
Wow. If psychophant was a human being. We Alex, hii nitawakemea sana. Nyinyi ndio mliweka huyu Nyang'au kwa kiti. I don't know why you had to do that. So I know you had many choices, but you decided to work with that. Haya. Uni Uhuru ameongea ati niliwaonya nikawaambia mpaka nikazungumza kwa lugha yetu, lakini hamukusikia. Hiyo mnayoiona ni moshi tu, moto bado. Ai, we, are you people sure Uhuru ndiye amesema hii story? Ati niliwaonya. We Mary, hebu sikia vile you are cowboy. Najua ulibadilisha cowboy, eh? Hebu sikia vile ati cowboy wako anasema, niliwaonya nikawaambia mpaka nikazungumza kwa lugha yetu, lakini hamukusikia. Hiyo mnayoiona ni moshi tu moto bado. Uhuru can't be serious. Ati Uhuru anasema ati bado. Kwani Ruto ametupangia nini? Uhuru ache hii mambo hata yeye. Ati hiyo ati so far whatever we are seeing ni moshi. Kipuriru ushaona hiyo cash up and don't bluff with us. Nitakakaa nikiangalia cash up so don't bluff with me. Wow. Ati nini? Ati ke? Hey. Uhuru gave up with this country. Uhuru gave up with this country. Wacha nifungue dirisha. I'm suffocating. Hiyo mnaona ni moshi, mambo bado. Uhuru Chronicles. Uhuru amesema mambo bado. Mambo bado. Mambo bado. Shineke. Ati Uhuru anasema mambo bado. Uhuru cannot be serious. By the way, anyway, but I'm not proud with what Raila Odinga said. I feel even if he is supporting Ruto, he should not be mocking Kenyans. Na mimi nitamwambia, wewe Raila, Ceausescu issues can happen to Kenya. Wewe. And the day when we will decide to execute Ruto within a tribunal, we will be asking reason why should we also not execute you. I know Belfast anasikia vibaya sana, but those are things which we have to ask. Why are we not executing those people? Ceausescu, we will make sure. So hiyo maneno ya every time Raila Odinga is just supporting. Every time Raila Odinga is just supporting Ruto, even when Ruto is messing up, you are just supporting. Why for the first time? Why can't you try to be good and humble, Bwana Raila Odinga? Lazima tusumbuane. Sijui siku hizi kama mumeanzia kuona the new meme in town. The new meme in town. Let me see where I can see it. Then nimeona pia Professor Ogora amekuja na theory ingine ya the way things were attacked. Yeah, so nimeona. Yeah, so Science Gap in Africa, karibu sana. And many people have been executed, by the way, live on TV. So Mr. Ruto asifikiria ati his execution cannot be achieved. So hii nayo Matiang'i alikuwa wapi? Ni kama nimeona leo Matiang'i daktari. Siku hizi mnaingilia madaktari. Daktari Matiang'i nimeona he was in the streets today, but I don't know where. Kama sio hivyo ni alikuwa kunaitwa Riobonyo ama ni Riobonyo, yeah. Okay. Sawa. Ongea, wacha tusikie rais. Let's see how mobilization is being done in Kisii. Yes, let's see how mobilization is being done in Kisii. Tuseme ubeshi ya mobilize Kisii sasa. So formula yake ya kucombine na watu wengine, so ama they want everybody to mob. Mimi naona ile formula kama wanatumia kila mtu mobilize kwao, alafu sasa tukutane in the higher echelons. Gachagua mobilize huko, Kalonzo mobilize huko, Matiang'i mobilize huko, alafu tukutane pale juu kila mtu na group yake. So makazini wa Mombasa sijui nani ana mobilize, Kikingi ni nani hapo. So I think that one might be the formula. So like working like cells, kila mtu akuja na cell yake, cell So that's what I think. So everybody is mobilizing his own place. Nikifikiri. Wow. Siwezi wekea Ruto hiyo hata mninyonge. Okay. So has Ruto learned anything? Hiyo ni ile swali naweza taka kuwauliza leo. He! 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 Kesho utaona hii natupa kabisa, natupa na huko nitakuja kutupa nitakuwa na kofia fire eh? Yani Kipril umesinywa na hii kara ya ODM hadi ukasema you are going to do a personal investment. Hey, kukasirika ndio inafanyanga wanaume wafanye mambo. Yeah. You get angry, unasema sitaki kuona hiyo. Kipril, umeamua story ya orange utaki tena. Haya, propose pia rangi unataka gani? Usinikute hapa na rangi ya DLP ama ya PLP uniambie sikusema hivyo. So by the PLP mko purple eh? I will buy purple in the honor of PLP. Hiyo kofia itakuwa ya PLP. Unless kama Kipril umetoka. Siku hizi hata uongee story ya PLP. So I will buy a purple one in honor of PLP. Na niweke hapa. PLP. Congratulations bwana Kipril. Tumepokea kwa moyo mkujufu. Tumepokea kwa moyo mkujufu. Yeah, good. So the truth of the matter is that Kenya things are not okay. So nimesikia Ruto akisema na Kipril, kuna kitu umenitumia hapa. I'm scared to share it here because you know some of us we are matiangated, but I want to share it here. And now that you brought that discussion to me, I want to extend that discussion. Haina shida na. So huyu ni Rale Madowo on 31st January 2018. I was in control room producing NTV coverage when we were switched off. I am stunned by the government justification for this flagrant violation of our constitution. If journalism is not outlawed in Kenya, I am ready to be investigated. So kuna hiyo kitu ya Rale Madowo is saying that Matiang'i implemented the same orders. So where he switched off the TV in January 2018. So the question which I'm asking, if Matiang'i switched off the TV in 2018, does it also mean the switching off of TV juzi was a good government code? Like, are they connected? Like, what would, I don't know how I would say about this, but so then can we say that switching off of TVs is right? Because even our general switched off TV at one time. So I don't want to have double standards. It is something which has also made me worried. Ama hiyo time shida ya Matiang'i ilikuwa nini akafunga TV? So ama history ya TV tu tuseme tu any government would this is how they would respond. When any government will feel scared, watafunga TV. can we say that because Matiang'i mwenyewe alifunga TV, it is something we need to speak? I agree. Kipril, Matiang'i alitufungia TV. Hii time sijui nani alitufungia. Can we say that it's a standard any government would do the same if they feel threatened by their own people? It's something we need to ask. So Kipril, hiyo nimesema, siku anataka kusema sababu ulikuwa unaniogofia sana. But nimesema umelipia niseme hiyo. But I don't know, like hata sikuwa nikikumbuka by the way ati TV zilifungwa wakati wa Matiang'i. But there is a very big backlash there's a very big backlash to Murkomen na history ya order yake to shoot. There's a very big backlash ya shoot to kill order. Sijui kama hiyo mume note. There is a very big backlash of shoot to kill order. So I think even many people even calling for his arrest. Wacha niweke hiyo msikia. I think they need, because for sure serikali, wacha niweke hii. No, this one is not. This one is not right. I agree with this. So setting present.
Kwa majina naitwa Simon Sangale Olenasieku, katibu wa chama cha DCP katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Nimejiunga pamoja na viongozi wenzangu tukiweza kukashifu hatua ya serikali ya kushirikiana na genge ili kuhangaisha watu katika siku ya Jumatano. We know very well that it was an unholy alliance between the state and the goons. Na hii accusation ambayo mmejaribu kuleta dhidi ya Rigathi Gachagua, we want to condemn those attacks. Tunataka kukemea ile mipango yote serikali ya Kasongo iko nayo ya kujaribu kuharibia jina Rigathi Gachagua. Kaunti 27 zilifanya maandamano. Na hakika wale ambao wamekuwa kielekeza hii propaganda ya kwamba hii maandamano ilikuwa ni ya Mount Kenya region, ningependa kukashifu jambo hilo. The first person who should be arrested is Murkomen, kwa sababu you are inciting the police against Kenyans. You are the first person ambaye angeshikwa. The second person ambaye we suspect on Wednesday alileta goons ni Kamket. Kamket ulisema kwamba utaleta 200 goons from kule wale bandits wakuje Nairobi waweze kuhangaisha Wakenya. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema kwamba mambo ya kuattack Rigathi Gachagua, sisi kama viongozi wa Nakuru hatutakubali Rigathi Gachagua awe arrested. We are not going to accept. Kwanza kabisa mshike wale ambao ni inciters led by Murkomen na Kamket na viongozi wale ambao wamekuwa kichochea watu ambao waweze kupigana na Gen Z. Tujasahau Maalim Mohamed alisema 5000 Gen Z watauliwa. Na huyu ni mtu mpaka sasa hajashikwa. Kwa hivyo NCIC and the police, you are either cooperating with goons and the Kasongo kuhangaisha Rigathi. Sisi kama viongozi wa Nakuru hatutakubali na tunasema kwamba sisi tutasimama na Rigathi Gachagua hadi mwisho. Na Ruto, kama umewachwa na Wakenya, kubali kuachika.
Tukiangalia pale OTC ni mipango iliyokuwa imepangwa. We could see policemen in Land Cruisers conversing with goons carrying batons. After that extensive routing, the following day, the CS Interior shamelessly walked alongside police officers, senior police officers, kwenda kuokota vitambulisho ambavyo wanasema ziliachwa na goons. Hata mwizi wa kuku hujaribu kutoa evidence. These were planned routing, planned destruction, and we want to tell them, have better plans. If you want to commit crime,
Yes.
plan well. If you want to implicate Rigathi Gachagua, we will not allow and will not accept. We know you've been having schemes on how to arrest him and charge him in court. Plan well. Your plan have been thwarted. Kenyans are aware But if you still think that arresting Gachagua is the only solution, you would have arrested him yesterday. Murkomen, we are telling you and your group and your goons that any government in power that incorporates use of militia and goons doesn't take a long time before that government comes down. This is the end. You are given power by the people. You've been sworn in as a government. You have a legitimate force. You have a legitimate police force. You have a legitimate army. But you choose to use militia and goons against Kenyans. Kenyans are coming for you. Very soon, the shoot to order, the shoot to kill order will bring you down. We are silent, but our silence doesn't mean that we are cowards. The Gen Z's demonstration were tribeless, were leaderless, and there were no political infiltration. No opposition party was involved in planning the Gen Z demonstration. If by any chance the Gen Z combine their strength with the opposition party, this government will not see the next day.
My name is Lawrence Karanja. Haya maagizo ambayo yalitolewa na Waziri Kipchumba Murkomen ni ya kushtua sana. Kuwa katika wakati huu, nyakati hizi tuko, mtu ambaye ni wakili na amesoma anaweza amrisha polisi waue vijana bila kutumia bila kuwapeleka kotini, kwa sababu kama kuna wahuni wanaenda, shika wao peleka kotini. Lakini sasa tumejua wenye magenge ni nani, wenye kufanya hao mauaji kiholela ni nani, kwa sababu mwenyewe ametokea na amesema tutapiga buduki na tutaua hao watu. Kwa hivyo tunaomba Wakenya wakae ngangari. Huu utawala wa Kasongo umebakisha siku chache sana.
Kwa majina ni Geoffrey Gitao Mwangi kutoka hapa mji wa Nakuru. Sisi tuko hapa leo kukashifu yale mambo yaliyotukia wakati wa maandamano. Vijana walishikana kuandamana kwa amani, lakini ni aibu sana kuona baadhi ya watu wanataka kuhalalisha hiyo amani, ni serikali yenyewe kuwaletea vijana wengine wa kuwachapa. Sisi tunaambia serikali hivi, hawa vijana hawaombi risasi, hawa vijana wanaomba ajira, hawa vijana wanaomba kazi mzuri. Na tungependa serikali kuna maandamano wapeane security ya kutosha. Manake ni haki ya watu kuandamana, ni haki ya watu kusema vile wanavyojihisi yao wenyewe ama vile wanajihisi wanatawaliwa. Na tungeomba serikali ijali maslahi ya wana biashara, iache kutupigisha siasa ya miaka iliyoishi. Sisi ni watu tuna akili, sisi tunaweza ona vile kunaendelea. Kama hautakikani, hautakikani.
Their peaceful demonstrations were infiltrated by state-armed and protected hooligans, goons and gangs. These criminal gangs had been seen practicing on how to execute their deliberate evil scheme during the protest against the slain Albert Ojwang, whose journey to a better Kenya was equally halted by those who had a constitutional duty to grant him safety. The hooligans, carrying crude weapons and protected by police, were seen conversing in groups next to police vehicle, taking instruction from the state players. The Gen-Z demonstrations remained peaceful, as was broadcast live in our local media stations. Earlier coincident and illegal convenience presented when the signal to our media stations were intentionally jammed by the state. This created a safe haven for the state-protected gangs to hit the road, riding on motorbikes, carrying all sorts of crude weapons, targeting business largely owned by one community in the capital city and other areas. There has been a futile effort from obvious quarters to make the peaceful demos appear violent and link them to the second Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and the party leader of Democratic for Citizen Party, His Excellency Geoffrey Gachagua, so as to create a wedge between him and his followers, who keep swelling day by day. Despite ill-witted schemes and efforts by the state to heathenize the Gen-Z demonstrations yielded no fruit, credited to international media personnel whose presence and eagle eye thwarted the state machinery from taking the lives of young Gen-Z who have been abandoned into groups, forced into poorly ventilated corridors, saturated with tear gases, ready for execution. CS Kipchumba You failed our motherland, Kenya, in the transport sector.
Leo nataka kuwaletea historia ya Ceausescu. I still believe we are crossing in there. Huyu Ceausescu huyu nataka kwanza, wacha niwaekee the way BBC reported it.
Christmas just won't be the same this year for Sharon and Tracy. What they need is a bit of a holiday.
A luxury winter cruise on the SS Dana Anglia. Oh, blimey!
But how to explain to the other half, banged up at Her Majesty's pleasure? New Year's Eve. On BBC One.
In 10 minutes, a memorable manic performance by John Cleese as the headmaster who finds himself in a frantic race against time in our feature film, Clock.
President Ceausescu and his wife have been executed. State television tonight announced a military tribunal found them guilty of genocide and undermining the national economy. On the streets of Bucharest, the people celebrate the end of 24 years of tyranny. And Panama's deposed leader, Noriega, seeks sanctuary in the Vatican embassy.
I don't know why.
But the revolution got a decisive boost when the army changed sides. The Ceausescus were captured. On Christmas Day, they were brought to trial.
He took his hat off and smoothed his hair down. I couldn't recognize him. He was looking around, frightened.
Paratrooper Ionel Boiru first took the Ceausescus to this room for a medical examination.
Vă rog să-l poftiți pe pat.
Unlike Nicolae Ceausescu, who smelled normally, like somebody who takes care of himself, she smelled embarrassingly bad, but she behaved normally.
S-a comportat normal în continuare.
During the trial, there was considerable concern that forces sympathetic to the old regime might try and rescue the Ceausescus.
I was in the courtroom and under orders to execute them if that happened, even at the risk of shooting other people.
The Ceausescus were accused of killing thousands of people during the revolution and in the years before.
Crimă prin înfometare, prin lipsă de căldură, prin lipsă de lumină. Dar cea mai odioasă crimă a fost crima de a încătușa spiritul românesc, sufletul acestui popor. E o minciună, nu recunosc că am făcut poporul, vă spun ca să vă gândiți bine că e o minciună în față și arată acum cât de lipsă de patriotism și ce trădare s-a comis în țara.
This was a show trial. After 90 minutes, it ended with the Ceausescus being sentenced to death.
Everybody went out of the courtroom and I was left alone with them. A lieutenant colonel entered the room and ordered me to take them out separately and shoot them. But they said no. They wanted to die together. Then I asked the officers to grant them their last wish, to be shot together.
Le-am ordonat colegilor mei să ne deplasăm în jur de 6 pași.
I ordered my men to set the machine guns on automatic fire to make sure we wouldn't miss.
Armeze la foc automat, ca nu cumva să ratăm tragerea.
I fired 29 cartridges in 3 rounds. The first one hit Nicolae in the knees, and the second in his chest. And the third round hit Elena Ceausescu.
Următoarea rafală a fost asupra Elenei Ceaușescu.
Nu mai trage nimeni.
Because the two paratroopers with him panicked and were slow to open fire, Boiru believes it was his shots which killed Nicolae and Elena.
Ridică-l să-l vedem. Ridică-l să-l vedem. Ridică-l, mai sus capul.
Eu zic că el și-a...
He got exactly what he deserved.
ceea ce trebuia să primească.
I still think that.
Rămân la această părere și acum.
The Ceausescu's death, like their life, was a spectacle. The men who had taken over needed to show that they were now in charge.
I saw the dead bodies on television, and I saw the same scene over and over again, and it was like we couldn't get enough of it, you know, to see that, to make sure that it was happening, that they were really dead.
Paraskiva's husband, Marianne, died in the revolution. This is what he said the last time he left home.
Even if he were to die, he still would have no regrets if his children were to have a better life, a happier life, a more comfortable life than ours, not to be tormented like we were.
Altogether, some 1,140 people were killed and over 3,000 injured during the revolution. One legacy of the Ceausescu years is the monster palace which, now completed, dominates Bucharest. Less quantifiable is the effect of the dictators on the minds and self-respect of Romanians who lived under the Ceausescu shadow for nearly 25 years. The end of communism across Eastern Europe was sudden, unexpected, and greeted with great enthusiasm. But what has replaced it has not always been universally welcomed. As Karl Marx, the founder of communism, once said, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they choose.
That is the hanging of Ceausescu. Yeah, even in Kenya, we will hang our own Ceausescu. So don't worry. Our own Ceausescu, kimo chake kimotoni. In China, former deputy mayor Zhang Zhong'an was executed in 2021 after taking over 150 million in bribes. Yeah, those are the stories which we want to hear. Kiprile, nitakutafutia hiyo mea yako hapa. Wacha tuone. Takuwekea hapa. Hatuwezi kuwa tunakaa na wahuni. I think these are serious nations. Here China hata ni noma, hata they killed a finance minister.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from...
Lucy, how often is the death penalty used then in corruption cases like this, especially when it involves government officials or heads of state-owned firms?
Yes, so China does have capital punishment in place for corruption cases involving over 3 million yuan, or just about $500,000. Of course, in practice, it is very seldom used. One of the most recent cases was in 2018 involving a deputy mayor who was found to have accepted bribes over 1 billion yuan. What we see a lot more of in China's ongoing anti-graft campaign are these very long jail sentences. So, for example, Yang Jiatai, who was formerly at China's banking regulator, and Yao Gang, an official at China's, or a former official at China's securities regulator, were sentenced to 16 and 18 years in prison for corruption.
Okay, it's a potential, likely it is a signal here. What's the impact likely going to be, though? I mean, should this sentence be seen as a warning to others?
Yeah, so according to the court statement, the legal proceedings found that Lai's behavior endangered national financial security and financial stability. We know that during his tenure at Huarong, the state-owned company's businesses expanded into securities, trusts, investments, futures.
Mumeona historia ya kunyonga watu si ati ni vitu imeanza saa hii. Watu wamekuwa wakinyongwa all the time. So even our Ceausescu lazima atanyongwa. Anaweza kataa kunyongwa kwa hii regime, lakini tutamuendea. So the Kenyan Ceausescu, we will deal with him. So Gachagua, Matiang'i, whoever is getting in power, the Kenyan Ceausescu has to be executed. Hatuwezi kaa kwa hii. We cannot stay in this mess. We have to do something. South Korea former President Park Geun-hye was sentenced to 22 years in prison in 2018 for a massive corruption scandal involving bribery and abuse of power. Yes, hiyo nilisikia nayo. So, Bwana Kipril, these things are not far-fetched. We cannot dream of them. We cannot dream of jailing somebody like Ruto. We cannot dream of executing Ruto in a tribunal. We can dream of it. That's how we will be able to build our democracy. Watu kama akina Uhuru, we can look into the situation and we see to what extent they abused power. Serious people to do research and we see what we can do. So this idea where we say that maliza uende nyumbani is bullshit. Unamaliza uende nyumbani wapi while you are home, you are enjoying what you have been rooting for all those years. Ni umalize, we try you. Trial. We have to try you. Trial. So Bwana Kipril, hatuwezi hii ujinga, hao watu wametusumbua sana, and no wonder they are just stealing money and going away. So Mr. Ceausescu wa Kenya, Kipril, unajua Ceausescu wa Kenya ni nani? Mr. Ceausescu wa Kenya, wewe tunakukujia. Mr. Ceausescu wa Kenya, you can see hata Ceausescu hakutoboa. Execution, firing squad, mbele ya umma. Yeah, so those things always happen all the time. So when people decide to recover their nation, to get to help their nation, these things always happen. So Kipril, we should not be worried when we see people trying to defend their nation. We deserve to defend our nation. So Kip anasema even cops like Zhao Liping, I don't know what Zhao Liping did. So anasema show the video of the former chief cop Zhao Liping. Okay, nitamtafuta Kip. Well, those are the places where we have now to start dreaming of. So namuita Zhao Liping. So keep una Liping, hata namuita Liping Zhao. Let's see. Oh, pana huyu mwingine. Pia kuna Liping Zhao. Liping Zhao. Sasa kuna mwingine hapa ana present PhD ya ito Zhao. So umemuita Zhao Liping. Let me see. Mimi umemwandika bribery. Zhao Liping, bribery and murder. Utaona Zhao Liping, bribery and murder. Chinese entrepreneur sentenced to death. Former Chinese official executed Supreme Court's approval. Wife of China's board talks. China's Inner Mongolia police chief held for murder. Ndio yama Borian. China's notorious serial killer. Nazo hizi za China ni mingi wewe. Huyu Chinese Zhao Liping is this it looks like a hebu tuone. Kiprilo niambia kama ni huyu Chinese entrepreneur. Ndiye huyu.
An uneducated labourer who became... She's the daughter of an uneducated labourer who became one of China's richest women. Wu Ying has been sentenced to death, convicted of illegal fundraising in a country where the state is trying to control a rampant underground economy. The tycoon's rags to riches rise started in her teens, selling beauty products, a multi-millionaire by the time she was in her 20s. Her father showed me letters written from her prison cell. She admits raising the equivalent of £75 million, but claims her only crime was trying to do business.
If this is justice, then they'll have to execute all private entrepreneurs. I dare them to kill that many.
Despite China's economic miracle, the state restricts loans to private firms. Chinese capitalism is tightly controlled by the Communist Party. Online surveys suggest millions sympathize with Wu Ying.
In China, the financial sector is...
Kiprilo anasema sio huyu. So huyo ndio sijui mwingine naona umemwita huyo Zhao Liping. I can't see him. I've typed it here. Anyway, but we know these people are always murdered in China. So China wana yo push. Yeah. Kiprilo anasema maybe niyo Mongolia ina Mongolia. Tunakwambia wao wananga yo pussy Mongolia. So they just kill people. Chinese Inner Mongolia police chief held for murder. Able to sikia kama ndiye huyo.
A retired police chief from China's Inner Mongolia region has been formally arrested on suspicion of murder, state media report. Zhao Liping, a career policeman, headed the police service in the autonomous northern region between 2005 and 2010, said the Xinhua news agency. The alleged victim was a woman with whom he had an intimate relationship, said Xinhua. He was first detained earlier this month in Chifeng City. Few details of the case have been released officially, but the alleged victim is widely reported to have been shot twice before calling the police. Mr. Zhao allegedly chased her down before killing her and driving her body into remote mountains where he burned her. After his retirement, Mr. Zhao had served as the elected regional deputy chairman of the advisory body to China's ruling party, the CPPCC.
Oh. Anyway, nations kill people. So you are saying the first vida. Leo nashindwa na kucooperate, eh? Let me see. The first video is which one? Yeah, 26.
Zhao, who was 65, is the first corrupt official to have been sentenced to death without probation since Xi Jinping became Communist Party chief in 2012. China's Supreme People's Court had found Zhao guilty of having shot dead a young woman in 2015. He was also convicted of taking bribes worth more than 20 million yuan and illegal possession of firearms.
Ndiye huyo. Nimekubali. Hata Kenya lazima tufike hiyo level. We need to have like a documentation of executions. Iwezi kuwa the only execution we know in Kenya ni Ochuka. Kipril, how many people have been executed in Kenya? Ochuka, who his crime is not even very serious in terms of tranquility of the nation. Ochuka tu ndiye tu amemado Kenya. What is that? No, we need serious murdering, with serious execution. I mean, of any person who has committed criminality. I think now that discussion has to be made live. Yeah, Kipril. So karibu sana. Umekuja kusema ni, have you come to advance that story or?
Yeah. It's just I know people might think you're taking it too far, but I mean, we have to have a deterrent. Huh? We can't have somebody like Murkomen come to state things like that and then kill our children and kill our brothers and sisters and then rapidly say it's normal. We can't take it for normal. We have to have a deterrent. We have to have, unaona mpaka hata in South Korea, two presidents have been, one is serving 17 years, the other one is serving 22 years. China, mayors are being executed. We can't just ignore this. Now, why I put the police chief thing, nasema hata akina DJ Lagat, watu wote bana, we have to go for them. You cannot commit atrocities like that in Kenya and expect life to move on as normal. It's crime against humanity. I've always stated that corruption is actually like genocide. Watoto wangapi wamekufa kwa hospitali kwa sababu hawana dawa? How many people have died because there's no proper things that could have been avoided? It is genocide. How many people are starving in Turkana and Pokot? So msichukulie ati ni tu wizi peke yake, is just stealing. You're stealing from the mouths of Kenyans, man. People are dying. Na naona jamaa 6% of the country believe in him. 6%. Ruto, what are you going to do with 6%?
So those people believe in him. Are they the one who can vote for him, or believing means what? Believe and voting, is it the same?
The trust.
Or voting can
no, but that is 6% of hallelujahs. Wale ni mtu wa Mungu. Tunampenda. Mnasemanga aje mkisalamiana huko kwa makanisa huko wa Kikuyu?
Kwani wewe uende kutendereza?
Mnasemanga aje? Kuna hata Gachagua anasemanga hii, mnaenda kanisa mnasemanga hi. How do you say it? Hiyo si alikuja akawaambia nyinyi wote hiyo.
No, but you see, Mwadhani Agosho is just it doesn't mean that Mwadhani Agosho is a bad statement. It's a statement.
Yeah, but it's a bad statement that has been used by your pastors and bishops.
No.
To come and take us to the slaughterhouse. Yes. Wanakujanga hapa wanatuambia hivyo alafu wanapatiwa brown envelopes.
Used by any criminal. It can be used by any criminal.
It's bad. It is bad. They are really using the word of God badly. And those are the people who've been brainwashed. That is the 6% that still trust him. And then it's about 3% that think his performance is good.
Can you comment
Sorry?
Can you comment about Ceausescu of Romania, the way he was executed? because of killing people.
You see, if he hadn't been executed, let me tell you one thing. Romania would have never joined the EU. Romania would have never joined the EU and reaped the benefits of being in the European Union. I know, as a Republican, you're against it, but that is. You see, like now, let me ask you, what is happening in Bulgaria now? The president is similar to our idiot, murderer, dictator, anaumiza wananchi. They cannot join the EU because of him. Yani mtu mmoja atakuja kukosa, anakuja kuhold maendeleo ya wananchi wote. So in terms of the execution, yes, there's still corruption in Romania, but it's not as bad as when these two are there. Murders do not happen in Romania like it used to happen. We don't see, human rights is being respected in Romania because hao walioneshwa kama example. And that is the sort of thing we need to do in Kenya. And this is why I come here every day. I say, yes, you guys, you can forgive and forget akina Matiang, you can forgive and forget akina Wamunyoro, but let's not forget, bro. Tusisahau, ikifika hiyo time, these Gen Zs are not letting go, you guys. You may go and elect these people, mfurahie, mmetoa Ruto, but again, we have to kind of cleanse the whole country from this kind of garbage. Unasikia wamekwama na akina Mtata and the former CJ. There's a reason for that. We don't see blood in their hands. There's no even suspicion of ever doing anything like that. Not just suspicion of, and like if I remove for you the Twitter handles or the Twitter messages that we had in 2022 and 2023 for Gachagua, you'll be shocked. You'll not believe it's the same person he was fighting for our rights. So Kenyans, just lazima tujikumbushe na tumkumbushe, bro, you did this to us. Matiang, you stated that every time something like this happens, Matiang anakujanga kutuambia inquiry. Inquiry is bullshit. There's no inquiry that has ever been done in Kenya or committee that has ever been in Kenya that has fulfilled the promises that given. Investigation, unajua kuna investigation ya 2013, bado tunangojea election justice. Has there been a conclusion for these things? Has there been any conclusions of all these inquiries that they make? Nothing. That is why most of us, like me, most Kenyans are dissatisfied. We don't trust anything that comes from the mouth of any politician. Tunakanga tu tunasema, okay, sawa, mnakuja hapa kutupatia ma speech hapa. You see, the thing is, Ruto happens to be ×2 or ×3 of what these other people have been doing, including Uhuru. It's just that Ruto is worse than them. But they're all the same. So if we tukinyonga a few of these people, like publicly, like you said, public execution for corruption. Singapore did that. Vietnam does that. South Korea does not wanafanya vitu kama hii. It has to be severe, Njeru. Lazima ikuwe severe. It has to be severe because we cannot have
the next president can execute Ruto. Because I think it's a discussion which we need to.
We have to have that discussion. I'll be honest with you. We have to have that discussion.
The next president.
Si ati anatuambia ataenda Sigoi to do some farming. Who the hell does he think he is? You cannot tell me you're going, and we have to open up Uhuru Kenyatta pia. Tukiingia huko ndani.
Yeah, that's why I am not happy when I hear we always saying that tunamtuma Mbondo, sijui tunamtuma wapi. That discussion, I don't like it. I think in Kenya we have to reach a level whereby an execution has to be done. Somebody has to be executed. Like it's very unfair. Ruto has killed all these kids ati anaenda Sugoi. Okay, malizia keep really Nyakairo aingia. Nyakairo hata amefanya ile mambo umefanya. Nyakairo.
Yeah, so what's a Nyakairo aingie, but yeah, my conclusion to that is just basically we cannot just brush off anything that has happened. The Uhuru family, the Kenyatta family have been fleecing our country for the last 60 years. And it's the same with the Moi family. Wote lazima, they have to be answerable to what they've done for us. They've impeded progress in these countries, these families, including the Odinga family. Hii mambo ya mimi Ruto, thank you very much Ruto for talking about that dynasty garbage. Hata any dynasty, we have to come for all of you. We cannot just stay in poverty as a country. We should have been so far ahead right now. We should have been far ahead of South Korea and Singapore. We are richer than them in terms of resources. We have very brilliant people in Kenya. So tuache mchezo, but these people have to answer for the poverty we are experiencing in our countries. Even if you guys are following these guys for 2027, it is fine by me. Hata Martha Karua anafuatana nao, mimi nafuata hao hivyo. But I'm cautious. My cautiousness is just saying, listen to the Gen Zs. These guys know what they're doing. Zingine tunawagonganga, tunasema wako leaders, wanasema wanako hizi vitu zote, but they know what they're saying. They see it. They see what we don't see. For us, we're just stuck in these tribal cocoons or loyalty cocoons. We get excited about speeches people make. We get excited about crowds, but that is not politics. We need action. That is the message. Na saa zingine mimi nakujanga once in a while ni gongwe hivi na watu. I know some people are very excited about Rigathi Gachagua, but I have to remind you people, that is my sincereness. The way I hit Raila, I have to eat the rest. Lazima niwagonge. I have to remind people of what has happened in the past. But I understand the work he's doing now. I understand it. Naelewa anatusaidia sahi. But let's not forget. That's all I'm saying. Acha Nyakairo aseme kabla nigongwe na comments.
Yes, habari zenu Njiro, Kipreo, our people, Kenyans, wherever they are, comment section.
Salama sana.
Yes, na wasalimu sana. We are at crossroads, very bad and very serious. When I look at these people who are in government right now, it's as if they have a right to tell us what they are telling us actually, threatening our life and giving command to the wrong people who can do a lot of damage in the country, who we depend on, we public, we citizens, we depend on them. But I just can't believe what I heard through my ears. And yet, the above commander or the above order giver, but not my God, just a human being. And trying to tell us that shoot and kill. Ile kitu ambayo unajua watu huwa wanafungwa maisha. Ndio hiyo wanaambia askari wafanye. And it is just because they have never jail means. What does jail mean to them, these people? Because this has never, it doesn't happen to people who have money, people who are popular, people who are public people. But they know that chicken lives. Na anaiba labda ni kitu ya kukula na hana konja. Ama pickpocketer. Watu kama hao ndio wamejaa kwa jela. But those people who have done murder, watu wameua watu wengi, hawaendi jela. They cover themselves because they are able, because they are government, because they wako na mdosi wao pale juu, the high commander of orders. Kwanza hiyo kitu imeniudhi sana. Above order. Order from above. order from above. Everybody, that is what they are saying. Kwa hivyo Ruto yeye ndiye na ninachukia sana sasa ile nasikia mtu akisema ati those people, Ruto, you have to be careful with those people who are misleading you. Who is misleading him? He is the one who is misleading the whole country. Hawa ni watu ameshikilia hivi, na niliwaambia mara nyingi Ruto atafanya makosa mingi sana, heinous acts, na atakuwa anapanda kwa mbega za watu. Kwa hivyo hamtaona fingerprints, neither footprints. Those words I will never stop saying. Hamtaona hiyo. Sasa Murkomen amekuja ametangaza ile mambo yote huwa wanaongea saa ile wako wherever they are discussing how we are going to deal with criminals, goons and whatever, and that is a creation name in their mind that they want to baptize people to be criminals and goons, watu ambao wanasema ukweli wa mambo. Wale ambao wanaongea ukweli ule ungekuwa kwa nchi yetu ndio wanaitwa goons, wanaitwa criminals. Let me say this. Ruto have lost the way, na akiingia kwa hiyo serikali hakuwa anaingia afanye kazi nyingine. It is that one who changed him. He has so many advisors. Kwani hao advisors zake hakuna siku watamwambia hiyo ni makosa? Hatuwezi kufanya hivyo. We cannot do that because we will be in shambles. That is where I don't understand. Watu waache kusema ati Ruto you are misled, ati you are misadvised. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na tushaongea hapa na tukasema Ruto is the advisor of his advisors. And that's all. Nothing more. Kwa hivyo watu waache kuona Ruto ati yeye mtu mzuri hawezi kufanya hivyo. The other thing, Kipriu, you mentioned about the genocide. Amefanya genocide in our country bit by bit. How many people are they going to die so that he can know that people are dead? How many? Me, I don't understand. And I feel so bad. Because our country is not the way it is. It's not supposed to be the way it is. Hii mambo yote ni kutengenezwa, imetengenezwa na watu wachache ambao wanafikiri maisha yao ndio very important than other human beings. Na hiyo inaniwekaga uchungu sana kwa mwili wangu. Roho yangu inaumia kabisa. Saa ile unaona ati mtu anasema the country is for us all. We need to keep our country safe. Safe for who? You have killed Kenyans, innocent Kenyans. Ni ya nini unaiweka safe? He needs to be burnt. We die, all of us. Rather than that stupid talk they are trying to tell us to cool our minds, which is already angry. How can you tell us that when our children are murdered? Hawatarudi tena, tutarudi kuwaona, mambo yao imeisha. And so what I'm trying to say is, Kenyans, don't be fooled by that sweet talk he's trying to bring there. Ameuliza ati yeah, Ruto must go. How do I go? Sisi hatujali vile utaenda. Mkora anajua akiingia pahali akiiba vile huwa anaruka, anatoka anaenda. Asituulize ataenda aje. He knows how he got there. People voted him in. I didn't vote for him. People voted him in. And so the same, we are voting you out. Vote of no confidence. Wacha kutuambia ati utaenda aje. Kwani ulifika huko ukawa kipofu. You don't see anymore. Na vile umeharibu maisha ya Wakenya. Wazazi na watoto na familia nyingi umewaharibia maisha yao. Just remember the other time how those kids were killed, and now I don't know whether it was approaching Christmas time, how people were not enjoying Christmas time because their children, they didn't know where they are. Hii ni kitu amezoea. In fact, if we sit down and count how many people have been killed in this regime, and plus maybe before, huyu ni muuaji, amefanya genocide bit by bit. He should be interrogated na huyu mtu ashikwe awekwe ndani. In fact, he should be answering those questions in jail. Wacha hivyo kama vile umesema Kiprio, ati comfortably he can tell us that I will get out of there, I can go home and start farming. You are that comfortable telling us like that. Well, you know, instead of other parents going to farm, wanachimba shimo ya kuweka watoto wao uko kwa mchanga, na hakuna kitu wamekufanyia. Ni kukuuliza, wanakuuliza unataka tufanye nini? Sisi tumesoma, sisi tunataka kazi, sisi hatuna namna, biashara hakuna, wamewamalizia zote. Alafu ulikuwa unaingia hapo ufanyie watu kazi gani ndio waendeshe maisha yao? And those fake promises. Na sasa hata saa hii anajaribu kupea watu promises. Is he crazy? What is wrong with this guy who feel that he cannot live not being a president? Who have failed completely. He has nothing he can convince us with. Wacha hivyo watu wanasema ati akifanya mazuri tunaweza Me, I cannot forgive him. And I'm not an arrogant person. But when somebody has done again and again and again, how many times do you want him to do so that you can forgive him or he can redeem himself? Kuwa mtu unafikiri ni mchezo. You'll never see that person ever maisha yako yote. Mtoto wako uliyemkuwa umemzoea, mlikuwa mnaongea, mlikuwa mnapanga mambo yenu. You'll never see that child anymore. Na si wewe, it's not you who have killed that child. Sio accident, si ugonjwa, mtu ambaye anatoa amri. Wewe Murkomen, you also need to be in jail, taken to court, sentenced to life, because that is murder. Na kwa sababu hawa watu tunataka kuwaona huko wakiwa na kongoro, wakae huko ndani, so that we can see that the country is going forward. We have changed the country. Hakuna mtu amekubaliwa kuua mtoto wa mtu. Saa hii God forbid, saa hii nikiua mtoto wa mtu, nitashikwa na nipelekwe speed mpaka huko ndani. Hawa ni akina nani? Polisi wameandikwa kazi na pesa zetu. Can you imagine? Watu wameandikwa wanalipwa na josho letu, uchovu wetu. Wanarudi wanatukuja mbele yetu wanatupiga risasi. That is, I don't know how I can call it. There's a big name I can call these people who have no mercy of people's life, who have felt that unless they kill, that is when they can be recognized as big people. We don't need those people who are that kind. Huo ni ujinga, uhalifu na uhaini. Hata sijui kama wamewahi kupiga Al-Shabaab vile wamepiga watoto wao wa Kenya. Wameua watoto wa Kenya. Like today, I heard Fred Ogola saying that those bodies that were found in Quickmart, waliingia huko labda walikuwa wanakimbilia usalama. Polisi wakajua watapiga tear gas nyingi sana huko na wawazuie kutoka. So they died of suffocation because there is no blood on that floor. Can you imagine how people died so painfully, knowing very well, I'm gonna die? That's the situation. It doesn't matter which weapon you use to kill. You are a murderer. And I'm glad for those policemen who sees life of a person is precious. Lakini wameona vizuri. Waue watu. watu ambao hata hawajui, hawajawalea, hawajawasomesha. We are losing kings besides those children who have been killed, people who can be more worthy to be in a country. Watu ambao wanaongea ukweli. Na ni kweli kabisa Wakenya wameona pahali tuko ni pabaya. People cannot just get out of their houses without a common focus, common goal. Knowing that we are fighting this because we want the person who is in that seat to know what we are going through. Because maybe he ignores to listen to what he is being told by parliamentarians or those politicians. And then he goes on with his business. And when he hears noise somewhere, he says, who are those? Go kill them. That's not a leader. Mimi huyo namlinganisha na Hitler mwenyewe. It doesn't mean many people, many bodies that are found or whatever. You have murdered our children, and that is genocide. It doesn't matter whether you did it today, tomorrow, or before or after. I'm saying you have committed genocide in our country. We have lost so many number of children who were just asking you some questions which you didn't want to answer because you are guilty and because you are not ready to do what they want. Because you went there na kifua. Ukafanya inchi ya Kenya ni kama nyumba yako. I don't think you can get your Charlene and kill her, but you can kill other children. I'm thankful for the police who said, because your children are not on the street. Your uncles are not on the street. Your father and mother are not on the street. That's why you feel shoot and kill. That's the order from above. From above, we know it is Ruto. Already, wametuambia ni nani. And you being sent to bring that order and shout in front of people. And people were very not appreciative of how you made it, that pronunciation. You want us to take it and start thinking that, yeah, we'll be short. That's okay. Kill us all. Remain in that land. You tell us how happy you'll be. I'll stop there, Njiro. I get sick when I think about all what is going on. I feel like I own Kenya. Kenya is a flower of what I meant. So many people, different tribes. That's a flower. They could be purple, they could be white, they could be red, they could be yellow. And all those people, when they come together, they make Kenya. That is what I say is a flower of many colors. Thank you, Njiro.
Okay, thank you very much. Hebu niwaekee kidogo kabla Kipriru kuja. Kindiki ameconfirm yeye ni Mr. Yesa. Na please you can keep on subscribing our channel. Thank you, Mama Nyakairo. Huyu ni Kindiki leo. Nataka musikie kidogo. Nataka kushinda nikuwekea sauti nini?
Lazima nisindikishe rais. Kwa sababu ni two term. Na kwa sababu niko nyumbani. Na hakuna mtu nyumbani anaendanga bila kitu. Nichange nisichange. Wangapi wanasema deputy president hata yeye afanye kitu. Nimekubali maneno. Ulisikia watu wengine wakora wanasema mimi naambianga rais yes sir, na ni kweli. Kwa sababu yeye ni mdosi yangu. Ama namna gani? Si ni mdosi yangu? Si lazima mtu aambie mdosi yake yes sir. Na pia amsaidie kazi. Ndio kazi yake isiwe nzito.
Ndio huyo Kindiki asha confirm leo yeye ni mtu ya yes sir. Kumaanisha hata Ruto akimwambia enda uwe yes sir. That is how dangerous that man is. You confirm that is that. So Kipriru, sijui kama uko hapo, can you react to that? Yes sir.
Naambia yes sir. Siwe ni yes sir, wewe ni boss yangu. Yes sir. You know,
Why is Kindiki taking jokes too far? Why is Kindiki taking jokes too far? He thinks that by saying yes, sir, it's something joyous to people.
No, he's saying that because his job is on the line. Huh? Amesema, what did he say? Kusindikisha yeye. So 2027, Kindiki is fighting to be on the ballot, bana. Oh, anacheza na mjamaa. He's fighting to survive, bro. There's nothing else. Ama unafikiria ni nini? Anajua tu ni Gladys Wanga atapewa hiyo kusindikisha Ruto.
Brother Benson. So in other news, Ruto amesema ati kutengenezwe places specific za kufanyia maandamano. Sijui kama umesikia hiyo?
Sasa tupatie mahali.
Yani kutengenezwa kama ni street yuko imeenda Abadeas Forest because they think we are destroying the nation. Let me put for you.
Let me explain. Goja kabla uweke hapo.
Okay.
Have you noticed that? Okay, sir. Cheza kwanza. Cheza. Play. Sorry.
Kwenda kukuwekea huu.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test.
If you
haja ya kuunda sheria ili kudhibiti maandamano.
Rais amesema kwamba bunge liangazie kutunga sheria ambayo itaweza kushughulikia waziwazi maeneo yaliyotengewa kufanyia maandamano ili kuzuia uharibifu wa mali binafsi na ya umma kama ulivyoshuhudiwa katika ghasia baada ya maandamano ya juzi tarehe 25 mwezi Juni.
Na vile rais aliyekuwa akikutana na wakuu wa usalama kutoka kaunti zote 47 ameonya dhidi ya kuendelea kudhalilisha na hata kuhatarisha maisha ya maafisa wa polisi.
Anaarifu mwanahabari wetu Ibrahim Karanja.
Matukio yaliyoshuhudiwa mitaani jijini Nairobi na maeneo mengine kulikoibuka ghasia za maandamano ya Jumatano 25 Juni, kama vile vita vya kimwili dhidi ya maafisa wa polisi, kushambuliwa na kuharibiwa kwa vituo vya polisi na kuteketezwa kwa vifaa vyao vya kazi kama gari, pamoja na kuibiwa kwa silaha, ndiyo yalikuwa ajenda kuu ya mkutano wa Rais William Ruto alipokutana na makamanda wa polisi kutoka kaunti zote 47.
We cannot have a country where criminals are running after police officers, where police officers are fleeing because their lives are in danger. If the life of a police officer is in danger.
I wanted you to hear the way you want to protect police. It's like, is Ruto aware that our mapolisi anataka kuprotect ndio waliua Ojwang na wakaleta story ya alijigongesha ukuta? That is what we are dealing with here. Okay, for your respect, wacha nitoe tu.
Nikimwonanga nasikianga mgonjwa bana. I know umenipatia brief hiyo imetosha bana. I can't watch that.
No, but he is arguing that maandamano isikuanga inafanywa matown. So I don't know kama wanaenda hapo Abadea watengeneza street ya maandamano.
Unajua speeches zake mimi nasomanga kwa Twitter. I just read them. I cannot listen to him. I feel sick when I hear him talk. Nasikianga mgonjwa na who is this guy? Why is he talking to me? Why? For what?
Na Kipril, na mbona kutuambia story by the way? I'm so worried. You not tell us here that at even in some places in Kipsigis huyo jamaa bana zake zilishukishwa.
Yes, alikuwa ameogopa kwamba see that's why he took a phone call during that Kilifi thing.
Bana zilikuwa sio kwa Kikuyu peke yake, hata kwako nyumbani ni noma.
Bomet and Kipsigis, Bomet, Nandi and Kericho.
Walikuwa zinashukishwa bana. Si ati ni
vitu zilishukishwa bana. We are tired of him bana, bro, like you know Ruto has no point in return. Sasa tutakuwa kwani unajua sasa hiyo barabara ya maandamano yenye anatutengenezea tutakuwa tunatembea kutoka one place 2 kilometers kutoa stress alafu turudi nyumbani. Is this guy normal? First of all, talking about maandamanos, if you realize maandamanos that were arranged by Raila, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga aka Baba, He used to do maandamanos hapo pipeline Kangware, Kibera, poor people areas where he would cause distraction. Polisi wanakuja wanatupa tear gas kwa manyumba za watu huko Homa Bay, huko Siaya, huko Kisumu. Tear gas ilikuanga kwa mahali pa watu wanyonge. Why was he having it that way? Gen Zs decided to do it in the business district. Gen Zs walienda kufanya maandamano zao kwa business districts, and now the next plan is we will go to Lavington, we will go to Kileleshwa, we will go to Karen, we will go to Riverside. Let everybody feel the pinch. Hawa wasikiangi uchungu kama sisi. They don't feel the pinch of the maandamanos. So maandamanos should be everywhere. Maandamanos should be everywhere. It looks like the host to the mostest disappear kama kawaida, so I'll talk to myself. So for me, I cannot, what do you call it? I cannot entertain listening to him telling us that there will be designated areas for maandamano, whereby Murkomen is telling us that that he's going to shoot to kill us. Huh? Anataka kutu, hey, huyu mtu akirudi natoka kwa show bana. I'm talking to myself. So the other thing I wanted to mention is Murkomen alikuwa amearrange ma IDs hivi. He had arranged the IDs from the places that what do you call it? The goons had stolen from. So arranging those IDs, I came to think to myself, sasa ukienda kuiba, when you come and steal, when you come and steal, no, Gladwell, my dear, sipendangi, unajua saa zingine I like feedback when I talk, because I feel uncomfortable. So Saile alikuwa ameweka kwa nini inaitwaje, IDs hapo kwa mlango. I come to think to myself, ukiwa muizi, when you are a thug or a thief, do you usually steal and leave your ID? Hiyo ndio kitu nataka kuja kujua. When I steal or when I plan to steal, for the history of ever, we had 30 IDs of thugs zenye zimeandikwa hapo kwamba kulikuwa na watu kutoka Central walikuja kufanya hii maandamano. So why don't you arrest them? Si uko na IDs hao? I need to see those people in jail. Hii mambo ya that is the easiest investigation I've ever seen. Ever in my life, whereby unaona Eric Ayaga bana, I don't debate bana, siku hizi tuko poa. I don't take you guys seriously anymore. I'm here just to talk to the nation, and for those who will listen, I'm not here for a shouting competition anymore. So our country karibu ikombolewe. We are ready for a revolution. We are ready for people to it will take several years from these Gen Z's people, where at the moment I know we're running around with the likes of Matiang, the likes of Wamunyoro. It's fine, it's okay, but when the country becomes clean is when we'll see new leadership that we've never seen before, leadership we've not seen for the last 40 to 30 years. Then I know we'll be all right as a nation. We will be fine. We will see that the intellectual people that are coming in. At the moment, the country is sick. Tuko na ugonjwa ya mtu anaitwa Ruto. Once we get rid of Ruto, once we get rid of this cancer, we will be fine. We will be fine. We will start doing commerce properly. We will start having businesses. There's actually a speech of this person I don't trust, that I don't go Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta once said that we are bringing up a youth. I know that Gladwell have a Gen Z in the house. And Uhuru warned us about these guys. He said, we have a nation of the youth that are agitated, they are uneasy, they are unrestful, that if we do not take care of this at the moment, it will explode. It explode. And look, this was, I think, 2017 or 18. Uhuru warned us about this. And then finally, kabla nitoke, kwa sababu Njero uliniacha, uliniongea hapa peke yangu. The final thing is,
unajua hata nani Uhuru amesema hii ni moshi bado moto. Uhuru has said that today. At whatever we are seeing ni moshi bado moto.
it's psychological, because the advisors that are telling these people that this thing is not a joke, man. Apparently, one of ODM bloggers, anaitwanga Lee Mwanyiki, has stated that that somebody approached at Raila, because Raila said that somebody approached him that he should run for president in 2027. And then Lee Mwanyiki saying that, I think you know this ODM blogger, he stated that it could either be Rigathi Gachagua or it could be Uhuru Kenyatta, because I think two of Uhuru's allies, one of them, Raphael Tuju, I forget the name of the other guy, were actually to visit him in Kilifi and to come and discuss this specific thing that Raila should leave government to join opposition. And Raila said no, he does not want that offer. Nikajiuliza, who would support Raila at this point in time? Let's just be frank. Raila is a spent cartridge. Raila should stay where he is. And if Raila runs for president in 2027, I'm sorry. Lee Mwanyiki says that Raila had 30% of central because of the Uhuru factor. But I'll tell you the truth, that 30% is dead. That 30% is dead. I'm sorry. There are two things involved. The first thing is Raila's betrayal to join Ruto. Second thing is the fact that Wamunyoro has what do you call it? Wamunyoro has captured Central completely. That one, those who do not, whether you like it or not, like I said, sometimes you speak the truth. Central is all gone. That one is for regardless Gashagua's discretion to give his support, to sema ukweli. And I don't think Raila is one of them. So I don't think it's Rigathi Gachagua that offered that. So I think Lee Mwanyiki was sent to test the waters. And I'm sorry, you've tested it from me, coming from neither tribes, neither the Luo or the Kikuyu tribe. I'll just tell Lee, I'm sorry. The Kikuyu nation has left and they will not board that train. And I don't think Rigathi Gachagua can ever support Raila Amolo Odinga, and he stated it very many times. So mwenye mnajifanyanga hapa kwamba there's just a lot, and Uhuru, if indeed it's Uhuru who sent that message, Lee, don't you think that Raila can meet Uhuru anytime they had an alliance in Azimio before? And I think Uhuru is still the chairman of Azimio. They can easily meet one another. So I don't know. So that story shocked me and I don't believe it. So watu wenye wanafikiria
na hiyo pia story ya kusema ati opposition approached him, which opposition is also maybe because I have also heard those one in the street that there is an opposition which approached Raila Odinga. I don't know, is it to join them?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. He says that because he was visited by Raphael Tuju, and I forget the name of the other fellow.
Was he being approached to become a candidate or
to be a candidate? To be a candidate.
No one can approach him for a candidate, bana. Hiyo tuache uongo bana.
Sinjo nasema, and he's just talking. He's testing the waters, bro. That's all he's doing.
Awache kutest. Hapa hakuna kitu ya kutest. Raila Odinga is a carcass.
He's a spent cat because I have people from my tribe, my people who are close, who've supported him for 30 years. Since the 90s, since the Moi era, that have let go of him. And that is actually base. You know, RB, you know what base is? Hiyo ilikuwa base ya Raila. You know, like real royalty. Loyalty. My father is one of them. Since the 90s, kutoka siku za tano, NDP, mzee alikuwa anafuata huo mtu. So if my dad can tell me that, now, me, I just watch news for entertainment because Raila has messed us. Raila, there are people, we're talking about generation that he'd call his main base, have gone. Then just to add fuel to some idiots on the comments right now, and I'll repeat this, and I said this yesterday. ODM is a Luo party. It has been made into a Luo party, and that is what it is right now. Call us tribalist the way you want me, I don't care. Always say the truth. Just as I would say that Wiper is a Kamba party. I say the facts. I miss Danganyangi watu. I know Njeru, you let me say freedom of speech. And I'll say it. ODM is a Luo party. You know, sometimes the truth hurts. Na kama inakuasha hiyo ni shida zako, me I don't care. So you mjikunekune huko na mauchungu, I don't care. ODM party is a Luo party. That is why Raila Odinga alienda kwa hiyo funeral ya Kilifi. He wants to revive his popularity there. But I'm telling you, the Bantus there. The Bantus there are tired. You can have Mombasa. We don't care about Mombasa. You can have that Mombasa thing. But I'll tell you, the rest of Pwani are 40. They're not boarding. I'm sorry. They're not boarding. Thank you.
Sawa. I think that one is also one discussion we need to really percolate on when it comes to Raila Odinga with scavenging, because that one I will call it scavenging, where now he still thinks he is the most important man in Kenya, that for any solution, we have to still be glued to him. Raila Odinga needs to know that he represents the former Kenya. And the area he knows this, Bwana Kipril, the better. Raila Odinga represents the former Kenya, the Kenya which we don't want. That is what Raila Odinga represents. And I don't think there is any sane Kenyan who would even go to seek for counsel from Raila Odinga at the moment. Some of us, we have truncated and agreed that we were wrong trying to seek counsel from somebody who even did not understand how the Kenyan politics operated. Raila Odinga ni wale watu tu wa kukula, you only understand story ya kukula and taking advantage and focusing on where he can benefit. That's the politics which he can understand. But the politics of putting Kenya on a pedestal of progress, hiyo ajui. He doesn't know that. Yeye ukimuuliza tu story ya tutashikana na huyu nipewe hii, hapo ndio anything about kupeana na kupewa. Raila Odinga is very good in that politics. Nitakupea forward, nitakupea nini, anything to do with kupewa na kupeana. And I don't know why he loves that. Maybe when he was a young man, he was a very dangerous man. Kipril, I hope you understand that synonym.
No, I understand. Hii kitu ya kutumia community yake as a ndio apatiwe vitu which I hardly see any development in Nyanza because of that garbage that Raila uses his community and the Luya community as a pawn.
We have been liberated.
No.
Don't even put Ruyas in that.
No, I speak the truth. Nowadays, me hapa sifichangi mtu. Sifichangi mtu. Na mtu akikuja kuongea ujinga hapa mimi nakuja kukanyaga. That's how I am. Nowadays. Yeah?
Umejifanya general kabisa.
Waniite Mkabila. Tutamenyana hapa. I'll come here with my FF hapa.
Mkabila hapa kwa sababu nimesema kwa sababu daktari alileta hiyo video ya
Kipri, wajue wewe na Gladwell mko the same WhatsApp group. Wasikuchezee.
Wasinichezee na Gladwell na Ann. Kwanza Ann tuko pamoja hapo.
So Belfast Kipri hako na walinzi mbaya sana. Utaangukiwa na watu kama 10 wewe. Wewe cheza. So Kipri ameamua kuguza mlima na mlima ukaguzika. So
there we go. Niliguza mlima bwana.
And we are very proud of that. We are very proud of that.
Shemeji.
Wewe Kipri, hii ni kuguza ama ni kubeba mlima? Ni kuguza ama
yote mbili bana. You can do both.
Wacha tusikie. Unaona hata Gradwell venye amechukulia story. Gradwell achezi. Gradwell is not joking. She knows the strong takes it by force. Ama mnasemanga aje? Kule wakati mnaambua who will take it by force? The what will take it by force? So Gradwell is take it by force. Sijui unasema by force. Arabi.
Ndio. Hapa nilikuwa na watoto, ndio nilikuwa nakwambia wakati huo singeweza kurukia kwa mtandao kwa sababu nilikuwa na jukumu hapa.
Ngoja nilikuwa karibu nitoke. Okay. But nitangoja kidogo nisikie kitu. Hapa moto unakuja. Njeru, be careful. Sensor your show na unaweza funga sahihi ama yeah.
No,
ikisikia jinangu kitajwa tu kidogo. No, jinangu kitajwa tu kidogo. No, I just don't want my name to be mentioned by the so-called person down here. Yeah.
No. Our show is bigger than feeling any threat from anywhere. So RB,
no, I don't like stress bana. Mi jinangu ikitajwa I get very angry.
Wewe, yes. Unajua we need bana, we need a handshake. Wewe na Belfast ni kama mumeamuriana. I don't know why, like you don't need a truce.
I don't mention it. Have you seen me mention his name? He tries that.
Nimekuja kujua hapa there is one of you is in Kasongo. Hakuna vile mtashindwa na kukaburia. If you are truly out of Kasongo, hakuna vile mtashindwa na kuangalia. You could listen now because and wacha tusikie RB na upaze sauti. Paza sauti kidogo.
Oya, niko chini sana
Yeah, uko chini. Mostly inatakanga unakaribia mic Yaani uongee kama uko na uhai.
Okay, ngoja kidogo.
Haya ni sawa. So
hivyo unanisikia bora.
Okay, go ahead.
It's better now. It's better now.
Okay, that is nice. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, nilikuwa nasema usijali Kipril, unajua Kenya si ufalme. Hata hiyo Kasongo anaanguka. Na watu si Jomo alianguka. Nyayo kaanguka. Na huyo mwingine akaanguka. Na huyo mwingine akaenda, hata huyo pia anaanguka na anaenda. So we are all Kenyans. Lakini naona huyu Murkomen ameanza kufanya hiyo tunaita damage control. Sijui kama mmeona hiyo leo. Wakati alipokuwa na
he tried to talk about the constitution.
Yeah.
But I don't think even if he is doing Arabic kidogo, even if he is doing damage control, this is what we say. The first talk is always what you meant. So
exactly, because it's on record.
Yeah, Murkomen, according to Murkomen, people deserve to be killed. So hii akukuja kufanya damage control ya tuski. Hii ni kama ile ya Waititu walikuanga after amesema sijui alisema Wamasai wa waya nini. I don't know, do you remember the famous story of Waititu when Waititu had said some people to be killed? Then akarudi akaanzia kusema nilisema Wamasai wa Tanzania.
Watu ni wachochezi na ni magaidi tu. Na ndio hata jana niliposema hii klabu ya loyalist, mimi sina uaminifu na wao. hata ulipoonyesha hiyo video ya huko Kisii jana, well, I understand lazima watu wajipange with the main aim of removing Kasongo, but ultimately in a few years to come we'll still end up being where we are. But that aside, because we have talked endlessly in as far as that conversation is concerned, mimi kitu kinanisababisha sana ni hiyo silence ya the third arm of the government, hii tunaita the judiciary. Sasa unajua wakati Murkomen alitoa hiyo hotuba ya kufyatua risasi kumuua Mkenya ati akielekea upande wa police station, that in itself it contravenes the first article of the Kenyan Constitution, which states that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. Na ndio kazi ya the third arm, si ndio hiyo tunaita to uphold the Constitution. This is part of the judiciary mandate constitutionally, and to check the executive and the legislature. Hiyo sasa hiyo bunge, lakini tunajua bunge yenyewe ni rubber stamp. Sasa what is your take? Why do you think Kome is so quiet?
Kome, to some extent, she was a kibaraka, so I don't think Kome can talk. She still doesn't have balls. The piper paid. The piper paid the time he needed to pay. So Kome cannot speak much. So mikono yake imefungwa.
Yeah, because she has she hasn't offered anything of significance whatsoever to publicly reprimand this cabal of the Kindikis or Murkomen or even Ruto's overreach. So, but this silent.
Huyu mtu anapembelezana na mwanaume. Njeru, wewe kichwa yako ni mzuri kweli. Okay. Aribu show. I'm here. I'm here.
Namwambia akuje, kwani kuambia Belfast akuje kuna shida gani? Wacha Belfast akuje. Nataka mumenyane. Wanaume ni kumenyana.
Utaona.
Anyway, nilikuwa nasema ultimately the Supreme Court of Kenya is not just a court. It's the moral compass of a nation. Especially in times like this. Wakati kama huu, when we have what I can classify as a state failure, and if she won't act, she will go down in history as, you know, as one who watched silently as the democracy bled. Anyway, ni hiyo tu.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kitu moja RB. Unaona mwizi akiacha ID akimaliza kuiba. That's I'm still questioning that. Nimeiba alafu nikishaiba naacha ID yangu mahali nimeiba.
Hata na hiyo kuiba na kitambulisho mfukoni. Kwani ni mjinga wa wapi?
Na ilikuwa wote sijui ilikuwa 30.
Waliangusha ID. That is what I think. Waliangusha ID.
Acha zako nje, unaangusha ID aje. Na unaenda kuiba na ID.
Have you guys ever attended a football match in Kenya and a riot has taken place? Watu wa wanaangusha ID ama ni kiatu wao inatoka?
Labda ID ilikuwa kwa kiatu.
Sasa mimi sikuona kiatu hapo, lakini niliona vipande. Oh, this is it's a cartoon.
I don't you know, sometimes it's like
amtaki Murkomen create narrative. Kipuri, unajua kuna kitu hivi. Why are you not allowing Murkomen to create a narrative ya kujikaanga? You know, whatever he said is not correct.
He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer, and then he's a lawyer. Then he tells us we did not hear what we heard him say. I did not say shoot to kill. Bro, this was yesterday bana. By the way, it's yesterday, literally jana tulisikia kitu akisema. We heard him say shoot to kill. Sasa unashindwa
Na leo
are
damage
we that?
control.
Kwani sisi ni wajinga? Damage control na mauongo. Hata afadhali tuambie I meant to say this.
Exactly.
I meant yani blatantly I did not say that. Na iko hapo tu 4K HD hapo tu kwa kamera hapo ulikuwa na watu wangu. Hapana, Murkomen please, we're not stupid eh?
Mwanzo umeona hizo picha wameweka hapo za hao watoi wali ati ndio walishikwa when they were touching this police station in was it Nyeri? Wamebadilika mapicha za hao watoto huko.
Si basi waambia watoto watuambie kwamba Kindiki send him. My brother is here, Lawi Koril. Wacha Lawi aongee kidogo.
Wacha kohoe. Karibu.
So, kabla Lawi aongee just in 1 minute you see this is the same government which paraded the red panties wakati wa ile serial killer, ile episode ya serial killer. What do you think Murkomen cannot do? Unajua that is how they parade fake evidence which even a kid cannot parade. Okay, Lawi, go ahead. Na naonanga comment mingi sana kwa akisikiliza. So Lawi, thank you for your comments in our show. It shows that unasikiliza. Go ahead.
Amit.
Sikuwa nimeshika sana mada leo, lakini nimesikia mnaongelea mambo na Murkomen. Murkomen aliongea maneno, alafu kuna kitu ambaye alisema mwishoe, akasema hii maneno si yangu peke yangu, inatoka juu. Kuna clip ambaye aliongea hivyo wakati alikuwa anaongea hiyo video yote, alimalizia hiyo. Kwa hiyo inamaanisha huenda inasukumwa na Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto ni mtu mwenye ajali mtu akufe, bora apate kenye anataka. Huenda aliongea, aliwekewa hiyo maneno ambayo alikuwa anaongea. Sitani kama ni yeye, kwa sababu na yeye tena saa zingine kuna ujinga ngine, lakini huwa anasemanga yeye anafanya kazi, Ruto ni boss yake. Sasa si kama siku ile alikuwa senator. Ati wakati alikuwa senator alikuwa fatali kiasi, lakini saa hii ati kazi hata naweza kufutwa vitu kama hiyo. Kuna nimeenda mkutano, hiyo jamaa alikuwa hapa Kericho na aliongea vitu mingi, hata wakati alisema wakati Ruto alifunja alifuta hawa, yeye angerutu ati alitumia Raila Odinga, aliongea na Raila, alafu Raila akarutisha aruti, ati akapembeleza Ruto aruti. Hiyo ni kitu ambacho alisema. Nadhani mnanisikia?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Kabisa bro, kabisa.
Hivyo nimeongea ni hivyo. Murkomen ni kama
mlikuwa mnataka kufanya nini huko Kericho na Bomet bana? Nasikia mlitoa vitu huko za Ruto. What is happening?
Raia wenyewe ni ile tu anaokopa kuongea. Watu wengi sahi hawataki Ruto kabisa. Si tunakuanga na hawa, na unajua watu wetu zamani alikuwa na ile ujinga ya kusema ati ukiwa nje wewe unaonekana takataka, wewe unaweza pigwa, unaweza wawa hata. Lakini siku hizi bwana, mimi napinga Ruto tukiwa pamoja kabisa, na tena hawa ndio ananisupport saa zingine, ananiambia endelea hivyo, ati tuko nyuma yako, vitu kama hiyo. Hata kuna siku alikuwa anasema kama inawezekana Wamunyoro kuja Kericho itakuwa mzuri. Nikaambia Wamunyoro, niliambia mjana mwingine anaambia Wamunyoro ni kama anaokopa. Lakini watu wa Kericho saa hii na Bomet, kama saa hii kura ikipigwa ni 50-50, opposition ataweza chukua hata 40%. Hivyo
You see, Nje,
na watu Kericho wanasema are Kericho people still saying Kericho or Bomet, are they giving the same complaints which Kenyans are giving? Ama wao, like what is their point of discussion? Like wameabandon siasa ya mtu wetu. Are you sure?
Kuna ule mtu wetu bado wako hao watu wenye wanasema ni mtu wetu, lakini wamekuwa wachache. Ni wale wase tu, watu wa kuanzia 40, tuseme 40 kwenda juu unaweza pata kwa hiyo riga, lakini utati sikuruti kini wengi wao wamekataa kabisa.
actually it's very generational, Njeru, it's generational. Kwa sababu I'm not going to talk about it. There's a WhatsApp group anakwanga. The young Kalenjins in that WhatsApp group wanagonganga hiyo kitu, alafu sasa kuna kwanga na hiyo kitu ya the older ones saying that mtu yetu, so they come and say these things during the day, alafu sasa when the young professionals come in the evening wanagonga hiyo kitu ya mtu yetu kabisa. And these are just, it's a WhatsApp group of Kales, wanagonga very highly respected professionals. Hii kitu imefika point ya actually generational gap, where some millennials and below wamekataa hiyo kitu, wataki hiyo mambo ya mtu yetu. They don't want that thing because you see the problem is with Rutoism, the economy has been so hard, it's very difficult for us to make a living actually hapa nyumbani. Hata huko Kericho bana, it's difficult to make a living bana. It's hard. Wasingishu, Bomet, all these areas. So ni 50-50. It's 50-50. There is a third that is undecided, which is they don't care. Just the same kind of, when we say voter empathy. Alafu there's a third that is completely going to go left on Ruto. Alafu kuna hiyo the third of the older generation and the loyalties. So hata Rift Valley bana, South Rift, North Rift, hatutaki ujinga, hatumtaki.
Kuna kitu kingine ambayo tena watu wetu walikuja kugundua. Unajua zamani ukitaka ukue polisi, uende jeshi, ni lazima ulipe, na hiyo tena hii serikali ya Ruto ameendeleza hiyo kitu tena. Ati hao watu wote wenye ameachiriwa, hata juzi wakati wa prison, watu wengi waliuza mashamba, hata wengine alilipa pesa na hawakupata hiyo kazi, na wenye alichukua pesa ni watu tu wanajulikana, ni PA ya fulani, mara MP fulani, PA, vitu kama hiyo. Sasa hakuna kitu ambaye Wakalenjin wanajifunia. Hiyo Ruto tena anaendelea kunyakua mashamba. Tena ameua watu. Hii serikali ya Ruto tena ameua watu, aliua watu kwa wakati mwingine, wakati alichukua tu. Na Angata Barigoi aliua watu tena, alipiga risasi watu 6, na risasi alikuwa anapiga kichwa. Na hiyo shamba na ujue hao watu aliambiwa that shamba imeenda, na mwenye amechukua ni number 1 ambaye ni Ruto, na baadaye watu akakuja akauawa hapo kwa hiyo shamba. Sasa jamii wa Kipsigis anaona amepoteza watu kwa hii serikali ya Ruto. Sasa
Just one last thing I wanted to mention here. Did you know that everybody knows Professor Ogola? Nasikia Professor Ogola alikuwa amevaa mask. He was actually in the Quickmart. And he confirmed. He confirmed, because I've spoken to him once. He confirmed that these people were brought in by lorries, waliletwa na maroli, and were being protected by police to loot these places.
Who are the owners of Quickmart? Do you have an idea who are the owners of Quickmart?
No, tell me.
I'm just trying to ask, like, is it a local store?
I think it's local. I think it's local. It was a split from which is the other supermarkets in Kenya.
Because maybe the only way in which maybe serikali pia inaweza taka kuattack is if they determine that the owners and the shareholders and the directors of Quickmart, maybe they are completely maybe not siding with them, because there are so many supermarkets in Kenya. So
hiyo ilikuwa kijicho.
Hiyo
ilikuwa kijicho. Yeah.
Yeah, ndio najiuliza why would they just zero in on the Quickmart OTC? Are there no other shops?
Kwa Google nimegoogle tu sahii imesema owned by Kinuthia family. Duncan Kinuthia. Do you know who that is? So ni watu wa mlima mnakanyagwa tena.
No, of course watu wa mlima tushakubali Ruto administration want to kill us just like the way alisema wakati mwingine ni mzuri kuweka tofauti za kisiasa kando na kwanza uchukue serikali, na hakuna watu wako na shida kubwa na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. Ruto said that although he was speaking on behalf of himself, I don't think it was for the whole Kalenjin, but Ruto has vendetta for the Kikuyu community. I think that is one thing which we need to agree. And he also has vendetta for the whole nation. I think his appetite wants to make sure that he has destroyed everybody. So I don't know what you think about Kipril about that. But he pronounced himself a long time ago that inabidi uchukue serikali kwanza. And I'm so shocked that even some of the people we are supporting now, they couldn't take that one as a red flag. Because that's an unforgivable red flag, frankly speaking, Kipril.
Kuna siku tena alisema mbona chami moja awe na pesa wewe wengine hawana.
Ebu soma comments Njeru, please.
Aya, nasoma.
So I think we'll get. I might have misquoted Professor Ogola.
Yeah, ukweli ya Ogola ameongea story ya suffocation what Ogola said maybe I can tell you that na nitatafuta hiyo video niweke. Ogola amesema tear gas ilirushwa OTC, then people died there because of suffocation. Then after people died because of suffocation, the government had to look for ways of hiding that, and they wanted to remove bodies na waende wazidump somewhere, maybe wazipeleke huko Basiti mochari ama wapi. But that is what Ogola was saying. To what extent Ogola is true, I don't know. But Ogola talked about people suffocating. Yes, he said about that.
But there is a CCTV.
Thank you very much for the comment, for the correction.
Ogola alikuwa na, but ujue hakuna CCTV inazoonekana Kenya, you know that. Any CCTV in Kenya which amounts to evidence, hakunanga kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo CCTV lazima iharibike. I hope by now you know how Kenya operates. You cannot get any CCTV evidence. Must we be talking about that? CCTV evidence hiyo mambo hakuna. Hiyo story imeisha. Hiyo huwezi pata. Tuongee story nyingine. You cannot get CCTV evidence in Kenya. Yeah, mtu mwingine aendelee. So like if I ask a question maybe to all of us, what do you think is the aftermath of maandamano sasa? So do you think people are scared, or what next? Like do you think like ama sasa people will now wait for Ruto to respond for the next 3 months? What is it sasa serikali sasa wa helter skelter? So maybe Kipril and hata Neutral kwa hapa, maybe Neutral I'm also giving you a chance. Like tumeandamana, watu wamekufa, things have so bad things have happened. The government is not even talking about compensation of anyone, even if compensation will not bring anyone. So what do you think is the next thing in Kenya? Like Ruto must go, is still in the air.
There's a boiling point, yeah, because even here in the West, tunasikianga Ruto must go. This is something that has been boiling, but we've not gotten to the epicenter of relief or we didn't get what we want. You see, that song of Ruto must go cannot be easily suppressed. Kenya has what do you call it? Kenya is not like other countries. It's just similar. Like we say that our mandamanos should be like Sri Lanka. Our mandamanos should be like Bangladesh. No. We are different. We are who we are, and yetu bado tujashiba, tujapata jenye tulikuwa natafuta. So I keep repeating here, Kenyan elections are won closely by the perception of popularity. Perception, that is it. So for Ruto, his desperation for now, even by the words he's talking about, is the fact that he knows he cannot lie to the electorate that he's popular. Hakuna mtu anamtaka. So unless the regions he picks will escalate him to look popular to the rest of the country, that is impossible. One of the places that you can see bado ananyemelea na inamuumiza kabisa ni Central. Hiyo kitu imemuumiza, hiyo kitu imemuasha kabisa. And I don't think he'll ever recover from that. So I think there's more to come in Kenya, because this thing called social media, before it's blocked by the communications department of Kenya, Kenyans will keep singing. Even if they block TV, most of these people get their news from TikTok, and they are hungry. They're what do you call it? There's desperation, my friend. People in Kenya are desperate. It's not a joke. And these politicians politicking everywhere, thinking by just giving speeches itapoeza watu wengi, especially the people who've gone to university, and they're left.
They're stuck in reverse.
Yeah, they're stuck. Yeah. So yeah, itakuwa ngumu. Yeah.
What is your take on this IPOA thing?
IPOA is garbage. Like I've said, I don't trust committees or things they call independent bodies. IEBC itself is not independent. No, and these people are actually the same person who's causing this harm to us is the same person who hired these goons. So IPOA does not work. IPOA does not work. No. No, thank you.
Lip service galore.
What?
Lip service galore.
Lip what?
Lip service.
Yeah, it's just lip service. There's nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Na huyu host wangu bana.
Sasa ndio mimi nauliza, how can we really expect something tangible? Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia even let alone this year and even last year, go back mwanzo hiyo wakati ya COVID. Unajua ni watu wengi sana walikufa wakati huo na kupigwa na polisi during those curfews. Ni kitu ilienda tu imefunikiwa. And then you had these girls, these ladies who were found in magunias. Sasa, how can we really expect something tangible in terms of investigation and having a closure to that, while we still maintain to have this type of leadership? New government. Yeah, kwa sababu hata huwa Monyoro akiingia, unafikiria hii maneno, unafikiria tutapata hizo matokeo? It will still be a continuation.
I've already given you my thoughts, and the audience my thoughts about Gachagua. My thoughts about Gachagua, I just want people not to forget. Musisahau, don't forget. Tuliumizwa hapo. I don't know about you, RB. Were you in Azimio?
No.
You supported Ruto?
No, actually. I didn't even vote.
So you see, you're one of the ones who let us down, brother. You should have voted. It doesn't matter.
Because
you should vote.
Yeah, to say the truth, I did not have any. I don't have any hope with this cadre of leadership, kwa sababu in whatever way you look at it, they will always expand this narrative of negative ethnicity so that they can profit out of it. And it's always out of convenience. Hiyo ndio ukweli. And ndio hata ndio niliambia daktari hapo awali, until that day we get rid of this cadre of loyalists, tuweke mtu mpya tu, hata kama ni mbuzi kondoo tutaweka hapo isimame, I will vote. Lakini kujidanganya ati tuweke Wamunyoro, ati tuweke nani, tukingojea ati tutapata matokeo mazuri, I don't see anything in horizon. I'm so pessimistic. Naona huyu Apondo ameniita tribalist, so let it be. If that is tribalism for you, so let it be. But I don't know about you, but that is my stand.
I don't care. Tumisijali.
Kwa sababu hebu tazama sasa hii mambo ya madini, for instance. We have this the Mining Act of was it 2016? Hiyo kitu hata mpaka hata waleo bado haijawahi tekelezwa. So we get this president who was
Is Duale a real Muslim?
Hiyo ni kitabu kubwa sana mtu anaweza andika hapo.
Sema ukweli bana. Is he a real Muslim?
I don't think so.
Do Muslims behave like this? Na tena njoo kuleta mambo ya mchango kwa msikiti. Is that Islam? I know that's a tough question, but hiyo ni dini ya Kiislamu, mnafanyanga hivyo. I've never seen Muslims do that, even in Kenya. Hiyo tabia si yenu.
Anyway, what I was saying, ukiangalia mtu kama Kibaki wakati alipouza hiyo madini ya Kwale, unajua watu wajuangi, that thing could have created so many jobs, and it is so easy to mine. All you need is a few excavators, a crusher and a furnace. Alafu hapo uweke ka ofisi tu, hiyo ofisi itakuwa ni marketing, you know, and you're creating your ingots there. I've worked as an engineer for many years. Hiyo kitu hata utaki, you don't need a lot of money to do that mining. Why did they have to go and outsource this thing to foreigners? Hiyo kitu iliuma mpaka wa sasa.
Na Migori being
well. You see, the philosopher.
What's that a philosopher? The gold.
Yeah, the gold in Migori.
And the cobalt in Embu.
Na Turkana.
Yeah. Turkana tuna mafuta huko. How many barrels there? The number of barrels we have in Turkana unaweza kuwa shocked. Underground lake.
And actually, it's not even a question of the number of barrels we can produce per day. It is actually the quality. It is the highest quality of natural gas in terms of energy output. So that thing doesn't need a lot of purification. And purification in separation, that is one of the major things in cleaning that as a product ready for sale. So yani kuna vitu vingi sana vimefanyika hiyo jamhuri, na vile tumepandwa kama kondoo kwa sababu baba amesema if you stand and say against it, wewe ni mkabila. Kwa sababu Uhuru amesema na mimi nimekasirika, nyinyi mpendi wa Kikuyu. You know, this kind of mentality, it takes us so back, you know? And we have such a huge potential. Anyway, endelea tu. Mimi ni kuropoko. Uko umelala?
Oh, I'm still here.
Daktari alienda wapi?
Sijui, unajua huyu host wangu. Unajua
ama ameenda kununua hizo biscuit za hapo Mickey D.
Sijui saa zingine anakuja anazima show, anaenda anapiga kelele chini.
Hizo tunaziita nini? Meat pie hapo nyumbani wanaziita biscuit tuko kwao.
Sijui mama labda ameenda Starbucks.
I'm gonna have a coffee and a biscuit.
I have a coffee and a biscuit.
Na ninyage.
Which state are you in?
No, I'm not in America. I'm in Europe.
Tuko pamoja hapa. Hapa tunachoma na jua bana.
Amonzo, unajua hapa pa kupati giza. Sasa mimi kwa sababu mimi niko juu kabisa even
uko in the Nordics.
Yeah, I'm actually in the very north of Norway. Niko juu kabisa. Even Finland ni chini yangu around 2 hours. The top
it's beautiful. It's beautiful cabins there.
Yeah. Njoo tokea.
Beautiful cabins. I want to buy one there.
Karibu.
Nikuja nichunge mambuzi huko juu.
Kuna mbuzi lakini huku
mbuzi. Sasa nataka kuchunga mambuzi huko. Nifurahie.
Unapata mwanzo. Huku mwanzo poko na mahali pia wanapatiana mashamba.
So they need people up there because your only population huko ni about 5 million only.
Yeah, and it's
na mmekataa kuzaana huko.
Huku walikoma lakini siku hizo wameanza kuzaana. Sasa ndio naona wameanzisha hiyo vita ya Ukraine.
Ni sisi ma immigrants ndio tunazaisha huko, tunazaana huko.
Mwanzo sasa hata sasa hapa wamejaa sana tangu nikuje huko.
Up north bana. Bana, mi naweza kuwa depressed huko. It's too dark. It's too dark during winter. I'll go north.
Yeah, it's dark during the winters, but in summer it's direct opposite of that. So
but at least unaweza survive. Unaweza survive. Lakini the darkness, yani unaona giza at 3 o'clock bana. I can't survive that, bro. No.
Sasa hapo kama wakati wa hiyo mwezi wa 12 huwezi jua kama ni saa 8 ya mchana ama ni saa 8 ya usiku. Unaamka ni giza, ukienda kukula ni giza, ukienda kulala ni giza, you know?
Ma Eskimos huko, mnakaa huko na ma Eskimos.
Huku kuna Wamasai, mwanzo huku kuna, acha nikwambie.
Unajua wanaitwangu aje hiyo tribe yao?
Sami.
The Sami people, yeah, the Sami people at the north of Norway and Finland huko juu.
Yeah,
Eskimos.
Lapland. Hao ndio wanafuga hizo reindeer.
Yeah, they are still called Eskimos. Now wengine wako huko ni Iceland.
Exactly.
Yeah. In Iceland. I know this. I know in the north. Yeah. I have very many friends there.
Yeah. So so I have lived here for many years.
Ndio maana umegive up huko na unasema Kenya tuko mbaya.
Mtu hawezi kugive up kwa sababu unajua you can always remove a tree from the forest. You know? Lakini ile hata ukipanda hiyo mti hapo unajua inatoa matunda hiyo tu.
Kama
na ukipeleka hiyo matunda nyumbani wanasema na hii ni ya pale Voi. Ama hapana, hii ni ya Isiolo hii. Lakini hawajui imepandwa mahali mbali sana.
Isiolo is somewhere I want to visit again, bana. Isiolo is so beautiful.
It's a beautiful.
Unajua, you know, one of the things when I was young I did not understand. Now that I'm older, unajua mimi natembeanga Kenya.
Yeah.
I travel Kenya. I usually go to places I've never been.
Yeah.
Just wezi kuja hapa sijui na land naenda tu Eldoret ama naenda nakaa Nairobi. You have to visit. Have you seen the national park in Marsabit? You will not believe it's like another country.
Yeah, it's another place.
So beautiful. Marsabit is beautiful. Na yani niliangalia Marsabit nikasema wala. Eh?
Yeah.
And for those single men, huko kuna warembo pia.
Huko wako wengi. Ni watamu. Unajua hao ni Oromo.
Oromo, kuna Borana, some Somali, Wagala huko, and
Rendile huko.
Rendile, boss. And then it's very contrary to popular.
Huko ndiko utamu yote iko nakwambia ndugu yangu.
Ndio nataka kuambia Wakenya hapa, contrary to popular belief, it is 50-50 there in terms of religion.
Yes,
people think it's just no. Catholics there and there are Muslims there, mixed, and they live together in harmony. So tembea Kenya bana, Kenyans, you have to visit your nation. Mimi sasa nataka nishamalizana na huko juu, nataka kwenda sasa huko chini.
Hata tayari kuangalia upande nyingine saa nyingine, kwa sababu huko hata unapata mambo imetulia kidogo.
You have to know your country. You have to know what you're fighting for. You have to know your people. Yeah, because there's a lady here. When we're doing elections, I think you've seen her. She comes here as one of our senior hosts. Anajitanga. She's got 2 nicknames. Nyakairo ama Maandamano.
Okay.
Mama Maandamano Kamili. She used to come here so that tujue kitamaduni chetu. Every day should come with a different name of the different tribes of Kenya, and I think that is important.
Yeah, it is.
We need to know. We need
to celebrate ourselves
and our diversity. Yeah.
Yes, because that is our main strength. And this sugarcoating and tiptoeing around the issue of tribe, there's nothing negative about tribe. You
should be proud of your tribe.
You should be extremely proud of your heritage.
Ebu tell these people when you're in Norway, during the King's Day, what do people wear?
That is usually not the King's Day, but actually it's the Constitutional Day.
Yes, that one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
17 mwezi wa 5.
Wanavanga nini?
Sasa unajua kila mji hapa, you have Oslo, Bergen, Trondheim,
Voss.
Voss.
Upland.
Sasa kila mji hapa wako na
Oslo.
wako na dialect zao. Ni kama sasa, I don't know how to say it, and they're very distinctive dialects. Na hizo dialects ndio utamaduni yao. You can say they are like sort of like sub-tribes of the mainstream Norwegian language and culture. Na kila mtu anavaa nguo zao za kitamaduni.
Yes, na ni wazungu.
Unaona kule mimi nimetoka huku. You know?
Na hapa wa Kenya tunaambiwa tuache utamaduni wetu, tusiongee tumetoka kutoka.
That's the biggest BS. So I can even give you an example. So I went tulikuwa home, when was it? This was the year after, this was 23. Yeah. So tukaenda hapo Bomas, mimi na watu wengi. Unajua ilikuwa ni haya sana kuonyesha watoto ati hivi ndivyo tulikuwa tunaishi. My brother, this place ni kama sheds, hata ile tunaita kwa Kikikuyu Kiugo, the shed. Hata ni safi kuliko vile wanaonyesha watu wetu walikuwa wanaishi. Hivyo ndivyo tumejikosea heshima.
Correct. Anyway, Julia ameingia hapa and the most useless host amerudi. Julia,
unapeleka daktari mbio.
Daktari atuoneshange heshima bana. Anatorokanga kila saa, tunamjua.
Anyway, I'm going to mute a little bit because I have to do something. Lakini I'll be on the loop.
Go ahead.
Nitakuwa nikisikiza.
Sasa Saseni.
Hi
Nashukuru.
shemeji.
Hello. Jambo.
Hi Kuzos.
Hello cousin.
Yes, sisi ni cousins. Kasongo apende asipende.
Tumebatizwa kazi. Tumetoka ndugu tukaingia kazo.
Apende asipende si ni cousins. So sasa nimeona Murkomen akisema ati we are misquoting him. Is he mad?
No. He did not say we misquoted him. He said that he did not say it. There's a difference.
Oh,
I'll tell
he said that he did not say it.
Yes.
Damage control.
Ati ameona debate. Mimi mpaka nimeenda nikatafuta Twitter handle yake nikamtumia direct message. Nikamwambia tena umeshikwa na baridi. Si ulituambia they shoot to kill. Na ukasema wewe ndio umesema na I'm telling you I went to his Twitter handle. I pray that he reads my message. You see Murkomen. Leo nimeona it's like some police are like we are not doing that trash. Hata nimeona kuna police waliita mkutano na wenyeji and we're having discussions kwamba of the way forward. I think it was in Kakamega or somewhere in Western region. They called Baraza with the people to agree to work together because the police are not buying this Murkomen's trash. And nimeona pia kuna polisi ati alikuwa ameshikwa leo ati he was in the protest. Ati alipatikana akiwa akiprotest. So the point I'm trying to pass is that hata polisi ni wa Kenya. The Kenyan police have mothers, fathers, sisters, siblings. So most of them will not buy that Murkomen's trash at shoot and kill. Shoot at sight. They will not buy that. Tena, the good thing that is going to help us ni kwamba juzi hivi karibuni recently some cops were arrested because of kifo ya Ojwang. Others have been made to pay on behalf of Lagat. So from that case in point ya Lagat kwamba kuna wenye wameshikwa and
Lagat was in KICC. You saw that? I sent you the video. You saw it.
Alikuwa juu akipeana amri people to be killed. And you see, so the police will not take that Murkomen's trash to shoot and kill. Let me say this. We are looking into a situation where the police will also turn and join Raia. Si mnasikia Sri Lanka hata police waliingia kwa protest. That is where Kenya is going. Because anyway, they're not even paying them well and they live in those tinned houses. Those unhygienic tinned houses. Unaishi hapo na bibi yako 3 men or 2 men with their wives and children in a tin house. So the police, they are not gaining anything from killing Kenyans and working with Murkomen. I hope the police can open their eyes and see that. So very soon the police on the other side of Kenyans. So Murkomen ataacha peke yake. Wacha hapo anasema ati he did not say it. He did not say it. Kwanza nimeona he's being quoted by international media that he ordered shoot to kill, or he gave orders of shoot to kill against protesters. I hope, hata now, mimi sidhani, he should be blocked from traveling. I guess we should start writing letters to the governments abroad. It was when you wako Europe, wanzie kuandika barua. Murkomen should be barred from traveling outside Kenya. Aone vile kunaendanga. So, hiyo ndio nimekuja kusema. Otherwise, hi cousins, tuko pamoja. Ruto must go. Must go. Asanteni. Next person.
Neutral anaweza sema. Neutral, can you say even if you are never neutral?
So you posed a question about execution of leaders, yeah? When you started the show, and I was interested to know, how that would be beneficial for us all. I mean, if it's a thing that will impact positively for the revolution or not. That's my first question. And also why I'm asking is because back in the day, I remember during the first term of Uhuru Kenyatta when people were, making a lot of noise about the rigging of the elections. And we marched and protested against the conduct of the IEBC. But also one of the things that people campaigned during Uhuru's campaign against that campaign was the history of Uhuru Kenyatta's mother in the destruction of wildlife in Kenya. And people were talking about this woman should be executed. It was things that people said at that time, and it caused divisions in the opposition, because people were saying so many things about the Kenyatta clan that were actually true, what they did in the history of Kenya. And so people wanted solutions, but they were going to perform justice of various kinds, including asking for execution of such people, family members, even Beth Mugo, and the way she was involved in the ivory, the trophies from rhinos and so on, and Mama Ngina Kenyatta. And the reason why I asked you that question is because we know that when we are angry, like the way we are about the situation that's happening in Kenya, we start to cherry pick, because you think about Ruto. Yes, he continues to, to do what can be considered by the Kenyan constitution as gross misconduct. And gross misconduct attracts an impeachment, either vote of no confidence on the government or vote of no confidence on the person who is purporting to be the president. The National Assembly starts a motion. It takes a couple of days, and then we know that the Senate takes over. You see the speed by which that happened, how they removed Rigathi Gachagua, within very, very short time. Okay? I am not saying that this is the only alternative, but when we speak of the execution of these leaders, and Mr. Ruto posed a question to Kenyans, is it yesterday or the day before yesterday? He said, and I listened to him very carefully, the man is there is a way he is charismatic. Let's not lie to ourselves. Even when he's in deep trouble, he tries to sneak out of it. And he's asking the obvious question: which way do you want me to vacate power? And he answers that question by saying, I'm only living as per the constitution, right? At CG 2027. Now, if we have other options, we know that parliament has been captured. How can we uncapture parliament? Is there any possibility that, of course, we know we have a rubbish speaker of the National Assembly, and the same applies to the Speaker of the Senate. These ones work together, they get orders from the executive. But if there was any chance that some MPs have decided, because of the temper, the temperament of the country, the way people are so shocked by what has been happening the last few weeks, and they decide to do what people want, which is, even if they don't want to impeach Ruto, they decide to pass a motion of no confidence on the national government. That one then makes the so-called president to to retire parliament, as in dissolve the government. You know, these things will take, you know, they will take turn. After one of the incredible things that you know that the politicians in parliament can do is to, you know, call for the vote of no confidence because of the misconduct, the gross misconduct, not just of a president, but of the national government itself. You can see how bold the police, for example, have become. You know, the example that Julia just gave there, there was that policeman from, I think he was the OCPD in Meru, a man called Ambrose Kialo, and he marched with the protesters. Now he is saying, you know, he gave he was interviewed by the media today, and he says that he was only escorting the protesters, but we know that this was something he did because he feels for Kenya that change must come. I'm speaking of so many issues here in one go because there's no one straight line to do this, because we have a packed list of problems. But when we say, you know, for example, and we say it every day, Ati Raila Odinga is the problem, William Ruto is the problem. Why are we not saying that our politicians are the problem? Because we used to say this kind of thing, yeah? But even this man is asking us, Ati, if you remove me, who are you replacing me with? You know, he's basically insulting us. But we're sitting here saying every single day.
Belfast, I think that question, we cannot concentrate on what Ruto is saying, and we know the replacement already. If he doesn't know we have a replacement, so we cannot concentrate on what Ruto is saying.
No, but like I just like to be to look at both sides. That's why I use the moniker neutral, and if it doesn't fit in, that's fine. That's what I prefer.
You are very partisan. You are not neutral.
Up to you. You know, that's your take. You know, but what my message is this: yeah, people are annoyed. We know this. You know, there's bloodshed. We know this, right? But then people are saying that some parts of Kenya are not collating with the rest of Kenya, and we don't care because we can still do this without those parts of Kenya. But when we say this, we know very well that we want to do this as one country, not just we ostracize other communities. This is the problem. We've reached a point where Ruto has managed to grab us, all of us, and now we're ready to blame each other, you know, to say, in fact, I see that every time, not just here, in many forums, when people are having debates now, they must ask, there's going to be a question, what tribe is really that person, or that other person, or this other person? And this situation makes me very, very, very upset about, because when you speak something different, you are seen as the problem. Me, I'm happy to accept that, because otherwise I would have left this channel many months ago. No, I decided to stay because I believe that I'm part of the solution like every other Kenyan. I was impressed by the way those young people in Kericho, for example, they dismounted that wheelbarrow, you know, symbol that was, you know, it was an ugly saw in that town. They said this man must step down. But after that, after the protests, well, there was no strategic way forward. And I blame this. I have to play the blame game here. I blame this on the fact that we don't have, like, everything has been captured. How can we get back to where things are not captured? You know, can you imagine NGOs have been captured? This was not Kenya back in like 20 years ago. All NGOs. You find a stupid person called Atwoli of the trade unions, saying ati the media houses should have been shut down, not just 5 hours, but a whole week. And that's a person who represents workers. So me, I've been saying here for some time that when Kenyans will decide to go and lock Atwoli's office, we hear that he's got bodyguards, armed men, just the same as a minister or something, because he has some kind of statutory role as a trade union officer, but also in effect, Kotu is mentioned in the Kenyan constitution. You know, the umbrella organization for trade. You know, so he has some power. But the day when Kenyans will decide to target such important, influential people, their offices, to make them not only feel that their relevance is gone, but now they must replace them with people who can change the country. We are going nowhere. We are going nowhere. Because me, I believe that if we have a person who holds the office of Atwoli, we have someone like Frederick Chiluba, who then became the president of Zambia when Kenneth Kaunda terrorized Zambia for so many years. Unfortunately, Chiluba then became worse than Kaunda towards the end. But we don't have a trade union official who can rally the people of Kenya and say this, enough is enough. So we can talk about Ruto every day and Raila, but we have no strategy. I speak with these guys who are supposed to have been championing our needs as Kenyans, you know, whether Kenyans in the diaspora or back home, and the things they say is that the trade unions have failed, and there is no NGO mechanism that can change the country. These are the things the governments used to fear back in the day. My last point, media houses. So KTN is owned by Gideon Moi. That's neither here nor there if shareholders come from across the board. The shareholders could be even William Ruto, you know. We don't know. But again, we're cherry picking when we say that now KTN has become the best thing since sliced bread. We know who Gideon Moi is. Gideon Moi, if you said the way you did, Mr. Njiru, that Ruto should be executed, I would put Gideon Moi straight up there on the same level with Gideon Moi. Because when the Kroll report was published, when Kibaki took power in 2002-3, Gideon Moi had hundreds of companies with nominated business people, mainly Asian, around the world, everywhere. Even presidents were involved in Gideon Moi's money. Different African presidents. This was a young politician. Back then, he was not even a politician, you know, and Kina Philip Moi. So the point here is, while we're blaming Ruto and Raila, and we know that they're a problem, we must target all these people who are a problem. And there are many. And so for me, the solution is to start mentoring the people who claim now to want to cause change in Kenya. They must start mentoring young people, not just sending them to the streets. Yes, that's one big solution to the problem. But they need to start mentoring these young people. It is not a crime. It's provided by the Constitution, freedom of association. There's nothing that Kinagachagua can fear, you know, to mentor young people who they believe can change the country. And this mentorship can go right into the trade unions as well. Me, I don't know if I'm obsessed with trade unions, because I believe that a country which has a fallacy of a trade union is a dead country. There's nothing there completely. Thank you. Zero, a 2-minute delay in a broadcast is terrible. Who is next?
Wait, what's happening? First, kuna mtu ameweka mic on, anaweza mute. Julu ameenda wapi? Okay. Let me talk, because it seems people don't want to talk. Eli, mbona unarudisha maneno ya Gideon Moi? Gideon Moi is not president right now. He never even became president. So he stole from Kenya, but there's one person affecting us directly, William Samuel Ruto. I feel like you are just distracting us. I feel like utaki tuongelele Ruto. I feel like you are indirectly protecting Ruto. Ama, you really have you don't like it when people criticize. Ruto is a president. Gideon Moi is not the president. Gideon Moi has never been president. And Ruto affects every other Kenyan directly. Another thing, sijui nani amesema Ruto anyongwe. I think Ruto has committed crimes that no other Kenyan has committed. At least hatujasikia Gideon Moi alilipa watu wakachomwe kwa kanisa. Gideon Moi never became president, and police were ordered to shoot and kill. So I feel like Eli, you are distracting us. You are using distraction tactics. I'm sorry to say that, but that is what I feel like. And hata kama unasema wewe ni neutral, wewe utaki mtu akisema Ruto aende, lakini sisi saa hii shida yetu ni Ruto. Umesema ati he asked us how to go. It is simple, he can resign. Is that rocket science? Is it rocket science to resign? It's not rocket science. He can resign from power. And ask me what will happen? At what will happen if Ruto resigns? If Ruto resigns, the constitution says it is Kindiki. But you know what? We shall go to court and prevent Kindiki from being sworn in. So that Wetangula is sworn in, because Wetangula can only be president for 3 months, within which he's supposed to go for a general election. So Ruto doesn't know how that would work. That's how it would work. So history at he realized, and when Ruto, we have 51 million Kenyans who can replace Ruto. So what is this question that in Kienda, what mtafanya? It's not the small little god of Kenya. So I feel like Eli, you are just using distraction tactics. Mara sijui tuko sijui kwa minerals, sijui mara tuko wapi. Shida yetu sahi hata si minerals. Shida yetu ni somebody called William Samuel Ruto na serikali yake. And I appreciate that you have said that everything has been captured. Parliament has been captured. Yes. So our problem, who has captured it? William Samoei Ruto. So if we remove Ruto, we shall cross the bridge. Jini naona umetokea. Uko naongea.
Ni sawa, wacha mwamba ashike. Bwana Mwamba, go ahead. Bwana Mwamba ni kama hayuko ama ni aje? Okay, basi. RB, where are you? Mwamba, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I've been waiting for a long time, so I got out of the house. I'm driving, so I can't talk much.
Okay.
So, give me some minutes, I'll come.
Okay. Okay, let me ask a question. Julia, can you tell me now, like, do you think there is a solution based on what Ruto is speaking, or maybe the next course of action? That is the question I asked. Do you think like there is light at the end of the tunnel, or we have to keep on fighting? Many people have to still continue dying.
Solution from who? From Ruto?
No, sasa vile iko pale tumefika, what should we look at? Like what should we point to? Like tuendelee kungojea Ruto, or our agitation continues? Where should we point to? To
Agitation continues. Kenya should not keep quiet. Hata kama agitation itaenda mpaka 2027, well and good. Ikitupata hivyo, that will be the best thing. So we have prepared Kenyans that there's no way Ruto can be sworn in second term. Tuko tumeprepare wa Kenya, tumewatayarisha. So if he doesn't know, what is that foolishness he was asking at the end the aje? Resign. Is that not a stupid question to ask even in the first place?
Na nasikia ati area akisema ati the guy looks wise. How do you come to ask people nitaenda aje? And the constitution explains very well.
The constitution is clear. Resign. Is that rocket science to say resign? And then I already said that Ruto is charismatic. Charismatic how than Mkora.
You don't know, Julia, there is something you are not understanding. When you start supporting somebody, or when you start when you start supporting somebody, unasikianga wakiongea vizuri. Hujaijua hivyo?
Sijui hapa sister semea
When you're in love with somebody, even if
Njeru, please, you give me the right to respond, okay? First of all, Julia, it's not true that I'm trying to distract the conversations here. I know that people are angry with the state of affairs. I am one of them. And I was giving an opinion and a facts-based approach historically. I know that one of the things we don't enjoy is to discuss history. But me, I prefer to relate to the past in our conversations about our politics. Because I believe that that's the only way we can understand the country, and then we reshape it. I remember even that time of the campaigns, Mr. Ruto was saying that, oh, history. Oh, we don't want history. Hiyo ni ujinga. So hatutaki history. That Ruto was saying that. I remember during the campaigns, you know. But this is Raila Odinga's way of feeling that he is pitching his place during the campaigns. Everyone has different ways of doing things. But the one thing I would not do is to judge people about how they make their presentation. If you say something and you believe that that's the best way possible, fine. But to say that that me, I'm trying to distract the conversation and make people turn away from the real debate. No, people are independent forces. They can think for themselves. So if you sit here and talk for 10 hours, like Fidel Castro used to do, you know, you can either be believed or not. You know, people sat to listen to Fidel Castro, the longest speech ever. It's been there. It's been recorded in the Guinness Book of Records. I think it was 9 hours or something. And then he had a short break. He continued again. And he spoke and spoke and spoke. Now, do we know whether those people believed him or not? So I think it's fair to just let someone give their presentation, however stupid it sounds, I know that the emotions are running really rife because we know what is happening to our country. And it's the point when Ruto talks like that, right? And if he doesn't talk, we will still blame him. Any politician in that position, we will still find a way to say, what kind of leader is this, right? But for me, I think that what Njiru said earlier, that Mr. Ruto and the others should be executed. Actually, I hope that Njiru was using metaphors, because it's easy to say such things when you're in the diaspora. Will you say such things when you're in Kenya? Njiru, you won't. You will not.
Why do you think Ruto should not be executed?
No, Njiru, listen to me. You will not say such things when you're in Kenya. But you can say such things when you're abroad. Why? Because you know, these guys, they're ready to kill. That's what they're ready to do. You know what has happened in the past week.
A constitutional process where we will prosecute him and we execute him. That's what I'm trying to talk. We need a tribunal to put these people on trial. I don't think that one is a mistake. People are always
the Kenyan constitution and the death sentence. Even that. Just talk about that. Even before the 2010 constitution, it doesn't really say. You know, the judges don't really pass that as a thing that should happen, that someone is hanged. I think the last one was in the 80s that was officially, you know, hanged. Others were, of course, extrajudicial killings, which are many.
They hanged idlers. They hanged the people who actually do. Hanging makes meaning when you hang politicians, epic politicians in the society. But you cannot tell me you are hanging a retro man and you are telling me that you are solving anything. If
no, I see where I understand you.
Presidents, cabinet secretaries, PSs, head of parastatals. Those are the people you need to hang. Not like to
okay.
hang and hurry.
Now you are talking. Now you're talking. Now look at the shambolic mess that we do when someone has been, you know, there's been a public arrest, or what do you call the public execution of pickpockets in the town, where literally they stone someone to death. Why do you think Kenyans have never tried that with, say, Cyrus Jirongo, Gideon Moi, Ruto, any thief in ODM or any political party? Why? Why are we cherry picking when it comes to that? And that's why I'm saying that we still don't have an organized way of solving our problems. What we're doing is we're identifying the problem and we use knee-jerk reactions. And that's taking us nowhere. You know, these so-called protest, riots, the people were saying that they're riots, the government people. These were spontaneous actions. Me, I don't believe that CG Gachagua is sitting somewhere making phone calls and saying this will happen today. X number of people will dish out 2,000 shillings to each person who is involved here and there. You know, these are spontaneous actions. But even if these are spontaneous actions, what was it that the results that we intended to get? I feel very bitter. I'm sorry if this is going to annoy some people here, that 16 people have died. Actually, they were saying 19 by today. 19 people who should not have died wameuliwa na serikali because of the way we've not strategized, or the people who have been mobilizing did not. No, we can say that yes, the state has interfered with the protests and the police have massacred people. That's very true. But what we're not saying is, was it necessary for Kenyans to lose 19 people? You know, because we did not strategize. We didn't come to say, this is the results we're expecting on that day. There was nothing. Now, right now, you can hear people talking about Saba Saba, right? It's all over the place. People are going to protest on the 7th of July. But nobody is talking about what is the ultimate, which means the young people will be on the front line and they will be shot again. I am sorry if this sounds bad, yeah? But that's why the people of Nyanza, they've downed their weapons. They have said enough. And you can call me a tribalist, but they have said enough. They've tried it, but it didn't work. So the people of Nyanza, majority, stopped going for, to cast their votes. The ones who decided they're not casting their vote. From 2017, a lot of people decided we're not voting. But they were there attending the campaigns and everything. So we need to sit down and understand these people of Nyanza. Just try and understand their predicament, not just to dismiss them, but try and understand them and bring them back by trying to understand them, but bring them back. So if you go to Cyprian Nyamwamu's Facebook, I'm sure a lot of you know Cyprian Nyamwamu, the advocate. He wrote an article yesterday, and he said that there are only 4 communities right now who are dividing the country. And those 4 communities, they should not be dismissed, they should be loved, they should be brought back. He claimed that those 4 communities don't like each other, whichever way it cuts across diagonally or whichever way it could be. So he mentioned the Somalis versus Kikuyu, the Kikuyu versus Kalenjin, the Luo versus Kikuyu. There were 4 communities. There was no Luya, no Kisi, no Kamba, no nothing, And when I read that article from an accomplished lawyer, an academic, I felt this person is speaking the truth, but not the full truth. Because the full truth is like when you decide that now there's just this one community that has decided not to join Kenyans, and they are from Nyanza. But people are not asking why. Is it because their politicians have told them not to do so, or them as a person, as an individual, they have decided that they don't want to get involved? It's the same thing, and it's my last, I'm giving a comparison. This thing that I'm explaining happens in Nigeria. The Igbos used to be the people on the front line. The Igbos, the other communities in Nigeria have been begging the Igbos for a long time to get back on the streets, to protest, to change Nigeria. The Igbos said no. Enough is enough. We lost over 1 million people during the Biafran War. We are not fighting. Of course, the Luos did not lose even 10,000. The people who have died, a majority of people who have died in those parts of Nyanza were mainly around Kisumu and the Kibera Luos, and maybe to some extent Homa Bay. Some places were not touched as the key places in Luo Nyanza. But it's because there's been stereotypes about how they get involved in mass protests. But me, I believe that all Kenyans get involved in mass protests. It's just unfortunate that for some reason, the Luo community has suffered the most in recent times. But Kikuyus suffered during the fight against the colonialists. I think 80 or 90% of those who were massacred in the British Gulag and all that history were Kikuyus. So something is happening where people should try and strategize. The problem with the digital world is difficult to mobilize people to strategize in a single format in one way. You know, you can't compare it with the 1990s where there was like disciplined strategic outcomes. But now it's difficult because the young people, they'll be tired, they go home, they'll be devastated by what has happened to their comrades, and they'll be thinking, what next? Am I going to do this again? People are desperate. I think one of the biggest problems we have right now, Jiru, and the rest of the panel, is that the people who are potentially going to protest and those who are already going to protest, a lot of them don't have jobs. You know? So hii kitu kiwashika, so mtu anaogopa kwenda nini kwa protest, alafu hata akienda sijui kazi yake itakuwaje kesho. Unaona? It's a very, very disturbing situation that's facing the country. But I'd rather look at what is it that we can do. What is the best format? That guy asked Kenyans, you want to remove me? How? He actually gave Kenyans he's given them the tickets to remove him. He has said, how do you want to remove me? And we're sitting there debating. He's actually asked Kenyans openly to remove him from power. And you can see some domino effect in terms of police officers. It's not even that OCPD in Meru, Kialo, but there are so many police officers, you see them now online speaking openly, yeah? But this thing, it will catch some flame. I know that if it is organized, then, and Ruto has openly asked people to remove him because he has said, how are you going to remove me? We're just waiting. How are you going to remove me? You should not leave this thing to politicians only. I believe that right now in these forums, we need to start talking about who is leading our trade unions, because trade unions are very, very powerful organizations. And this is one of the organizations that Mr. William Ruto relies on. You can see that every time there is some kind of issue affecting the country, they're waiting for Francis Atwoli to speak. And you will never hear any other trade union official speaking. It's always Atwoli. Always. The other guy who was head of the doctors and the nurses union, he's now the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health. Or obviously been captured. So if we may not have enough power to influence what happens in Kotu, the trade union, but we have enough power because we can start speaking about these things every single day and spread the word. Thank you.
Okay, sawa, neutral. Mwamba, are you ready now? Bwana Mwamba, uko tayari? Wow. Okay, RB, are you there? Nani yuko?
Yes,
Mute?
yes.
Okay.
Ngoja kidogo.
Okay. So, naona mute.
Hivyo unanisikia?
Nakusikia, go ahead.
Yeah, so well, the issue of ama Momba amerudi?
Hapana, hajarudi.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, hii mambo ya a trade union is kind of sketchy. I don't know what to say because Atoli has publicly supported this government for very, very many years, you know, and even to the extent of, alikuwa amesemeka, he had even called for social media censorship, which in itself positions him as a default defender, you can say, of the ruling, this ruling class. So his close association with the government agencies, you know, it gives him some influence, but also undermines the independence of the trade union bloc. And if you look at a country like Kenya, majority of these people who are hitting the streets, they are actually under the age of 30. Na hiyo ndio ile bulk ya wale watu ambao ni unemployed. Does anyone have any minutes on Atwali's input on what is happening? That would be my question. Because here we're talking a population of around 53, 54, and probably close to 6 million of these youth, they're totally unemployed. Nao ndio wanahusika kututetea sasa hivi. So that puts the main trade union, KOTU, in the midst of what is happening as a root cause, because people, they are airing their grievances, which are actually unemployment. I don't know what you think about this. Any input, Dr.
Okay, sawa. Mwamba, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, you see neutral. Okay, Mwamba ametoka. I wanted to ask a question for some of us who are here.
Jiru nani amekuuliza swali? Arabia Kamuliza, he asked you a question about that trade union thing. You didn't respond. Ama upo namsikiza?
No, me story a trade union with huyu jamaa. Kuna vile tu I gave up with on trade union because they are never serious people. At worry, I don't see trade union doing anything in Kenya. So I don't know, maybe RBC mimi sijui nitakwambiaje, but me I don't follow the issues of trade union. So Neutron ndiye anatakanga kutuambia story ya trade union hapa. But trade union is captured. So if KOTU can have a Tory from 1966 up to now, so what are we talking about trade union in Kenya? So Kenyan trade unions are useless. So I think hatuwezi fika hiyo level ya Ceausescu, whereby like the trade unions during Ceausescu execution, trade unions were in the front. Kama sahii unaona kama Kenya sahii, if KOTU was serious, wangekuwa hata washaingia na wakaanzia kutoa kasongo, because those are the people being affected by taxes na vitu zingine. But it is shocking that at all trade union in Kenya, they don't seem interested with kasongo. It's shocking. Like hata wakati wa maandamano hatuoni hata bana zao. I don't know what I can say, Juria, when it comes. So trade unions in Kenya are useless. I don't want even to talk about them. They are the most useless institutions in the Kenya.
Okay, what about student associations? Because those were very active.
You
in
see,
the 80s.
even student association in Kenya have already been hijacked. Are you aware that the recent elections, almost all universities elected Kalijins as chairman and secretary generals? So even Ruto already hijacked the student bodies, Kitambo. So any place where people can voice, Ruto has already hijacked them. So we can only rely on these voices of the streets now. These voices, in these places where people, any place which is organized in Kenya, Ruto has captured. Bwana RB, any place, hata saa hii maandamano yetu, if we organize it, Ruto will capture it. The reason why we can make inroads, it is because the model is not conventional. But once the model becomes conventional, huyu ndiye kiongozi wetu sijui ni nini, utaona maandamano tena. And that's why I like it the way it is, because you have no one to buy. Ruto ashanunua bunge, akamaliza alinunua Raila. So I thought now it was like that rich fool who said, now I can sit down and relax. But Ruto didn't know that another people would come. That is a problem which we have with the issues of trade union. Actually, kama kuna watu wanafaa kuongoza maandamano Kenya, ni trade union. But they cannot do it because they are not interested. Kotu Dhuru Atuori has managed to tell them that their issues are correct. Remember, majority of Kenyan workers are not being paid even wages which are consummate to the economy. You understand? In Kenya, unajua Kenya majority watu walipi kulingana na economy or kulipwa like the way I see like in na msiniambie naongea story ya developed, like in developed countries you will hear people talking about wages and the way they don't want wages to be so much disparited. I want to give you an example, for example, because I have seen that. Like, for example, in the US, a professor and in some universities, professors are paid most annual salaries. In the US, they pay people in annual salary. Unasikia like a professor is paid like around 70 to 80,000 in some universities, depending with some states, maybe like most southern states, 70 to 80,000. Then unakuta pia like even other teachers are close to there, 60 to 70. Like you will not meet that disparity whereby like in Kenya, mwalimu wa nursery analipwa ngiri 4 ama ngiri 5. Mwalimu wa nursery analipwa ngiri 5. Then there is also another teacher who is being paid like 100,000. And these people will go to the same. It doesn't make sense because you are paying, and that is one of the things which I don't understand in Kenya, where kuna mtu analipwa milioni 1 na kuna mwingine analipwa 8,000. I don't understand, like are we trying to say that some jobs are more dignified than others? Like I don't refuse, ni sawa kuna zile kazi watu wanalipwa pesa mingi, but why is this gap so much? Hadi kuna mtu analipwa pesa, he cannot even afford life. You are working, your kids cannot go to school, you cannot eat even lunch. You even start asking yourself question, why are you working? So these are some of the, and the court cannot handle that. Atuori cannot handle that. Like Atuori cannot even handle like the issues of labor issues. Places whereby like even workers are being tortured by their employer. Have you ever seen a court doing anything? So asking for court to talk for Kenyans is like asking for things which do not like they cannot do anything. So I always hear Belfast here talking here about trade union here, but to me, I don't want to concentrate with trade unions in Kenya because they are shit.
Njiru, let me help you there. The era of trade unions having a direct impact in the politics worldwide has diminished. If you look at even here in the US, there was a time if a trade union endorses you, it's a big thing. But over time, the way the trade unions were doing their politics, there was a time it was a progressive movement whereby you could see honestly they are fighting for the workers. But there was a time again you could see that the trade unions were playing their internal wars. If you look at the history now, for example, let's not even go to other countries. For instance, this country, I can tell you that the collective bargaining that the trade unions have always had has diminished. You can see even the Trump administration said it became too political, and I mean, they just want to put a stop to it. And that's why we are not seeing that. But let's take a classic example in Kenya. A couple of years ago, the NAT was one trade union that truly teachers respected. It degenerated to be a personal property of Sossion to a point when Sossion was appointed to be a nominated member of parliament. He refused to secede his seat, and there was a tug of war to a point that NAT lost a lot of membership to Kupet. And I think Julia knows that tug of war. traditionally NAT was for maybe higher students, it was for primary, and CUPET was for higher, for secondary, something of the sort, but now it became a mixture. And what happened on the other side too? What happened on the other side too was, you know, they also nominated an individual to become their Secretary General, to become a member of parliament. And to this end, NAT and CUPET degenerated to become a puppet for the government. They cannot negotiate anymore. What happened over time? We gave KOTU so much power to a point that single-handedly Atuoli could decide who is going to campaign for, put his own money and use money also for KOTU, to not listening to what? To the trade members, the union members. And over time, Atuoli has become the most pathetic individual when it comes to the negotiation of what? You've seen throughout the last, whether Uhuru was in power, whether Kibaki was in power, whether now Ruto is in power, he has always wanted to side with the government and not negotiate. So how do you expect such kind of movements, because there used to be movements in the 60s? That is how Tom Mboya became very popular, through a trade union. And that is how, with him working with also JF Kennedy, had a collaboration, and that's how he was able to do what? Campaign for JF Kennedy as a trade unionist. That era has diminished totally, because trade unions have become part and parcel of the existing government. If you look again, even in South Africa, where CODESA or COMESA, something like that, one of the most powerful trade unions in the world, because it aligned itself with the people, the black people of South Africa, it has become totally a puppet of ANC. They are not fighting for the mine workers. So I'm trying to tell you that that era is finished. Now, when we come to student movements, now, I don't know if you know how the Senate has been recomposed, how it used to be in our era when you were in the university, how the Senate and how, you know, the leadership of universities was being selected, and how it was independent, how it was respected, and the autonomy it had. Now that has been infiltrated to a point that, if you look, a case example, a couple of years ago when Morara was seeking to become, and many people did not see that, but Morara started also his politics in the university. He was totally blocked by the administration. So the administration actually clears you, accept who becomes a what? And then you are directly paid from State House. So how do you expect people who are cleared by the university, more especially the VC, and then his payroll is coming from the university, to be agitating for the student rights? I think greediness has brought us to that level. People had personal sacrifice and ambitions, especially the leadership of student and also trade union. The other day, you saw the nurse, this guy who was Panyika, or who, this guy who was the Secretary General for the nurse union, who actually campaigned for Ruto seriously. And when Ruto did not give him what he wanted, then he wanted also to criticize Ruto. What happened? That union has been almost destabilized completely. If you look at the Doctors and Dentist Association, some of its leadership was taken and put in the Ministry of Health, very high positions, and even some of them were taken to international, I think the former Secretary General for the Dentist and the Medical Doctors Association was given a very posh, lavish seat outside the country. So I think Ruto knew ahead of time how to play and neutralize. I don't think you will ever have a NAT, a KOTU, or any trade union will be powerful to agitate and become very powerful politically as the era of Moi and coming a little bit to Kibaki when we had one of the longest strikes ever. So we should not even talk about that. But generally, all over the world, if you look even in the US, the role of trade unions has diminished completely. In fact, people don't see the benefit of becoming a member of a trade union anymore, because after all, you are paying a lot of money as a membership. I don't know if you know that being a member of a trade union, you pay a lot of money, but in the end of the day, they don't agitate nothing for you. Has taken over it. Look at some of the collective bargains that we had for teachers over years. Who talks about they should be added the salary, so on and so forth? You saw the nurses here, you saw the clinical officers here, you saw even the doctors agitate what even the government proposed, not even what they proposed. The government said, no, you cannot say that. We are proposing this. Then they accepted what the government proposed. And the government is still refusing to give their proposal, but nothing is being done. So do you even think we have trade unions anymore? We should not even waste time in terms of trade unions and student leadership. I think the new movements that we are having are going to be more lethal and more surgical, and I think that is why Ruto fears them more. And that is why you see people like Murkomen acting and speaking the way they are acting, because I think such kind of movements that do not have leadership that they can contact openly, directly, negotiate, buy, sell, are better than leadership that we put in and expect, like functional institutions whereby Ruto can threaten, buy them, fire them, or cause political expediency within to remove those leadership. So I think the only option we have right now is the kind of demonstrations we have, that you cannot buy anybody, you cannot sell anybody. They're just organic, they happen, we threaten them, and they don't know what to do. We have a movement right now whereby I think Ruto doesn't know what to do. He's using mere theatrics and threats. Why? Because he doesn't have anybody to buy. So let's forget about student leadership. Let's forget about unions and trade unions. Let us focus on having amorphous and organic organization or movements that nobody can be bought. If we say Sabasaba, we are coming out, they don't know who to tell, who to stop, who to persuade, who to negotiate with. I think that is the better way to deal with the government. Thank you.
Okay, kidogo nani Albika Breweke, because we are talking about labor. Nataka kuwekea a sound clip here from your useless labor movement.
There is no Gen Z now. Maraga is not a Gen Z. Wamalo is not a Gen Z. Kalonzo Musyoka is not a Gen Z. Wamunyoro is not a Gen Z. There is no Gen Z now. Maraga is not a Gen Z.
So, as you ask each other questions, also try to percolate about that. So, the guy is saying that there's no Gen Z now. Moody, can you react to that? That's the head of labor movement in Kenya. And that's why
I don't know what is happening to our elders. I used to think Moi was the most stupid guy ever in terms of how he treated that country. But looking back, I think we must give Moi a lot of respect, because in the end of the day, whether he was dictatorial or not, he gave autonomy to institutions. And by the end of when he left, we had formidable institutions that could agitate. What has become the elders of our society right now is very shameful. I don't know what legacy they will leave. There are people that used to stand on the stage and we give them a lot of respect in last general election. And we kept on questioning that even though we are giving them all this respect, they seem to be obscene in one way or the other, how they speak. But the chicken have come home to roost. You can almost be guaranteed that the enemies of progress are the people who have tested power for too long. When they say that there are no GNCs, the question is, who are you representing to tell them there are no GNCs? And yet you were there before them, and you are still today. If there was another person speaking that way, I could listen. But by the time Maraga was in Form 4, Atwoli was already in what? In Kotu.
By the time Kalonzo was the university, Atwoli was already in. Look at Eugene Wamalo. By the time he was in primary or nursery school, Eugene, this guy was already in. So who is he to lecture us that this person is not a GNC? I think that is a very embellic behavior, and nobody should give this person a platform. And then we should bring back the reason why people disappear from Kotu. There are people who have died and disappeared from Kotu. There is a reason why people fear to contest against him, and because they have the same similarities with Ruto. So I think birds of the same feather flock together. There is no way you can tell me that it's by coincidence that Raila, Ruto, and Atwoli are in the same crop of coalition right now. It is not by accident. It's because these people have similarities, which is they want to die while holding positions. Yes.
Alex, just a point there. You spoke about the trade unions. They don't put much impact into the change that society wants now, in a global stage or even local. But I want to focus on in fact, the last few sentences you've mentioned about Kotu. George Muchai, who was murdered a few years ago, an MP, and also he was the Deputy Secretary General of Kotu. If you go to the Vanguard News, which is reputable news outlet, and you will find a story that was done in terms of investigative journalism about how and why George Muchai was killed on the streets of Nairobi, that morning. And I think it was Kenyatta Avenue. George Muchai, he found out how Francis Atwoli and some of his mates in the trade union movement had embezzled 190 billion Kenyan shillings over time. And that Atwoli had over 13 different accounts that he was operating from. I won't say more because you'll find that in the Vanguard News, okay? And Muchai was an exceptional union leader, right? And okay, it's true that him and Atwoli, they grew up together in Nairobi. They knew each other very well. But Muchai was what Atwoli isn't. He was fighting for workers' rights. And if he had been given that opportunity, by the way, I don't even, up to this date, I don't understand how Muchai decided to get into politics and become an MP while still serving as a trade union leader. But I think that Atwoli and his group within Kotu did not want such a voice of change within the trade union movement. And that's why they had to get rid of him. It's known. It's public knowledge, okay? But to say that trade unions don't count for nothing, even at the global stage. For example, in the UK, you find that the Trade Union Congress is very, very impacting on elections in the UK because they align themselves with the Labour Party. In fact, many policy decisions the Labour Party doesn't make without consulting the Trade Union Congress, which is the largest trade union in the UK. It's like a bit like Kotu. Those right-wingers in the Conservative Party, they have their own thing, which is like a business-related forum, Confederation of British Industry and things like that. These things still have an impact. Yes, it's true to say that the world over, the trade union movement, its role has diminished. including in Africa.
Exactly,
But
that's the word I used, that they have a
yes,
diminished role. And if you realize what our friend was asking, he wants them to take the role they used to take, and prominently. I mean, if you look at Kenya, for example, there is a way they could actually sway and bring the government into what? Into account. And I didn't say that they don't have that clout anymore. I say it has diminished to a point they have degenerated to become somehow a puppet. I said the leadership, not the union itself, the leadership is disappointing. But
okay.
if they
So you see, Atwali's his last term is ending in 2026. What can we do as people who are not even members, or what can people do in Kenya so that the person who succeeds Atwali or the team that succeeds him are totally different from what we see now? Because they can sing the song that the young people are singing rather than what is happening now. The reason why I'm speaking about these trade unions is because a large workforce in Kenya will rely on trade unions if they were given, for example, free membership, if, for example, the trade unions was targeting people in low-paid jobs, which is not happening at the moment. But something that, if a trade union can trigger anything during these times of turmoil, whereas a person who holds a big job like Atwali can say, Kesho, everyone is downing their tools. We are going to demonstrate on the streets. We will take over. We will occupy, different spaces of government. That's an influential organization that has been guaranteed that protection in the constitution, sometimes even more than Wananchi himself or herself. But I totally agree what you're saying, that the role is diminishing. But it is in Kenya, if you look at East Africa, it's only in Kenya where trade unions were once very powerful. NGOs were very, very powerful. Like, I can't even think of a country that had such powerful NGOs like Kenya in the whole of Africa, maybe South Africa. But Kenyan NGOs are dead. So we need to start thinking about how does this space be revived? Okay, if we know that's the diminished role of the trade union, what about the NGOs? What have they done wrong that this now people don't care about the role of the NGO in terms of changing Kenya? A lot of these politicians you see in the last parliament, actually no, the second last parliament, they came about because of NGOs. These ones here who are sitting in parliament now, not many of them went into parliament because of their activities in the NGO movement. It may just sound theoretic, but these are facts that we are doing something, but we're not trying to think what is it that we're aiming at. How are we going to dislodge such a government that conspires and also does gross misconduct? That gross misconduct thing has been addressed in the constitution quite comprehensively. It's there. Any person who purports to be leading the country or a county, gross misconduct is enough. If you look at the way they dislodged Mr. Gachagua from power at the gross misconduct, they were accusing him, including family issues about Aliba Pesa, the property, the estate of his brothers, some stupid things which we don't even know, that they can be corroborated. Look at the speed. I'm going back to history. Look at the speed at which they removed Gachagua. We've never seen anything like that in the country. Why is it that there's no such speed? We have to ask ourselves that question. These are the same MPs. Why? Well,
let me remind you, Eli, two examples recently we have seen that trade unions with the right leadership, with the right mindset, can make an impact. When we were fighting Adani, unfortunately, the trade unions realized that Kenyans have taken over, and they were very dormant. And because of the embarrassment, they joined us. And that is when I think you could see the leadership come and talk about the airport, so on and so forth, because the country was at stake and we were questioning the roles of the trade unions. Finally, they came out, and because the people agitated for it. Look at the case of, and this was so subtle, many people did not see it. And quickly, Ruto had to spin doctor and make sure it doesn't continue. When the trade union, not the trade unions, when the unions, Kupet and Minat, came together and said, we are going to have a night vigil for Ojuan of all teachers throughout the country. That Friday, they came. And what happened? Money was poured to these two because they realized how many teachers are in Kenya. And the vigil has to be held in every school in commemoration of Albert Ojuan. That was going to be the end of Ruto. What did they do? They quickly ran and made sure. So trade unions and unions are one of the key areas because the distribution of workers is not ethnic. It is through, it's not by proxy. It is not by corruption or anything. You will find a teacher in this area, in this area, in this area, both secondary, both primary, ECD, so on and so forth. So when all teachers came together in their own unions, in one pillar, it makes an impact. And that is what Ruto fears most. We will say this, in terms of unions, they have a potential to be what they used to be, and they can be at any time if there is a good will. If you remember a couple of years, how did our union become what they became? The Labour Committee in Parliament was deluded, and if you can Google and understand how the Labour Committee in Kenya is composed, it's totally different from the judicial and others. Why? Because for a very long time, politicians have come to know that one of the key areas that brings a nation into standstill is when labor unions go in loggerheads with the government, because it is a national issue. You will find workers throughout the country. And therefore, you are not going to say that you're going to come only to Nairobi to quell things, or you go to Kisumu or Kondele there, or you go to Kisii the way, Ruto would like to do. When unions do their work very well, the government is completely confused. So, for instance, I'll tell you the issue of Ojua. There was a vigil that was held on the whole Friday, the whole of the country, and that brought fear within that government. And when Kotu joined the issue of Adan, that thing was cancelled right away. We are not saying that the trade unions do not have the power, but the goodwill that the trade unions used to have, it's the leadership that was not greedy. The leadership that knew that it was transient. They have their period, they perform their work, and they will finish, they will go. When elections come, they accept the outcome of the election, they go. Look how Sosion did. Sosion overstayed an organization that had over 1 million. I don't know, Julia, you can help me. All of a sudden, I think it had only over 100,000. They could not even support their own organization. So you stay over there, you overstay there, you want to load over people, you end up losing the membership. And the government is happy about that. Why? Because trade unions, as you have said, are some of the most powerful instruments Kenyan used to have Section 2A removed out of a constitution and even give us a new constitution. Also, the issue of that you have brought the NGO. Kisumu, my hometown, Kisumu, if you look at it, 80% of people who are earning and building and doing business in Kisumu is courtesy of what? NGOs. And probably you said, and also the money is coming from So recently that money was cut by Trump, and let me tell you, Kisumu is really crying, and the economy is going down. But even so, trade unions, the NGOs have had very big problem with the government in the recent years because they had to, I don't know, there was an organization that was meant to sanction these people whenever they make noise, so that they start cutting or blocking their funds out of. There was an organization that was put as a middle there. I forgot the name of the organization, so that anytime an NGO becomes so powerful, especially the civil rights, and they start making noise, their money was blocked and cut. You remember the other day, even you said, and its leadership, when we had last year GNC protesting, they said it was them who were funding, and at some point, the Ford Foundation, was it the Ford Foundation or what, was also done what, sanctioned by the government, and told some of its leaders were told to go back to America. And I think eventually the leadership had to be changed by Biden. So you can see the politics in it. The thing is, the government does not have the goodwill to allow such institutions to be independent and perform their duties so that they can oversee some of these things that Ruto doesn't want us to tackle. So what I'm saying, if we keep on putting our heads on student leadership, on trade unions, on NGOs, whereby Ruto understands which pin to turn right or left to make them, bulge down, it's going to be a waste of time. What ought we to do? We need now to form this amorphous, organic movements that cannot be bought. For now, to fight Ruto, because they are very effective, instead of trying to find how to take Atwoli out. Because taking Atwoli out, obviously, we are not going to bring Eli or Julia in, who is going to be for you. The whole institutions have been infiltrated by Ruto people. And that is why you find them going to politics. Don't be surprised that the Deputy General Secretary of Kotu had to become a member of parliament. That was a wrong move. You can't become a legislator when you are a trade unionist. It's a very wrong thing. You have to resign your position and then you become a member of parliament. I think that was the right thing. And I think Raila also brought that into the epic of that, because if you remember, it's Raila who nominated Sosion because of the standstill the teachers used to have all the time with the government. So they thought it was good if they have their own member in the Committee of Education and the Committee of Labor so that they can bargain, only to realize it was a big mistake. Me seeing Sosion at the beginning, I thought it was going to be good for the teachers. But, Sosion was already bought, and you can almost see him daily on morning shows that this guy had never been, was never been, and will never be for the union. He was always for his stomach.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. I think it is extensive. For now, I agree. We need that organic movement, which Ruto does not know where to approach it. You can see any organized institution in Kenya has been bought, including the opposition. Raila Odinga is now the government. And siku hizi hata yeye ndiye anatetea Raila kuliko anatetea Ruto kuliko vile Ruto anajitetea. Maybe before I bring Jerome Maura, both the Belfast mbona ameondoka. Bundi, maybe I can ask you this one because I was shocked. How did you get the news when Raila Odinga is saying that he cannot quit Ruto? Like, what is the story there? Like, yeah, why is he like telling Kenyans I cannot? Why is he announcing it? Who asked him? Because he was categorical saying that I have been approached by opposition. I don't want them. For now, I have to be with Ruto. Who asked him that? why does he think that he is still relevant in Kenya? So like, why? Maybe the question which I would ask you, Alex, why is Raila Odinga still in the illusion that he is that important politician in Kenya? Why is he not able to understand is today and his yesterday are different? Maybe you can help us diagnose that.
Actually, I will not lie that I'm not surprised. For me, each day this man surprises me. And the reason it surprises me is for a very long time, I thought he was a Democrat and I thought he had a good will for this country. And I always believed with him in power, Kenya was moving forward, and we truly believe in his ideologies, even though the guy used to say he's a social democrat, which sometimes used to make me a little bit, because I'm a little bit of a conservative anyway. So when somebody tells me he's a social democrat, sometimes I shiver. But anyway, a couple of years ago,
unless maybe my voice is going away.
okay, a couple of years ago, when Ruto just won, and he was Ruto was actually appointing his cabinet, Mbadi came up with a narrative that Ruto skunk, and he had a very cogent debate and submission in Parliament on how Ruto has picked his skunk, and he was so elaborate about the skunk that Ruto had picked, and today you can realize that Mbadi and the rest had always been a skunk, given the fact that if you look when Mbadi was being appointed to that seat, it surprised me that Mbadi was worth 400 million. And that's to say, that is the bare minimum that he had to say, so that we are not surprised. I tend to think that there is so much that we don't know, but yet there is so much we are knowing now that it does not surprise me. First of all, I want to be honest that I never thought Raila was a tribalist. And one of the reasons why I say Raila is a tribalist, some of his people who wants to convince us the reason why Raila had no option but to go and support Ruto. I have had a one-time member of parliament who came a couple of months ago, a month or 2 months ago. He's from, I think, he's from Busia. And also I have heard Junet and other people say that the alternative of Ruto leaving power was worse because Gachagua was coming in, and Gachagua is a Kikuyu. And therefore, we rather stay with him, but not this man, because again, the leadership was going to Kikuyu. Well, I understand how that can be heavy because, yeah, Kenya is a tribal country, and, you know, there is fear of, you know, another Kikuyu taking over, obviously, because they've been in leadership for a very long time. But you saying the reason why Ruto could not go is because his number 2 was a Kikuyu is not enough. They have tried everything they can in their capacity to make sure that they disdain and they dirtify Gachagua and make sure that every evil thing that is happening in that country is associated with Gachagua, not with Ruto. Like, Ruto is not governing that country. So if you look, the reason why all this is happening is the deal that he got out of Ruto. If you look at any sane president who wants to produce results, you don't give out your minister for finance, you give the attorney general, you give your minister for energy, you give the most plush, you know. And I hear that even Murkomen, I don't know if you saw some
this the Nairobian writing and the Star, that actually even the Ministry of Internal Security was given to Raila and Murkomen had to buy it. I saw that article several times. I thought it was a joke, and I'm getting to a point that I'm just buying it now because the way this government is being run. So obviously, the pressure is mounting to Raila. And the reason the pressure is mounting to Raila, it's not the opposition telling Raila that they need to join him. It is the ground itself. You know, the other day we had to be honest, me and Eli, and we had a very elaborate local politics within the Luo Nyanza without putting the national aspect of it. And you could see Eli agreeing with me that kwa ground, all this nonsense that, you know, development imekuja Homa Bay, all this has been done, all this has been done. When now you start talking local politics, the truth is that these are not the beneficiaries. The locals are not the beneficiary. The beneficiaries are Gladys Wanga, the beneficiaries are Mbadi, the beneficiaries are Wundanyi, the beneficiaries are Oburu Odinga, the beneficiaries are the people like Junet, so on and so forth. Is the ground really seeing anything? No. So it is not the opposition that is pressuring Raila. Let Raila be very honest. It is the ground that has said no. They wanted to impeach Orengo by force. They had the numbers in the assembly. But do you know the only reason they could not impeach? Because the deputy governor, who is very close again to Ruto, was going to become the governor. There was no by-election that was. So it became what? Another thorn for them. So they rather leave Orengo, dethrone him 2027, but that's the same case that happened to Migori a couple of years ago, which I used to laugh, you know, why Obado was never impeached, because obviously Akuria could have become a governor in Migori because the deputy, so you can see that. So what Raila is not saying is the pressure is not coming from the opposition. The pressure is coming from the ground itself. I'm telling you, in as much as Eli hapa tunasumbuana na yeye, when he knows the local politics comes, they've never been beneficiaries of Ruto at any point. In fact, it is a placard they put and the whole country start talking. People like Boni Arwale start saying, maendeleo yetu inatoka. You saw Boni Arwale saying, maendeleo yetu inatolewa hapa, inatoleka Ujaluoni. Do you hear how now it's being branded openly? You have heard Boni Arwale speak that openly at maendeleo yetu hapa inatolewa hapa Uluyani, inapeleka Ujaluoni. See how now the Luos are being branded and there is nothing really happening. Are they being given jobs? In fact, earlier deals that Raila had with government, for example, in 1997, when people were getting golden handshake, if people remember that time, and Moi had to sack people. He sacked a lot of people, and that was when Kenyans walishtuka sana. Kilonzo was faced up, the police commissioner, Abonyo was brought in, and a lot of Luos were put in seats. For a very long time, people who needed to be deans in universities, so on and so forth, because they used to be Luos and they were never promoted. When that deal came in, when the flag of NDP went down and Raila came to Kanu and it was called New Kanu, you could honestly say that there were promotions and Luos were given what? Were given seats. For the first time, the bus station and the sewage that used to be open and bad, that used to run up Joyland, was fixed. The bus station was fixed. Kisumu Sports Ground Center was fixed. No, not Kisumu. Kenyatta Sports Ground Center that's within the town was fixed. Why? Because Raila alikuwa ameingia kwa government and it became the minister for energy, and you could see a lot of development in Kisumu. I think this is the only time that Nyanza is not, it's getting positions in terms of CS, but real development is not coming. If you look at Anyang' Nyong'o, he's the one who has been crying wolf for a very long time that devolution has been killed by Ruto. If you look at what Orengo has been saying, is that devolution has been killed by Ruto. So I saw Raila telling the people of Siaya to be happy that they are going to get a nuclear plant. Honestly, how can they be happy that they are going to get a nuclear plant in Siaya when even the 30,000 electricity that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta used to even give us for free is now about 75, or I think it's 125. What will the nuclear plant help the people of Siaya, honestly? So I think Raila is in a delusional state, is a compounded delusionalist who believes that his personal deals with Ruto, especially when it comes to the energy sector, whereby, you know, he has a big stake, he believes anytime he gets a big contract within the government sector, that is a beneficiary to the Luo people. That's so low of him. So I was surprised that Raila is becoming more and more of a stooge. A couple of years ago, I think Orengo woke up and said that Raila is Moi stooge. I remember it was a Sunday Nation and Sunday Standard headline. And I asked my father, what is a stooge? And then my father had to explain to him. If there was a time that Raila has become a stooge for the Kalenjin mafia, it is now. I think he has become too delusional, and it is an act of revenge. It looks like he knows how either, which sometimes I think it might be true or not true, that I think there were people within the Uhuru administration who actually did not fight very well for him to get into government. So instead of fighting those people, he's fighting a whole community now. Anything dealing with the rise of a Kikuyu to come to government or become a leader of that country again, I think Raila will say a big no. I think Raila is moved by, in short, Raila is moved. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me compound you so that we bring Jerome. I just compound you. Now, it's also clear, and I'm sorry to say this, that Raila Odinga is also doing this while he is also killing the ambition of the Ruo community, because I thought the Ruo community was also eyeing, they also wanted to produce a president in the future. I think they were in that close range, whereby, frankly speaking, in Kenya, without saying that, it doesn't matter where the president comes from, but I'm not saying the fact that Raila Odinga was so close to presidency. Don't you see now that Raila Odinga is now relegating the Ruo community ambition to presidency to the levels whereby it will be very difficult for a very strong Ruo person to actually dream of becoming a president based on what Raila is doing now? I'm not profiling a whole community, but
let me say a very dangerous statement that I shouldn't say at this time, that we are fighting Ruto, but it's very relevant to the politics of Kenya. Before election, a group of MPs came to Minnesota, and at the point, some of them were Kisii, some of them were Kikuyus, and a good friend of mine who is Nyaga, who used to be the UDA coordinator, asked me kindly, because we are personal friends, just come say hi to them and go. And I was talking to Osoro. I asked Osoro right on his face. I asked him, Osoro, why? Why are you supporting Ruto? He told me, Alex, I have supported Raila the rest of my life. I used to be in ODM. Ask even Kibagendi. Raila only uses and dumps you. He does not build you whatsoever. Ruto will build you, but you have to have allegiance to him. I'm an aspiring politician. You tell me, who leaves Raila without rebellion and becomes formidable? Anybody who left Raila by rebellion is the one who becomes relevant. He started counting. Ruto is relevant because of this. This person is relevant because of this. Then he was telling me the people from Kisii who really worked with Raila, stayed with Raila to the last minute, who never rebelled from Raila, what they became afterwards. They had been killed politically. So this is the conclusion I made. The Odingaism in Raila, I don't know if it was part of his father. I think his father made so many politicians throughout the country. You could see from Kisi Obocha, you could see from Muskari Kombo, you could see from Imanyara, from Meru, Kiraitu Murungi, you could see that. But when you look at Raila himself, the moment you've been in his circle and you cannot be in his circle anymore, you will fail terribly. He will have to finish you. Look at the whole Azimio. If the Azimio could not have rebelled and started being with Gachagua, it could be irrelevant today. So that is the same case with the politics of Luo Nyanza. That is why even the future of the leadership of the whole Luo Nyanza, people are fearing that will we ever be together? Are we going to have fragmentation from Siaya and which we already see? And we spoke about it with Eli the other day. Already you see factionalism, but it's being quelled within the Luo Nyanza. Why? Because the Subanese, the Suba people, are the ones who want to secede before the legacy or the leadership of Raila is being taken over. Raila will never leave Luo together. They will be so fragmented. So Raila is, to your question, I think what I have said is very clear. I don't want to be like candid clear and say that Raila does not want a united Luo after he leaves, but I think any sane person could almost tell that that is what he wants. He doesn't want a united Luo when he leaves, and he's working so hard on that.
The other ones, we can assume that the Luo Nyanza will have a complex path towards assembling another formidable candidate into the presidency of Kenya. We can say based on the current behavior now. Can we say that?
Ella, I will tell you, it's almost true. People like Orengo cannot have a divergent view, even when the ground is supporting them. People like Anyang' Nyong'o cannot. They have come over and over kutetea nani? Kutetea Sifuna. But Sifuna anakuja anatetewa, anything that Sifuna speaks, it's the voice of the party. And then you see the guy go again to the cabinet meeting. As who? When you say you are not in the government, you tell Sifuna you are not the government. People like Anyang' Nyong'o and the rest of Ososi come and say, you know what, Sifuna speaks for the party. And we sit down, and as a party, we are not part of this government. And what do you see? Next week, Raila goes to inspect ministers. He actually called to the podium by who? Kindiki, and then it's Raila who calls who? So how can you say Raila? You know, I think in the end of the day, we need the people of Luo Nyanza needs to be very categorical and understand that with Raila going, I think Ruto, the best Ruto will want to see is a fragmented Luo, because a unit Luo has always been a nightmare for any government. But with Raila going out, I think Raila does not want one unit. And that is why people like Orengo are having so many problems. You will find dogs like, and I'm sorry to say, like Junet fighting. You will fight people like Oburu Odinga, Wundanyi, Mbadi, fighting Orengo for no reason. And Orengo is actually speaking for the majority of the Luo people, saying, no, this is not the way to go. That is why they are very confused, even in the end of the day. Why? Because Gladys Wanga will say, we had a very good day 10 days ago in Homa Bay. What happened? Why are you slaughtering us? Because Raila is in there, and they know that if they speak against it openly and they don't want this union, the next day they become the Magarels. You will be taken out of that party and nothing will happen as long as Raila is alive.
Sure, that one is quite candid. So, in other words, we can say that the rural community might have to dream with another person, so that they can put themselves in the pedestal of leadership. I don't see them assembling the momentum to actually have that one man who can galvanize the country the way Raila Odinga did it all those years. I think now the Luo community is gone when it comes to having fronts. The fact that they have relegated themselves to be substitutes of Ruto, and I'm sorry to use that one, I think the Luo
No,
community,
Njiru, you cannot count it out. As long as Raila is alive, you can count it out. Remember, that is the same narrative that Ruto ran, to a point that Kikuyu did not have a leadership. And in fact, they were so happy, to a point that actually some of these meetings of yours, you guys do every year in Aitwanini, you go there. And then Ruto was the king of the Mount Kenya. But after the impeachment and Gachagua has taken it, I think it's so bitter, because that is what Ruto wanted, the mountain to be leaderless. And that is, how Ruto runs his politics. In a short span, that might happen to Luo Nyanza. But with the exit of Raila, I think the Luo people will realize that without a united force, I think they will not survive this country. They will be used, dumped, they will be killed. And what will they do? I think they will find their own Wamunyoro eventually. So it will be for a short time.
But you see, Alex, let me tell you, the problem of Luo Nyanza is this. It will be, remember, the Luo Nyanza is having different people. There is a Kisii, not Luo Nyanza, let me call it the whole of Nyanza. There is a Kisii people who might have their own trajectory. The couriers, I don't know how they are going to behave. So the problem which I'm having is galvanizing that whole region now into one front and believing on one person is now going to become very difficult, because they will have lost the flavor through becoming substitutes of Ruto, who is now becoming. The problem is that you are becoming substitutes of somebody who is very unpopular, and I don't understand the reason why Raila Odinga want to make the Luo Nyanza to become casualties of Ruto misgovernance and hatred. Maybe you need to explain to me that. Why does the Luo Nyanza want to become the casualties? Even some of the courages they are not willing to take. Like, why would the Luo Nyanza take a bullet for Ruto? Well, even as things are, they can see the nation is totally ungovernable, but Raila Odinga and some of his people feel that they can take a bullet for Ruto. So, what is that which they are saying? Like, they can take a bullet for somebody actually who is barely trying to survive, and actually he is not assured even of getting a second term, or there is all threats of actually dethroning him. Why would they take a bullet for Ruto? That's what I don't get.
I will allow other people to talk, but it's a very complex issue. The politics of Luo, and the reason why the Luo brothers came together, it's because history taught them that if they cannot be together, they cannot survive. And they know it very well, how during the Kenyatta government, the Mboya and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga fight was one of the worst. There were collateral damage, casualties of the two fightings, because the South Nyanza, which was Kavirondo, and the Northern Nyanza, which actually again is divided by religion, I think they became sworn enemies. But towards the end, before Tom Mboya died, Mboya understood how these politics had been played against him and the Mzee. And actually, he went and told Mzee that, protect me because I see my days are numbered. And before the Mzee could protect him, Mboya was gone, because Mboya was too fast and he didn't know how leadership. They say in leadership, unaanda na the left hand. After they were left, the South Nyanza, the Kavirondo, was left orphaned. Geared.
Alex, I think we are losing you. Maybe finish your thought and then I bring Jero Mwaura.
Yeah, let Njeru come in, because ninaingia kwa nyumba and my Wi-Fi I think is switching.
Okay, Nisawa, hold that thought. You'll come and tell us. Maybe Shaima, to respond to you, there's that gravitation, because why would the majority of the rural community people boast that there are no Maandamano in their place? So there is that like some good harmonious agreement through the community that they have to defend Ruto. Why could they not have maandamano, especially in Kisumu? Maybe that's something I would want you to respond to me. Jerome Aura, go ahead.
Habari zenu, my cousins.
Yes, tuko sawa.
Mimi niko tu. Pole sana, jana kulikuwa na tabu ya network, niliondoka tu namna hiyo. Okay, vile nauliza nyinyi mnirudishie. Kwanza nataka kujua Uhuru na Raila wako tu same brothers, Fred, mtu atarudisha hiyo. Tena mjue hii maandamano wakati walisikia jinsi watatokea, walipanga kwanza hiyo Nyanza, Kisumu wakaambiwa wasitokee. Sasa yule baba yao na Mungu wao ni Raila wakakimya, na wale waliingia kwa mangali wakaleta Nairobi waharibu Kikuyu business. Nataka kujua ama nasema na hii ni kweli, this is fact. Unaona huko Kikuyu kumechomwa. Kimani anajua Kikuyu imeenda. Wamechoma ile ofisi ya kitambulisho, ndio jinsi wasichukue vitambulisho. Kila pahali Central Police imechomwa, hapo ndivyo wamefikisha akili zao. Kwa hivyo jinsi ya Mount Kenya ndio isipate vitambulisho. Na tena Gauso alikuwa kwa news kabla ya maandamano kusema hakuna maandamano watakataza. Kwa nini alijasikwa? Wanajua Gauso alikuwa tu kwa news anasema hakuna maandamano, tutawapiga nyinyi. Wanatafuta nani? Si wanasema wanatafuta wale walichoma, si wanajua. Kikuyu court is next door to police. How this happened? It's area moja. Ukitoka polisi unaenda kwa court. Sio distant, ni area moja hivyo, wote wako pamoja. Polisi walikuwa wapi? Si ni kitu yote imepangwa na hawa wabunge. Kimani anajua huko hata chaguliwa tena forever. It's finished. Sasa hasara ndio wameweka, ndio ule mwingine ataingia. Sauli wanajua hata mtu. Sasa sijui utajenga maofisi ama utafanya nini. Hii Kenya itakuwa kuwa kwa ule president ataingia, hasara ile atakuwa ni kali sana. Sauli ya hii upusi ya parliament tuko nayo. Haya, ingine nataka kuuliza. Hii financial bill, mnajua ilipitishwa nini? Wanataka kusema wameweka ile basari na court order walisema hiyo is illegal. Hiyo basari iko pale. Watu warudishe hii. Sauli county alikataa hiyo maneno ya basari. Wakasema pesa ichanganywe iwekwe kikapu moja. Shule sikuwe bure, free education. Alipitisha. Sasa msijali kujisubua kichwa nini. Raila kusema ati I will not quit. Because anajua Nyanza yote imemtoroka. Ni watu wadogo sana walikuwa wanafuata ODM Mount Kenya wako na Raila sasa. Sauli anawabeba wafala sana. Na Gen Z wamewaonyesha mkifuata huyu mtu tena muhame hapa tu. Sasa Mount Kenya wengi sana walikuwa tu kwa ODM. Wamemtoka wako kwa Munyoro. Sasa Raila anajua wacha nikae hapa nikule. Sauli ile Western ilikuwa nayo yote wameenda. Now we say if you continue carry on with the foolish, you will be foolish. Nyasa, Kisii, Luya, Wolde wamefungua macho. Wasa beba upala sana na Raila miaka mingi sana. Na hakuna kitu inafanywa huko. Ya ine, wakati wanasema tuko kwa government kule, hiyo ni ODM. Nataka kujua budget ikifanywa kila mwaka. Wanangaiwa pesa ya kufanya kazi kwao. Sauli hakuna kitu wanafanya pale. Hiyo pesa wanapeleka wapi? Si wanapewa budget, it doesn't matter your position. Budget ukiwa umechaguliwa uko MP, si unapewa budget hata wewe. Kila mwaka si wanapewa pesa ya kutengeneza area zao. Wanapeleka wapi hiyo pesa? Kenya iko na upuzi na hii ujinga ya kukua uko parliament na you are lawyer two career, you got two position. This should be stopped. Ndio mnaona hakuna kazi. Huyu ni lawyer na huyu ni mbunge. Huyu ni daktari na ako na business yake ya hospitali. That is where the problem in Kenya. The inchi nakaa saa hii. You cannot be member of parliament na you are lawyer. No way. You have to have one position at time, not two. Hata business ni gumu sana, wanafuatilia sana wajue hiyo business na pesa zile unalipa. Unatoa wapi hii pesa ya kukuwa na hii business yote? Wanafuatilia sana sana. Kama vile example tunatuma pesa huko nyumbani. Wanaangalia, wanakuuliza swali, wewe unafanya kazi kwa government. Wajue hiyo pesa umetoa wapi? Unatuma ukiwa kwa government. Kwa hivyo Kenya hata sijui kama kukulu, sijui hata tafadhali Somalia sasa. Shauri ya ujinga iko pale. Hakuna mtu anafuata law. Kwanza hao MP na huyu Ruto wanasimama wanasema ati tuheshimu katiba. Tuheshimu law. Which law they respect. Wewe ukiwa mama unaonyesha mtoto wako kutukana kabila zingine, unasengenya kabila zingine, watoto wakiwa pale, watoto watakuwa vile. Ukionyesha huyu kabila sio mzuri na unaongea mbele ya watoto yako watafuata vile unasema. Na ndio tunaita ukabila, inakuja kutoka kwa wazazi. Sasa hii serikali vile Ruto anasimama huko kwa ngali kuwa akisema hakuna ukabila, ati huo ni ukabila. Ukabila gani? Ukabila gani? Hakuna ukabila Kenya. Ni watu tu wanataka kufuata vile Ruto anasema. Vile nasema hii serikali ya Ruto kabla watuambie sisi wa Kenya citizen tufuate law, they have to do first. Si wanaongea Kisungu sana. Wamesoma, wako na madigrii na DHP whatever. They follow the law. Hakuna law wanafuata. Shauri koti ikisema hii order, hata wajali wanafikiria ni karatasi. Weta akiwa pale. Very rudeness men. Hiyo education zao zote wako nazo waliiba. They had no education, they no intelligence. They all the rubbish. Nimeweka klasi ya 4 Kenya, they smarter than this all parliament na government, those all the stupid even judges. They are rubbish. Sauli, jaji ndio mwizo hiyo sprinkle. Kwa nini wanaweka order, wanaona Ruto na parliament hii wajinga, order ziko pale na wanaendelea na vile wameambiwa Spain. Where action? Where is action? So kwa hivyo hata majaji wote wajasoma, wote ni wajinga. Wamekaliwa na Ruto wote. Ati Sauli atatolewa kazi. Na wamefundishwa wakati Kome anaambiwa atatolewa kazi. Sasa wote wamenyamaza. Wanaweka maonda alafu wananyamaza. They doesn't follow. I wonder. Ati Sauli mtu aweke kazi. Asifutwe kazi. Sasa hii ni nchi gani mnakaa? Hizi sasa ni maandamano, mnaongea mtu anauawa tararara, wamepitisha ile bili. Nini iko pale? Huko pitu iko pale, ilikuwa imekatazwa na koti. Imepita kwa Kenya. Laila, acha nini na Laila, wacha akule. Huwa anajua hata hawezi kusimama sasa. Ameanza kujikonjolea. Sasa anasimama, anatoroka Ruto aende wapi? Nani atamsagua? Huyo ni mkumaliza, anamaliza sasa. Ana maisha mengine. Hii ni ya mwisho wa kule serikali yake aende akalale. Sasa anajiuliza amewacha Kisumu people wapi? Sauli vile unaona Janet anaongea, kwanza huyo aende huko Somalia. Sijui ametoka na wapi. Huyo sio Mjaluo. Wako na evidence gani Gachagua ndio ameshangaza nchi mzima, akamwambia mwende maandamano. Kwani wana masikio hao watu? Gen Z, they've been saying we will do ceremony, the year ceremony for our might kuuawa. Sasa wanasema Gachagua amewachaga. Gachagua asatoka Mount Kenya kweli? Si ni Mombasa tu alienda? Watu waanze kubeba watu wafala. Ati na wanasimama nchi dunia mzima wanaangalia parliament ya Kenya ikiwekelea Gachagua the blood they hold in the head. Gachagua kwani yako na bunduki ya kuua? Ako na marungu wao wanatoa hii marungu wapi? Hii marungu inakuanga na polisi peke yake ama JCU. Sasa Gachagua ako na nguvu gani na pesa gapi? Aambie Kenya mzima mfanye hivi. What the hell? Gachagua ako na akili kuliko wajinga wako huko parliament. Mama huyu Janet mimi namuonaga nasikia kutapika na huyu Kimani Ichung'wah. Wote wamekaa pale wajai kuongea habari ya Gen Z waliuawa mwaka jana. They never talk about it. Sijui wananunua watoto wao kama Ruto ama wanatoa wapi watoto. They never say anything. Sasa Raila alikuwa anapigania walipwe. Mnajua ni watu wengi sana waliuawa Kisumu. Walipwe. Na unaona sasa wamekomeshwa, hakuna maandamano wametoka. Watu wale wamelipwa ama wamelipwa chini chini sasa tujui. Unaona ule mama wa kutoka huko nini Kisirian alikuwa anasema mtoto wake ameuawa hapo hivi. Analia hata saa hii. Huo ni Mjaluo. Wamelipwa. Alisema Ruto alimpigia simu mara moja. Ajai tena hakuna mtu asamwongelesha huyu mama. Huyu mama hata sijui kama ako nomo sasa. Na huo ni Mjaluo huyo. Analia kila siku. Amelipwa. Huyu Robert ameuawa kwa polisi ni Mkikuyu. Amelipwa. Wameangalia aliuawa aje. Maneno ya polisi imekimya sasa. Mutasikia wata siko wamehamishwa bali nyingine. Why is quiet? Wakati walikuwa wanatoa Gachagua a whole week, nothing else until akatolewa. Kwa nini hawa polisi walifanya hii? Wanafanyia chini chini. Kwa nini walisema TV zote? Walikuwa wanataka kufanya nini? Gachagua ndio alisema TV news. Kwa hii maandamano kwa Kenya muacha kubeba ufala na hawa watu na mjue Ruto alikuwa amesaliwa auwe. Wakiwa na huo Raila. Na I'm no doubt to say that. Raila and Ruto, they live with human blood. Na ile power anatumia ya kuuza madamu is coming the head. Enough is enough. Hakuna mwizi wa kuangalia na ule mwingine anaiba. Raila na Ruto is the same person. Hit na they hit Mount Kenya. Jealousy. Nani amekatazwa Kenya kuweka business? Kwa nini wanaharibia watu wengine life zao? Wanafuja business wanasema ati Gachagua amepanga. So what? So what? Acha niwachie hapa. Sauli hii inaniuma. Unajua mtu alikopa pesa aweke hiyo business. Tuko na security, tuko na polisi. Baada ya wasimame kama hapa wanafanya, wanasimama kwa maduka. Maandamano ikija wanasimama polisi rana hapa kwa maduka. Na maduka wafungi, lakini polisi wote wanasimama. Hao polisi wa Kenya wanakimbizana tu na watoto. Ni kama wameibia nani? Nani maandamano waliambiwa kitabu tutakuja. Simameni kwa maduka, run up. Mtu asiingie huko. Kwa hivyo waache kutubeba vile wanatubeba, lakini ya dunia ulipiwa hapa. Wamama wanalia, wababa wanalia huko, business zao, wanasomesha watoto, wanakula pale, wataki politician, they do sweat. They do business. Ruto destroying all. Ati anapo huyu mjinga yake huyu. Ati anasimama pale anasema suit. Huyu anatakana akuwe ICC saa hii. Kusema hiyo ati polisi auwe. Na mnaona tu wanasimama wanasema thank you police, you did a good job for killing. Siku moja watalia. Hiyo damu iko huko tu inalia. Na watoto yao itarudia familia zao. Msijali wa Kenya, lakini mnirudishie hiyo. Uhuru ako tu pamoja na Raila. I want to know. Na hii budget Basically, bini, come in court order, don't. Hiyo tu ndio mimi najali. Asante sana Jiro.
Sawa Jerome Maura, I appreciate your passion and your presentation. Yeah, I can see Bundi ameingia. So maybe before I allow Bundi, Julia, are you there?
Kama Nyakairu ameongea.
Okay, Nyakairu anataka kucomment hiyo there is a specific thing I was asking about.
What were you asking?
Raila Odinga and the Ruo relationship, Ruo Nyanza relationship. Do you think Raila Odinga has now made the Ruo people substitutes of Ruto to the extent that now they cannot be ambitious for presidency for a couple of years now, which we don't know how long it is going to be? Do you think they have capacity to say that we can produce a president in Kenya if they continue with this trajectory of Ruto?
I think wamekufa moyo. That's why they are like that. I think they have given up. The best shot, one of the best shots that Luos ever gave to presidency was Raila Odinga na Martha Karua. That was the best shot. Ukiangalia nikiwauliza nyote, who else can right now marshal support like Raila Odinga? Ni nani mwingine from Luoland that can do that? I think that was their best shot. And that is why saizi unasikia politicians wanawambia kwamba we support Ruto because tutaleta maendeleo. Hiyo ndio wako na consolation prize. That is their consolation prize. That kuna maendeleo inaweza ingia na Nyanza. Some
and let me ask you a question, Julia. Is it true that there is accelerated development in Nyanza compared to other areas? Is it something verifiable or it is propaganda?
It is not verifiable. It is just a lie that politicians have always lied to them. Even Muriona the days Uhuru used to go there and launch something. Even Uhuru did the same to them. It's just a lie. It doesn't really, especially Ruto. Ruto has any impact. Ruto has no intentions of developing anywhere or doing anything good for Kenyans. Hata kwao. So hiyo kitu wacha niseme like wamedanganywa na is a consolation prize kwa sababu size that's your best shot right now. Now and unfortunately when you see people coming here to fight Matiang, it is because Matiang has emerged from Nyanza and Matiang is filling the gap. Ile shimo imeachwa na Raila Odinga. That is why a lot of people especially from Luo Nyanza.
Julia, can I help you there for just a second?
Yes.
A couple of years ago, even the people of the mountain were lied to that Rarieda is doing very well. I mean, you people respected Tuju Mukambiwa, their mobile clinics. You remember those times whereby yani mulikuwa munaweka Rarieda almost to Katanga constituency. And the whole country believed that Tuju was the super MP in the whole country because things were taken there, pictures in Apigwa. And if you go to Rarieda today and somebody asks you that, why is Otienda Molo anajenga nyumba za matope throughout, if you have ever seen the projects Otienda Molo anafanya, is how Rarieda is very behind and backward among all the regions in Siaya. So this facade of lying to Luo Nyanza did not start a long time, recently. Even the time of Tuju, the government lied, the Kibaki government, and honestly, people believed that Rarieda was doing very well. Go to Rarieda today and ask what Tuju did. Tuju did nothing. That's the same thing they are lying about Gladys Wanga. Thank you, Julia.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say. They have already been lied to. And then their politicians buy this trash and tell them tumeletwa maendeleo. Raila Odinga ameenda kwa nusu mkate, mara ako kwa blood-based government, blood-based government, and they buy it because I think one disadvantage Nyanza has is this fanatical following for Raila Odinga, which I don't think even Mount Kenya has a fanatical following towards anybody. I think Mount Kenya is one of the areas that people flip leadership as many times as they want. Na leo wako na Uhuru, next time wako na Wamunyoro, and they can flip. But Luo Nyanza, see,
Julia umepotea.
Oh, am I back now? I think I was changing network.
Okay, go ahead.
Unanisikia sasa?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm trying to say that Luo Nyanza, ever since nimejijua ama nikaanza kuongea, they have always worshipped the Odinga family. So the Odinga family, the Jaramogi Odinga family can take them to south, to the mountain, to the lake and back. So kila kiongozi akikuja anaita Raila Odinga kwa ofisi, alafu anaambia tunawaletea maendeleo, maana tumenunulia sijui ferry kutoka wapi. It is their right for them to have that ferry. It is not like the government was doing any favor when they bought that ferry. Yenye inaenda, I think inaendanga wapi? Juu inaendanga Mbita Point. It is not a favor. It was their right. Even this thing of installing a fish processing industry, it is their right. A good government should do that because there is a lot of fish production in Nyanza. Mbona wasiwajengee hiyo factory? Sio lazima their leader to join the government. So wamedanganywa all the time. And the Raila Odinga and Mother Karawa shot for presidency was the best that they ever had. And the best they're ever going to have for years. For years, I can tell them that. Because even right now, they have made a wrong turn. Unajua ile wrong turn. Let me ask you guys.
Ile unaongea story ile movie ya unafanya wrong turn unaenda kumalizwa napo.
Sindio, una make wrong turn. Unaona saa hizi, let me say this. Supposedly, Raila Odinga had stuck to his guts. Had stuck to his guts. Na when Gen Z came out, awaunge mkono. Suppose nataka akufikiria hiyo maneno ya Kalongolongo.
He doesn't want leadership. He does not want leadership. Raila Odinga does never wanted to be president. Tusidanganya hapo Julia, please. Don't.
I'm just saying supposedly. Supposedly kama ange stuck to his guts. Unaona? Supposedly angeweka hiyo resolution mioto. Ile combination yetu kama tumekasirika na election. Sasa ile Tuesday. Asemi hapana. Sote kwa Gen Z, all of us. Kakubwa, kazee, kadogo. You people, do you think Ruto would be president? No, Ruto would have been kicked out. And you know something? We'll be talking about an election. And guess what? Raila Odinga would be one of the candidates. Akiwa mzee hivyo. Kwa sababu he would have emerged a hero for Kenyans. So what he did, he gave up. And Luo Nyanza has given up, if that's what the question that Njiro you are asking. Kwa hivyo, the only thing that they are left to say ni kufuata Kasongo penye atawapeleka, akiwapeleka kwa mto Nyala River, atawapeleka, akiwapeleka Lake Victoria, atawapeleka Lake Victoria. Wherever Kasongo he take them, they will follow him. That is why they didn't come out for protest. Now, I also want to I think earlier, I think it is Eli was talking about workers' movements and all that. I just want to say this. Right now, we are in a new dispensation. We are in a revolutionary era where the revolution may not be led by the old. First, there's a great deviation between these generations in how they see things, how they access information. If you look at a lot of Gen X are still struggling with technology. A lot of them, if not more than half of them, are struggling with technology. Na hawako na information of what is going around the world. So if you look at even with the invention of AI, yani since AI ianze kufanya kazi, I think syllabus ya dunia imeenda haraka sana. Now, you people, you listen to the young man who was here yesterday. Alikuwa naitwa nani Njeru? Alikuwa naitwa Isaac, what was his name?
It was
Isaac.
If you listen to Isaac, I guess that young man is less than 30 years. I feel like he's about 25 years old.
He was in his 20s. He was in his 20s. Alisema he was born in the 2000s.
Yes, at 25 years old, he's just a child, according to me, because hao ndio watoto wetu. And they are able to dig information. And you can see they know what they want. Now, Eli earlier was telling us that Nyakundi alisema ati kuna kabila fulani, kabila ngapi zinapigana. Let me tell you, Kenya will no longer be in a dispensation of tribal balkanization. Yes, we shall vote, we shall mobilize our votes on tribal basis, but we may not be looking at leaders from a tribal point of view. Kenya will no longer go that direction. Na history kwamba ati kabila fulani nachukia kabila fulani, it may no longer sell. That one is seemingly becoming an outdated kind of reasoning, because even our generation no longer have to really think about tribe. Kwa sababu gani? We are in an era where our children, our sisters, our siblings are intermarrying every day with people from other communities. In fact, my generation has no choice but to accept those intermarriages. Na wazazi wetu walingangana when they saw them come. They kept saying, usiwe kabila fulani, sijui kabila hii, sijui kabila hii, sijui ukiwa Mkikuyu utatoka na watoto wako, sijui ukifanya ukioya, sijui ukiwa Mkisii, sijui anafanya nini. Our parents tried. But for us, the fact that a lot of us went to school, and I think a lot of us were able to acquire even first degrees. A lot of Gen X have acquired first degrees, even though second degrees. So that exposure is so immense that we may no longer care about the tribe, however much politicians want to keep saying kabila fulani, kabila fulani. Now, why am I saying this? I come from Mount Kenya region, and I can tell you without fear of contradiction that in a family of 6 people, 4 out of 6 in Mount Kenya have college degrees. And I'm talking about my age group. I'm not talking about younger people. So hao ni watu wako informed, and I think the same number may spread across in most parts of Kenya. I won't say the whole of Kenya, because there are still areas of Kenya that are marginalized. But hiyo ni kumaanisha information is really spread. Another evidence I want to tell you, when you go to Kenya, take a survey of how many people have smartphones. So compare the smartphones and the ones with mulika mwizi. Uone ni wangapi, hata huko kwenye ushago, uone ni watu wangapi wako na smartphones na wengine wako na wangapi wako na mulika mwizi. Me, I struggle if I go back home, ninangangana sana kutafuta kamulika mwizi. It is hard. Maybe somebody may say it's because it's Mount Kenya region, but that is the truth. So we are in an era of information and technology. So the tribal balkanization is to chuki because of tribe may not sell so much. And that is why right now, even candidates from the smaller tribe will sell, as long as they prove like they are revolutionary and that they mean transformation, they are transformative, they have transformative leadership. Saizi uwezi kaenda kuambia Mkenya ati mtu ni kabila fulani msimpigie kura. And that is what Raila Odinga was trying to pray on. You remember when alisikia Matiang'i anasimama, alisema ati Wakisii hawezi fanya akuwe rais, because he's in this still in the outdated reasoning kwamba that Matiang'i will only get the Kisii backup, and that because he doesn't come from a big tribe, then he cannot be president. That reasoning for me is very outdated. So even somebody saying that kabila fulani zinapigana, we don't have the time for that. Guys, please go to X and listen to how in the space
Julia,
yes.
Let me show you how AI has advanced in Kenya. Alafu muonge. I don't know how many people have seen this.
Kenya ni yetu. Tunaichukua leo.
Oh yeah.
Hali ni mbaya Nairobi, kila kona ni tear gas tu. Maandamano haya ni kama vita. Naona waandamanaji wamekasirika mbaya sana. Yeyote anayerudi kwa sahani ya pili, na hapa nitakunyoa kichwa na panga. Hii si hoteli, ni chuo kikuu cha Makande cha udhibiti wa njaa. Wacha nisanye hizi zote nipeleke wananchi. Majamaa, leo tutadishi fiti. Mrelax. Kila mtu atapata kitu. Shigana, pesa shigana, si unajua. Shigana, pesa shigana. Hii ni pesa yenu.
Hiyo shilingi moja inaweza kuvunja mlima.
Na nyie wanawake, acheni kukimbilia hela. Pesa si upendo. Mwanaume mwenye pesa anaweza kukuharibia maisha. Angalia moyo. Hata hao mapolisi hawajui kudanganya hati.
Sasa tumepata point. Tumepata point.
Jikongesha kwa ukuta.
You get the point. Asante Ruben.
Leo nilikuwa nimeenda
Haya, sijui kama
sawa.
Yes,
I wanted to ask
keep track of Mioto.
I wanted
So
to ask Alex a question, yeah, but yeah, I'll wait for you to
let me
finish, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that if even at my age we know how to structure lessons, prepare for class during AI, ni kumaanisha kwamba si watu wameko na information. Hii story ya kwamba watu wataungana kikabila wachukiane, that won't sell any longer in Kenya, and that is why it is very difficult to buy this Gen Z. It is difficult to fight this movement. It is gonna be an uphill task and practically impossible because saizi chuki ya ukabila will not sell. So for Luos, ole wao wameamua kwenda kwa mteremko na Kasongo. That is their choice, and choices have consequences. Nimewacha nifikisha hapo Njiru.
Itu ni swali hata Julie can jump on this, but Alex, my brother, I'm sure you're aware of this ODM blogger anaitwanga Lee McQueen from Kisumu. I think we used to follow him back in the day for ODM. He was trying to explain a statement that somebody from the so-called opposition, had approached Raila, because Raila said that he was approached that he should join the opposition, then they are going to make him candidate. Lee explained that it was either Raila or Uhuru. His reasoning for Uhuru was, I think in Kilifi, David Murathe was supposed to come for the funeral and meet Raila directly, and I think Tuju might have been there, and that would be evidence that those emissaries sent either from Gachagua or Uhuru to ask Raila to join the opposition, and he'd have another run as for the presidency with the blessings of whoever that was. How true is that? Is Raila trying to pull a leg or testing the waters? Me, I just want to know from your take on that.
If you listen to political analysts from the Luo Nyanza over the past 6 months, whether they are pro-government or against the government, there is one thing obvious. They are saying that the ground has totally refused to get in tune with the music that ODM is playing. If you look at the few times, whether funerals or rallies whereby their leadership has gone to address mammoth crowds, one thing you've realized is Sifuna and Babu Wino have come to the top of the people who are being cheered openly and being listened keenly. There have been attempts always to stop Babu Wino from addressing the crowd, though I don't support Babu Wino, but the people see that Babu Wino is an alternative to within the ODM party to make sure that these renegades and sycophants like Kaluma do not get an opportunity to represent the Luo Nyanza. Now, does Raila know that his moves are not liked by the community per se? I believe so. If you see the anger and the bitterness that Oburu Odinga displays every time Orengo speaks the truth, and he gets overly emotional at the age of almost 90 years. This is a person that is supposed to be calm and sober and have a conversation instead of marching or shouting marching in the podium. That can tell you that Raila knows that the ground is not with him. Is it that
there's a dirty thing that Raila obviously has done with Ruto, like the Golden Bag 1992, that Ruto fears that if it comes out, Raila fears that it comes out, it will dent him further. I tend to think that there's something that this time, Raila fears, and that is why he's not coming out boldly. I don't think Raila feared, and even in their relationship with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, it was not a forced relationship. You could see cordiality, you could see mutuality, you could see true friendship. But when it comes to Ruto, you can see that, obviously, it's not a relationship that is built on trust. It's not a true friendship. It is a retaliation to either certain people or a certain community. So Raila coming out to say, or these analysts coming out, they are against this union, but they have not been able openly, like you and me, to divorce themselves, to have that courage to criticize Raila, or not to feel bad when Raila is being criticized. Lima Queen is an individual who does not like the union between ODM and UDA completely. But when it comes to Raila Amolo Odinga, he doesn't want anybody to attack Raila Amolo Odinga. He has this respect. I don't know if it's reverence to him, that he wants to be analytical without hurting Raila Amolo Odinga. But yet Raila keeps on making all these mistakes. The guy is so confused lately.
Because the bold is very bold. He is very clear.
He's very bold. He's very bold. The bold, he doesn't want, and this is the second point I wanted to bring. Previously, Lima Queen was so relevant because honestly, Lima Queen is very close to many members of parliament. And if you really wanted to know the inside of ODM and what is happening, you had to listen to Lima Queen, because Lima Queen was being given that information openly, and he could come in a thin veil and let us know what is going to happen. His proximity to ODM makes him uncomfortable to say things that he shouldn't say, okay? But yet, it has reached a point that he must say. If you look, one of the things that Matiang'i did was to get close to the guy. And he made a mistake by actually going and visit Matiang'i at his home, and he became part of Matiang'i's team. Now, he's between hard rock and a hard place. Does he really come out and just tell Baba that you are lying? Obviously, what Raila is saying is a pure lie. It is a spin doctoring, because the aftermath of the GNCs, you see, you guys should actually play openly how Africa and the world is even happy about. We may not say we truly succeeded what we wanted to go to State House, but the fact that, you see, the other youth and the world can look at Kenya, that these young people are so bold and they are able to do it without an open leader and be able to put a government into task. I think Raila is having shivers or some withdrawals, political withdrawals, whereby he wants to take the accolades of it, but at the same time, he doesn't know how to get out of Ruto so that he can help Kenya to get to where they want to. So Raila has to decide. Whatever he said was a pure lie. Is not nostalgia. He is neither with Ruto by heart, but is eating with Ruto. Raila openly lied. That is not the truth, that the opposition did that. Even it doesn't take whoever will go to explain to what extent. Raila simply lied. There is no logical opposition member who is going to talk to Raila anymore, even after especially after the aftermath of the guy going to the cabinet, okay, in Karen and whatever, you saw that. I think we gave up on him long time ago. What is happening right now is the opposition is truly looking at itself from the point of view that how can we pull the 2002 whereby we will have one leader without splitting the opposition. Raila and Ruto are working overnight to make sure that Kalonzo is not in that. They want to divert us from the truth that they are breaking us by lying to us that they are coming to us. And the opposition knows very well. Look at how they were attacking Gachagua, okay? Look at how they were attacking Gachagua. Look at how they were attacking Ruto last year, not Ruto, they were attacking Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last year at this time, that is the one who sponsored the GNC. Every time they are looking for a scapegoat. So what is not succeeding in their circle is Raila is not bringing what they thought he was going to bring. They are frustrated. So maybe they don't want Raila. They are paying people to say that Raila wants to go back after all and get out Mbadi and other people. We don't know if that is what they want to pave way for. But I will guarantee you the statement that we in the opposition, me and you, Kipril, that we want to go and talk to Raila Amolo Odinga at this time, I don't think that is true for you and me. That is a pure lie. And the more we talk about it, the more they like it because it's giving Raila reverence and making him relevant at a time that he should be dying politically. So they want to put some oxygen on the guy, but it is not going to happen. Let us not even accept that narrative because it is duplicity, it is a lie. We cannot afford to put ourselves in a coffin right now by inviting Raila. We will be telling Mount Kenya to get out of us. Okay? At this particular time, if we invite Raila to our fold, it is giving the Mount Kenya the middle finger. Okay? And we are also inviting problems which we already want to solve, because one of the biggest problems we are in the middle of solving, who is going to be our flag bearer? And then we bring Raila in again. Are we fools? Do you get it?
What would Raila say when he comes in? Oh, I'm the one who needs to go in. I'm the one who's more popular. The same problems we've been having for years. He has pushed everybody out and bullied them so
and
he's going to.
I'm telling you, it's a lie. It is something they want to do to get in and destabilize us. And we should not agree into that kind of narrative and conversation. Nobody in their right mind is going to seek Raila at this time, not even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In fact, we gave up on Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta a long time ago when the mountain decided that Simba yao ni nani? Ni Wamunyoro. Whether we like him or not, let me tell you, Wamunyoro has taken over as the kingpin. You saw what he did in Meru. Where they thought that they could dislodge him. You saw how Mbarire now is crying. You saw everybody now is crying. The guy has taken the mountain 100% into his fold, okay? Whether by lies, whether by truth, whichever ways, it's a gone case. So
it's gone. It's gone.
So
it's gone.
Us allowing that narrative, I don't think Wamunyoro will make that mistake. I don't think Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has the capacity to do that alone right now. He had a capacity before, but right now he has to consult Wamunyoro as an equal. And I don't think Wamunyoro is ready for that nonsense. Lastly, I think what they have been doing, and they are not successful, and the cousin thing actually destabilized them, is they were almost taking Kalonzo. But I think Kalonzo will go as a shelf, just as Raila went as a shelf.
The truth is that they know, numbers don't lie, that the majority of Luo Nyanza, even in this marriage, look throughout analysts in the primetime media and also in the morning shows, from Professor Low and all Luo analysts who are not in ODM as members of parliament, when they go to analyze, they will tell you that this is an ODM thing and it is a structural thing by the ODM cabal from the Luo Nyanza, not from the whole country. And what do they say? The people on the ground are not with them. So I will urge you not to even listen to Lee McQueen. Lee McQueen is a blogger and also an analyst, na lazima akule unga yake. So kuna wakati he will analyze things to gear you on this side because he's being paid. Just listen and leave it. But in the end of the day, he will come back to his senses and he will tell you that he is Tim Matiang'i. The board has refused to board that train. You have seen it. The board has totally refused from day one. But Lee McQueen, you will always see him gravitate towards ODM because he will tell you, Nanini, if you hear somebody say, Babu Wino ni rafiki yake, Mbadi ni rafiki yake, Junet ni rafiki yake, Undanyi ni rafiki yake, what do you expect? He says that openly in his analysis. So don't trust him on that. That was a lie. Nobody approached Raila. Take it to the bank. I've listened to everybody talking about it on the internet that I've heard speak. Not everybody, most of the people that I listen to, and I concluded it's a lie that Raila is bringing out, and I can't believe him on that. And unfortunately, Raila, since ameenda kukaa na Ruto, he has also started lying openly without blinking his eyes.
Alex, you remember a few months ago, this was before Wamunyoro was quite popular, when he was trying to get his footing. Is Raila trying to recount the time Wamunyoro was trying to bring all opposition leaders to come together and talk? I don't think it was to put him as a flag bearer. He wanted them to come and talk. This was before his popularity shot overnight. Is that what Raila is trying to recount? And time has become relative to him. I think that could be it because he's in his 80s.
You know, things are flipped. From an analytical point of view, I'll say this. Which man leaves his home? And let me not, that will be a very bad analysis. Let me put it in this way. You have seen how nowadays Gachagua treats Martha Karua with so much cadre, with so much respect, with so much relevance. I mean, when Martha dada yetu tunamsikia, I mean, the way she talks about Martha Karua, you cannot even, reverse the tape back when they were debating at the VPs, the deputies during the debates, and how Wamunyoro was trying to be, patriarchal at that particular time. Now, if you compare how Baba has continued to treat Martha Karua with duplicity, with disrespect, and this is a woman who gave him a lot of respect. In fact, alikuwa anatetea Baba even where he did not need to tetea. That shows the demarcation. Baba is completely embarrassed on how the relationship of the people that looked up to him now are looking up to Gachagua. He can't believe it. He thought this was the time that he could just fold a coalition and he goes and they follow him, okay? But this time around, they stayed back and they got a new Babaman. And that Babaman is playing a better role than he was playing. And I think that is the
Budi.
Yeah.
I want to compound you. Today, Raila Odinga said that Wamunyoro cannot offer solutions to Kenya. He extensively talked about that, the issues of how Wamunyoro cannot offer solutions to Kenya. At what angle is he looking at, or is just a kinyongo now that Wamunyoro looks popular? Because he did not give the solution.
The biggest problem of Raila Amolo Odinga is Wamunyoro and the Kikuyu community. I'm afraid to say that. But if you look at his attack dog, Junet, Why don't you just openly put the clip of Junet speaking so that you can understand this is Baba speaking? We are being told by Mbadi, if Oburu, if Mbadi, if Junet speaks, that is Raila Amolo Odinga speaking. Why don't you just take that clip of Junet speaking in parliament? We listen here so that you can understand who Raila Amolo is and how he ate
When was
Gachagua
that day?
before you people.
When did he speak?
Yesterday.
Oh,
yesterday.
okay.
Bring that clip of, just go to YouTube and say Junet attacking Gachagua in parliament. Even people asked Wetangula, isn't it wrong for you to attack another individual without a substantive motive in this parliament? And what did Wetangula say? The only people who are protected in this parliament are sitting members of parliament, which was a big lie, okay? But you could see what Mbadi told us, that if you hear Junet speak, if you hear Oburu Odinga speak, and if you hear me speak,
Your job depends on reliable
on
tools.
behalf
That's why
of
Harbor Freight is
Raila
committed
Amolo
to
Odinga.
offering quality tools to
Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, the media of this country, Mr. Speaker, will tell you that the demonstrations were organized by Gaucho. They will tell you the demonstrations were organized by Gaucho. They will tell you they were organized by Matakwei. They will tell you the demonstrations were organized by Sakaja. They will not tell you the real culprits, the people who are organizing these demonstrations, Mr. Speaker. So it is incumbent upon us as people who have to discuss matters of national importance, Mr. Speaker, to tell Kenyans the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happened yesterday was very clear. Mr. Speaker, it was not a Gen Z demonstration. It was a demonstration that was organized politically in this country, Mr. Speaker. And you can see where it happened. It took place in Nyeri. That is where Rigathi Gachagua comes from. It took place in Madira. It took place in Kisii. Mr. Speaker, the standard that has been set, the standards that has been set by Rigathi Gachagua in this country is that if you want to qualify to become a presidential candidate in his so-called opposition alliance, you must do as much demonstrations as you can. He has given them a benchmark that for you to qualify to become a presidential candidate in their team, you must cause anarchy and you must do demonstrations, and that is how you are going to qualify to become one, Mr. Speaker. And destroy property. Mr. Speaker, this ethnic mobilization in this country must end. Demonstrations must be for all Kenyans. Why do you destroy the property and the livelihoods of your own community, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, you can see the kind of planning that has been put into this matter. You can see the kind of money that has been paid to this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade if we are to save this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am standing to move them. Mr. Speaker, my second point.
Order. Yes, Wanjiku Moya, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, you just ruled a few minutes ago that Honorable Junet should substantiate when he's mentioning the names of persons on this floor. Was Honorable Rigathi in Homa Bay? Was Honorable Rigathi in Mombasa? Was Honorable Rigathi in Kakamega? Was Honorable Rigathi everywhere?
Order. Order, Honorable Wanjiku. Gone. Order. Gone.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Honorable Muya that there was no destructions of property in Homa Bay. There was no destruction of property in Kisumu. There was no destruction of property in Kisii. But there was destruction of property in Nyeri. There was destruction of property in Nyandarua. There was destruction of property in Kikuyu. There was destruction of property in Nyamakima. That tells you who the chief goon is. The chief goon is Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must call a spade today. We must call a spade today, Mr. Speaker. You can see, Mr. Speaker, this is one man who is holding his community hostage, Mr. Speaker. He has decided to use his community and destroying their property and making and impoverish them in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is the Lord of poverty. This is the man who wants to make the community from Mount Kenya to become poor so that he can rule them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this.
Order, members, listen to yourselves.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. This country has a constitution. This country has a government. The government of the Republic of Kenya and the constitution must make sure that every citizen's life is protected and their property is protected, Mr. Speaker. We have an election in 2027. We don't have any other election before then. If you want to remove a government, you will not do it by force. You will not do it through demonstrations. You will not do it through burning and destroying people's property. You have to wait for the election to arrive. Mr. Speaker, my second point on this matter, the media of this country. Mr. Speaker, I support the freedom of the media, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, I was sad when the live coverage was removed, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the freedom of the media also must come with responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the media must be able to make sure that they report accurately and factually, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, what is happening with the Standard newspaper and the KTN, Mr. Speaker? This is a media house that is hell-bent to create genocide in this country. We have, as a house, Mr. Speaker, we have to interrogate the issue of politicians owning media houses in this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware one Honorable Gideon Moi is the owner of Standard newspaper and this KTN, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he cannot use his media house to settle political scores unless or otherwise he wants to become like Felician Kabuga of Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, who has caused genocide. The Felician Kabuga of this country now is Honorable Gideon Moi, Mr. Speaker, because he's using his media house like the way Radio Mill Collins was used in Rwanda to cause genocide, where 800,000 people were lost, Mr. Speaker. We must call a spade, Mr. Speaker. The media house, the media must enjoy their freedom. The media must be allowed to do their work. The media must be allowed to exercise their constitutional rights, Mr. Speaker. But the media that is owned by politicians who are trying to use their media houses.
That was unparliamentary.
So,
How can you talk about somebody that is not there to defend themselves? They have the power to summon him.
Hold on.
They would have summoned him and talked about Rigathi Gachagua and asked him about the goons he had. This guy is acting. He's not a parliamentary panel.
Oh, hold on. The sad part of it is this. That is not Junet speaking. That is Raila Amolo Odinga, who sent that message so that Junet, his attack dog, can speak there. And Ruto made sure that the man, Wetangula, must give Junet an ample opportunity to make unsubstantiated events without interruption so that they can tell us where they are taking this country. That is not Junet speaking. Please, let us not crucify Junet. I want us with all soberness, because you asked me a question and I wanted to answer your question that if you want to know who Raila Amolo Odinga is to Rigathi Gachagua, and by extension to Kikuyus, that is Raila right now. And we cannot keep on sugarcoating that Raila is not a tribalist anymore. You had the Madoadoa thing come back again. Kikuyu and Kisi. Obviously, no other community. That is what he said. That there were only two tribes that did what? You had him. Kikuyu and Kisis. You saw him. You had him. So the issue of Madoadoa comes, wait, Njiru. You see, yesterday I said that I have so much to speak, but I don't want to speak right now. And you know what? I said, maybe another day we'll speak about it because this is too heavy. That showed you that Raila is hell-bent by any necessary means to keep Ruto in power because of his tribal allegiance against these two tribes. Nobody called Junet out. ODM never called him out. Simbarati never came out to call him. Only that lady called him out. And what did the speaker do? What did the speaker do? Ignore.
They ignore.
Ignore. Which parliament does that?
Wajiko Mohia. That lady is called Wajiko Mohia from Kipipiri.
So, is the speech answering part of your earlier question for you to understand the mindset of Raila towards Wamunyoro and the Kikuyu and the Kisi community? Is that clip really showing you where we are headed to?
I think even Raila Odinga is now interested in balkanizing the nation. He is now reading.
He has always been. That is how he has been getting his votes.
Because why would you not even say, I even saw violence in Migori. Sorry, somewhere in Migori there was some violence. So why was he so hell-bent that he is not even mentioning Masai area? Why like Nyeri?
Maybe Keep can be neutral. For me, on this, I can't be neutral.
Neutral aje bana, we unataka nianze kusema FF sahi. I've always been of the opinion that the true colors of Raila have come out. This man is a tribalist, and I'll keep saying it. I think the unfortunate thing is once we mention that community right now, because they feel like we're attacking them. We're just trying to show them that their leader is the one who's tribalist. It's not you. It's not the Luo people we're attacking. We're attacking the leader that makes the perception that he's going to lead his people to the wrong place. How many years have I been with you guys and I've never ever defended Kalenjin stupidity and Kalenjin leaders making our people look bad? Njeru, you brought one of your friends from the US, a Kalenjin man. You've brought Lawi came today, and we say the same things. Hii mambo ya could defend your leader and then calling everybody tribalist because we don't agree with what Raila is saying, and we point out the tribalism within that party and the tribalism by that man. Munafikiria we attack your whole community. We're not. We love Luos. Me, I love Luo culture. Mimi December naenda huko kufanya Wangla. I go dance Wangla. I enjoy my music there. I enjoy staying in Kisumu. I enjoy the music. I enjoy being around the Luo people. But I don't like the Luos the leaders you produce. The leaders that you allow. And again, the stupid leaders that we have in Nyanza, Luo Nyanza, let me specify Luo Nyanza, is the fact that ODM has come and destroyed destroyed the what do you call it? The choice of the leaders. There's a perception of choice, but that is not choice. It's the same like UDA. UDA. How many MPs are independent in South Rift? I mean North Rift. How many MPs are independent in Luo Nyanza? Tell me how many parties are in Luo Nyanza. Say, uniambie say. There are none. There are none, because you pay a certain amount to Aida and Raila and the rest of the ODM goons so that you can get a ticket. But the people on the ground have not chosen you. Then you have no choice. People are just going to see orange. They're going to vote. And that is the problem. That is what we're trying to, that's what I've been trying to say. It is not the people, it's their leaders or the lead. Let me rephrase that. The leaders that have been chosen for them. There, that is it. So Mimi, I will not stop saying it. I will not stop saying that because I used to be shy about it, or I'm trying to beat around the bush. ODM has been made a Luo party. It used to be national. It has been made that by Raila Amolo Odinga, and now he's fronting his community so that he can eat. while his people are suffering. Siku za kuogopa kusema vitu because you're walking on eggshells while it's the truth, I have stopped. As long as I'm not abusing a community, but I'm attacking the leaders, I will continue doing it. Na mtanisimamisha. That one Njeru, sitasimama. Hiyo nitaendelea kusema. ODM has become a Luo party because of Raila Amolo Odinga. And
it's so unfortunate.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, and it is so unfortunate that that is how he had to send himself into retire. We thought that we were always saying that Raila Odinga is looking for a soft landing, but it looks like he has looked for a hard landing.
It's not a hard landing. No, it's not a hard landing. Right now, he's eating more than ever. Right now, anadishi kushinda siku zingine because now he's been given carte blanche.
But
it is obvious. Compared to if you see compared to the time where when it was the Rainbow Alliance, yeah.
But
remember the Rainbow Alliance. To now, he's actually got hold on. Right now, he's got hand-picked thugs in the current hand-pick yeye mwenyewe ameokota. In Uhuru play siku za Uhuru alikuwa amepatiwa ile tu kidogo kidogo, anapatiwa kidogo hii ya COVID, pesa kidogo kidogo hivi. Za Moi ni yeye peke yake, NAK Kenya he was PM, whatever it is, he usually gets scripts and scraps hivi. But now this is blatant. Ye anakula kukula, my friend. And just listen to what Alex said. There is something that Ruto has on Raila, he cannot step out at this moment. Kuna kitu ameshikiliwa. When you hear him talk about the Adani deal, when you hear him talking about, because Adani deal ilikuwa hiyo ni deal yake, but now inaonekana other than the Adani deal, there's something else Raila is eating.
Let me say part of it, Nigani.
Go ahead.
You know, traditionally, after the Golden Bag scandal, when Kenya now was restructuring its finance, obviously I come from the economics background, when we started now restructuring, when our currency failed, remember the reason the pound is called, 20 shillings is called pound is for a very long time. 1 pound used to be 20 Kenya shillings pop. And you know where it is right now. After, you know, the devaluation of our currency.
170 shillings, yes.
Yeah. De La Rue had to renegotiate with Kenya. One of the worst renegotiations we did, and they put it in paper and Moi signed without the knowledge, is every finance minister in Kenya will be getting 5% of every money we will borrow from IMF, World Bank, and other Western countries. I don't know if you have ever known that. Every current finance minister, when we borrow money, there is a kickback of 5%. I don't know if you have ever known that. Now,
you know that one must be very serious information.
The other day, even Morara, can you look for a clip? Morara Kebaso talking about De La Rue and 5%. It is there. Look at the clip. Tafuta hiyo clip sahi nani utuweke clip. Morara talking about the finance minister and 5%. The other thing, if you remember, when NDP and KANU came together to form New KANU, Raila was offered the position of the vice presidency. Raila said no. And then Raila negotiated, and people thought Raila was a sick person. For a very long time, the Toto man was the minister for energy. And remember, he ended up owning Toto Kenya, which being a Toto man, you know, the energy sector was for him. When he came in, we rewrote again our energy contract, international contract. We rewrote our energy contract again, which again gave the Minister for Finance, Minister for Energy, a kickback of 5% of every oil and energy we import. Now, the question comes, when Ruto came in, one of the biggest things he did was to cancel everything from the previous government. And we started having cash for oil from Qatar, and later on, And ODM complained bitterly since Wundanyi came to the Ministry of Energy. Have you heard any complaint from the opposition in regard to the cash we were paying to what country to get oil? Because 5% of that money goes directly to the Minister of what? Energy. Who is truly our Minister for Energy? It's not Wundanyi. It's Raila Amolo Odinga. Why did he have to put an almost 90-year-old man to become now the chair of the energy in the Senate? And they also recomposed the energy committee in parliament again. All that noise that they were making. So the problem lies here. Those who were part of the deal, these two, finance and the energy, when Ruto came in, also ate. Now that they are out, people like Ndindi Nyoro, yes, they know the truth, but they cannot criticize that what they have already eaten too. It is that it's like the golden bag scandal, whereby Moi used to laugh at us. By the end of the day, we realized Muite had taken 20 million, tukakuja tukapata Wamalu had also eaten, tukakuja tukapata 20 million was given to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga without his knowledge, na ikaingia kwa wapi? Kwa kampeni yake. Like the golden bag scandal, everybody ate, and it is said it's only Raila personally who did not eat at that particular time. When we talk about Ruto skunk, the real skunk is Raila Amolo Odinga. The real skunk. And that is why he's so tight. Njiru, I don't want to speak here. People think that I am just creating what. I want you to go to that clip of Morara, and I will look for a clip I send you of that Delarue, or I want you to, or somebody Google. Everybody of you here, you can read and look at how Delarue gives a kickback openly 5% to every minister of finance in Kenya, so that you may not think here that I'm talking of my own issues here, so that you can understand that money is not channeled to Mbadi. Mbadi is there as an entity of the Odinga, and ODM is not a Luo party. ODM is a family party. Let us not say ODM is a Luo party. That is a misinformation.
Okay, it's a proxy. It's a proxy for the Luo community,
No,
but it's a family party.
It's a family party, because that is why people like Professor Mutua are becoming aides in what? In Ruto's government. All these new aides that you have seen, they are not all of them Luos. It is a family affair. The real beneficiaries who have been put as proxies to Raila Amolo Odinga within the State House, majority are not even Luos. Wachana hizi viti za park, hizi viti za trade in the committees, hizi vitu za budget in the committee, wachana hizo. Now we are talking on the executive level. You don't see those there. It is the oligarchs that have always supported Raila Amolo Odinga, and who are not Luos.
Like Royal Media. Like Royal
Exactly.
Media.
Now you're coming out. You're coming out. That's why Royal Media cannot be shut. If you remember a clip a couple of years ago, which many people don't like talking about, Macharia tells Raila, can we meet at Nairobi Golf Club? They go there, and he's in a private room. And then Macharia comes and says, you have won the election, Mr. President, but you have two options. You are not going to be announced the president, but you will be given two deals. Either you accept to become the vice president and you will be the heir apparent, or you will become what? A very powerful opposition leader. The Kibaki administration knew the person to speak to. Wasn't a Luo? It was the person who had bankrolled Raila and his father for years and years and years. That is Royal Media Services. Let us not come here and incriminate the Luo community just because they vote for ODM. When it comes to the zenith or the apogees, the structural up there when decisions are made, Luos are not involved. The bankrollers of the party are the beneficiaries. And that is why on a soft spot, sometimes I don't trust Jimmy Wanjigi, because the reason I don't support Jimmy Wanjigi is when Jimmy Wanjigi's father died, I don't know, it was a father who saw. You remember how cozy Jimmy Wanjigi, even when he was really beating the government, but when Raila went to that funeral, you remember how cozy Jimmy Wanjigi was? Look at all the funerals during the COVID that Raila went and he was welcomed there, including the brother of Rigathi Gachagua. Raila has a story, a connection, money, and why he campaigned for him. People keep on asking. When those stories come to Luo Nyanza and the leadership, there is no such connection. Ni Joey, Joey, Joey. But when it comes to the mountain, the bankrollers, who they have deep, deep, deep relationships. Go to the funerals that Raila has gone to the mountain and how the family respects him and the kind of speeches he gives and the relationship he has with them, especially the richest Kikuyus. You will come to know that in and above, when we try to analyze politics, sometimes let us understand that we have two tribes in Kenya, the rich and the poor. So when ODM is clouting to be a Luo party, but the real beneficiary, when Raila shook hand with Ruto, you have to start counting who is the beneficiary here and why do they hate Matiani per se? Because they all fear. And that's the same reason or the same mistake that Raila made and put Martha Karua and also gave him the role of the Minister for Justice before he won the election. And all of these people were afraid that if this woman will work the way Raila has said, they will be swamped away. And you saw people start getting out of Azimio as quick as possible. Minji Minji walked out. The man we are embracing right now, the former speaker, walked out. When it comes to ODM and its bankrollers and the beneficiaries, they are never Luos. Trust me. They've never been Luos. The biggest bankrollers of ODMs have never been Luos. Remember when Jimmy Wanjigi alishikwa?
Aya, sawa.
Wanjigi alishikwa. Let me finish this. Remember wakati Jimmy Wanjigi alishikwa? Raila had to sleep in his house to make sure hajashikwa. Kwa nini? Where does Raila sleep easily? Let me finish it there.
Thank you very much. Nyakairo, mbona umenyamaza sana?
Asante Niko, nilikuwa nafanya kitu ambacho sahii ndio nimemaliza. Nilikuwa tu nawasikiza vile mnasema. It is a good submission na everything that you guys you are arguing is very sensible. It is true, as Alex said, Raila is tribal. Actually, hatukumjua sisi, tulikuwa, especially for me, I think I entered to start talking these things or politics a little bit, but I'm not a politician. It's just to make sense of what is going on in Kenya. The time it was a sound candid. That is where I started. No, Mutembei. I started Mutembei just a little bit. Then we moved to sound candid. Now we are here with Njiro. I've not been very much in it, but I entered maybe in the middle of when we were expecting Raila to win. But unfortunately, that did not happen. And it looks like we were not favored. We were not lucky at all, even if it was Raila. Because initially, sometimes back, I tried to understand were these two guys really maybe corresponding? Because as we had believed that Raila had won, and because these are two gangsters, they are connected. And people ought to remember when they were in those grouping what happened. Me, I tend to feel very sensitive about what happened previously, though I didn't know much about Pentagon, but now it started opening my mind and I started understanding these two guys are not good, both of them. And they have hidden all their clothes, tusione hizo kucha zao, wamezificha sana. I made a comment sometimes and I said, could it be that these two guys, they talked through, about that because you have not won, do your best, then we see what will happen. And then we go slowly. I just have that thinking because how comes these two guys, what they are doing, it's completely the same. It's the same. The tactics that they are playing is the same. The minds that they are trying to confuse, we understand them very much. Kwa sababu hata vile huyu Raila anafanya maongeo yake, anatutega hivi, anarudi pandi hii. Ni kama mtu ambaye ana yumba. But hiyo kuyumba, he is very much conscious. He knows that ana yumba kwa sababu kuna vile anataka sisi tuamini ama tusiamini. Anatuweka hapo confuse. But we Kenyans, we are not confused. We can connect dots. These guys maybe sometimes back, they talked and they said, kwa sababu hujawin, and we want to deal with these people, I'll give you a chance. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia, who mourns for all those people who have been killed? Hakuna. Who feels remorse about what all these people have been killed? No one. Ruto and Raila, they are not remorseful of what is going on in our country. They are not remorseful of the killings. Wao wanaongea tu, Raila anaongea kama mimi siko. Naye huyu mwingine anasema properties, but human beings are less in their mind. So my thinking is, could these guys have connected and decided to lie to Kenyans and make that one day we will connect, but let's play our game very careful so that at the end we will reach there. However, even if those guys, let me say this, I'm not tribal, but with due respect, Luos have been killed during Mandamano of Raila. Remember, Raila went to Mukuru kwa Njenga. Is that the place where bodies were being taken out? Kware. That is where he went. And that was the last time that he wanted to see that he's in the middle of a big crowd who are watching very sad venue that these bodies were being retrieved. And that from that moment, that is when he was done with Gen Z or with the Kenyans who were on the other side, the opposition. So he did not take long time before he decided that I am going to join Ruto. It did not take long. And Gen Z had pleaded with him, stay home, this is our war. We will do it. What did he do? These guys have no remorse for the people who have been killed in Kenya. These guys don't even talk about people who are killed. The only thing they talk is they will be compensated as if those are chicken or goats or cow. It is horrible. Hata saa ile Ojwang aliuawa, what did Raila say? He took some days before he make his comment. Even it was not like condolence. You are giving money because you have it. 1 million or 1.5 million. Ruto the same. So what I'm trying to say is, these guys knew from the word go, one day we will be together. How did it happen that we had this NADCO, and how did it end? Kalonzo was thrown out, Wamalo was thrown out, and some other guys were thrown out. Ilibaki nani? Ilibaki Kalonzo, by the way, and Ishongwa. How did Ishongwa behave? He behaved so bad that he was making like nothing. The most important points from NADCO, which was contributed by the opposition, were thrown out. Then we were left like we are still with the same things that the fake regime had decided. That was what was kept. And it was easy like that. And Raila did not mind about it. He continued following them because he knew one day we will connect and we will be together. So they have played their game so well until this moment. Hata wa leo Raila anajaribu kuambia watu ati Gen Z muende maandamano, ni haki yenu. What is that? Alafu the other day anarudi kusema kinyume cha mambo kama hayo. I think you guys, you have heard him talk this today, and tomorrow he says something else. Now, he even went to a point that he started talking about Gachagua when he was talking about shares. Remember, Gachagua told people that shares was brought by Ruto, because he is the one who was saying these are the people who are going to get this size of shares and these others are going to get this. And he was the boss. He was the one who was saying whatever Gachagua had to say. Gachagua has said that when he was giving all these speeches that he has been giving or interviews. Where are we with these two guys? And we are still talking about them. Look at Luo area. There was no mandamano. I can't believe there was no mandamano because of their wish. Luos, I think they were told something by these evil people. Don't participate. Kule Kisii kumechomwa, vile wamesema, nimesikia Juneti amesema Kisii kulichomwa, na huko ni kwa sababu I would presume maybe it is because of Matiang'i having to participate, having that he is for the other side, that is for the opposition. Then these other places whereby Kikuyu area, whatever, they are trying to connect with Gachagua. If they arrest Gachagua today, and they arrest Kamket, and they arrest Gaucho, and they arrest the other person, I can't remember the name, and then these other two ladies who have been shown on the newspapers that they were organizing those, then we have the evidence. But they have no evidence for Gachagua being connected to this. How are they working, doing this and telling us all these many lies that they have lied to us? Raila have even started lying. Many lies. So two people in the government lying. Who is helping the country? Who is helping the wananchi? And yet they want us to listen those lies. With all the people that are following them together in that government, they are all lying. How can we live in such a country that people are lying even when they are in the government? Yes, you can use lies when you are doing campaign. But once you get to the house, to the office that you have been elected for, you stop those lies because you are now born again. Because I would say they are born again because they have gone to the stage of being responsible, accountable for all what will happen. But now, what are we getting? Look at Junet, the lies that he is trying to narrate. Kitu ambacho wamepanga waongea hivyo na watoe sauti kubwa sana. And that is why you hear them wakiwa wanaongea kama watu wamekasirika na sauti kubwa sana. Now that lady put Junet down. Those questions he should answer and tell us why did it not happen to other places. Kericho, there was maandamano. We didn't hear police station burned. We didn't hear anybody killed. There was maandamano in Eldoret. However, we don't know. I doubt. I didn't hear whether there was somebody killed in Eldoret, but there was maandamano. We didn't hear about police station burned. But these other parts in Central and even businesses in the areas that most Central people would be, that is the critical place that everything bad happened. And you look at us and see what we are saying. The people on the road are making more sense than the people who are in the office trying to tell us that they are leading us. We cannot be led by hooligans who doesn't even understand that the people we are leading have got brains. They can think. And it is not time to play those games at this time. It's time for them to serve the people who gave them the job. But where we have reached, these two people, they have played with us all these games, and they will keep on playing with our minds until the end of the term. And you wonder, those are the same people who will come to us. How will they dress themselves so that we can trust them? There's no trust, and that trust has been already broken. Tunaomba watu wa Kenya, hii mambo yote pahali tumefika, hakuna mtu atavalia nguo ingine tumsikize. Let them do whatever they are doing, knowing that Kenyans have moved on and they want a different government and a very new one after we do the overhaul of everybody who is involved in all these calamities that have been happening in our country and what has gone on with all those horrible creatures that are talking to us like we are children. We are not deaf, we are not blind. Everything we can see, we can understand. And so you are not going to educate us to listen to you. We have enough, and we say enough is enough. So let them prepare themselves.
Umeenda wapi hatukusikii?
Moderator amelala.
Oh, sasa yani hiyo
Oh,
Judy anafanyanga hivyo, si unamjua tu.
this is useless. The moderator and Bud is in the background because of him. You know,
Kwambia.
sijui tufanyie huyo mtu nini.
Sijui kama You know, kama ningekuwa na simu ya baba yake ningepiga baba yake simu.
Tutafute hiyo namba na mweke Mbudi bana.
Njiru, can you add Alex wherever you are?
Ni ukweli Chang'aa ni mbaya bana.
Hapana, Njiru hapendi Chang'aa. Njiru anakunyanga chai mingi excess. He takes excess tea. Unajua tea iko na caffeine.
Ama anahubiri huko Canada, nasikianga anatorokanga huko Canada siku hizi aki.
By the way, alirudi from Britain. Njiru was going to Britain.
I would have met him. I would have met him.
Did he
If he
go?
comes.
Ama he didn't go?
Not yet. Usiongea, wait, ngoja hajasema hiyo publicly.
Alisema hapa, nisikia akiambia wazee hapa.
Hiyo tunakutana naye, I have to meet him.
Kipi najua nishatembea Britain, sijui ni southeast of London. Unajua place inaitwa Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire is not in southeast of London. It's south.
Is it what? Southeast or northeast? Where is it?
That's Scotland, man.
No, Gloucestershire iko hapo tu London. I mean, it's about 3 hours drive.
Oh, sorry. No. West London.
Yeah.
Southeast London ama West. Sorry. Close. It's a rich area. Wait, uko nafanya nini huko? It's a very rich area.
Na ni kusupu sasa hivi nikicompare na hapa, huko ni kusupu na kwambia, hey, the place is beautiful.
That's a rich area bana. Wadosi wanaishingi huko bana.
Nilikuwa nimetembea huko na
huko ndio mali, unajua Alan Sugar has a few properties there. I used to know the niece.
Some town called Chatham. It's spelled Chatham, but I think it's pronounced Chatham.
Leta Ukikuyu up.
It is spelled Chatham. The spelling is Chatham, but the pronunciation I think is Chatham.
Ulichukua tube gani?
Sikuchukua tube. I was driven.
Wewe unadrive London wewe? Sisi ni watu wa public transportation. We live in an island. You know in America, acha nipigie Njeru. Let me call him. We just continue talking. Let me call this so-called host. Ngoja kidogo.
Tutapigia baba yake simu kwa sababu hiyo story ya nini? Hiyo story ya mtu kutuacha kwa show. We are not taking that line down. Jiru, umesikia? We are not taking that line down. Siku hizi uliona ile kitu Jiru alitokea jana ya wale wakikuu walikuwa napiga story.
Kuna msichana kwa nyumba. There's a woman in the house bana.
Jiru is not. Jiru ni mtu wa Mungu. Jiru ni mtu wa familia. Jiru tu acha nikutetee. Wewe analyze your character.
Kwani watu wa Mungu wakufanya hivyo kwa Biblia? There are many cases of prophets and walifanya makosa.
Is the real one. Si wanye fake. Ama anje Jiru my line.
Wewe Kipril, wacha mambo mingi. I'm here.
Watu wa DC pia wafanye hivyo. Watu wa Munyoro, they are very clean.
Actually, I'm in the channel and also taking a walk the same time. So Kipril, I'm in a walk.
Umetoa kilemba inaitwa je?
Umenyoa nywele bwana ya maumau.
Umenyoa ndevu. Jiru, we have asked you about 4 questions. Umetoa kilemba.
Wacha mambo mingi bwana. Muacha.
I think Mama Nyakairo ndiye amerudi. Let me say something about what Mama Nyakairo was saying. I thought you people could listen. You could listen to Junet very well and connect the dots and see what is happening and the future of Maandamano. I'm afraid that we are not looking at where Ruto is taking us and how Raila is part of it and how we are going to be caught up in a surprise. But I think Ruto doesn't know how to do it. Now, he did things this week that we really need to debate about. Now, they go to Parliament, and it was not only Junet, there were a clandestine of leaders who condemning Gachagua. It was 6 hours of talking about Gachagua only. It's not easy to watch the whole clip on how Gachagua was being blackmailed in that parliament while the speaker is just there and doing nothing. The whole reason for doing that is they have this narrative of making sure that repeatedly they have said it's Gachagua that is causing, now the new word in town is anarchy, which means that people are taking law into their own hands. That now, when anarchy happens, there's only one solution. If you guys don't know, you shut off the TV and you declare the state of emergency. Now, that one refused to work. And what did Ruto do? He threw up tantrums. The next day, he changed the leadership of the military. In response, after the meeting they had had, Kipchumba Murkomen doesn't know how to hide things, and he comes out and say it shoot to kill. Later on, he comes and say, I did not say that. It was out of context. But if you realize what Ruto is preparing from Parliament, how people spoke about it, from the people who shut down the live broadcast, to rearranging the military, because it has been a bone of contention on how he's handling issues. And I think one of the key areas that Ruto has had a problem is the intelligence and the security of that country, who are looking at him and telling him that you cannot take measures that are beyond the executive. So Ruto is preparing himself now to go a notch higher than previously thought. He's encroaching his powers. And from what I saw, is that if they are not able to contain, and I think they did not expect that it was going to be that successful, that very successful, because 27 counties actively participated. Actively means over expectations of about 50% and above. So the thing is, I think, and this is my own prediction, Ruto is a sick man who is ready to do anything to keep himself in power. This sick man, if he's not going to be contained, of course, he's running mad already, if you have seen it, because immediately after that, he was like, if you say Ruto must go, where should he go? Obviously, he wants to run, but he doesn't know where to run to. And the promise of Sabasaba has already been given by the GNC. The organization structure is already taking roots. Even though the security, especially the police, were told that you were trained in Kiganjo to shoot and kill, I don't think after the Ojwang incident, the police is ready. The way our IG has been responsive to the case and saying that the culprit is the deputy IG. So I think overall the police have their own talks that, I think we have vested power and we cannot go beyond. And that's why they're hiring goons. I think Ruto will run mad and declare emergency without our knowledge. And I think this is something we need to start talking about, because obviously the security and the intelligence in Kenya is not cooperating with this man. And I think the only way out that is remaining for Ruto for now is for him to declare a state of emergency. And we should not give him that opportunity. We should start talking about it earlier. and warn him that Kenya is not in anarchy. Those makeshift stories that they're making in parliament that are lies. Gachagua is not responsible. Gachagua was not in the street. Gachagua has not taken anybody's child, any GNZ, and forced them to go. And as asked, was Gachagua in Kisii? Was Gachagua in Homa Bay? Was Gachagua, as somebody said, in Kericho, there were demonstration? Was Gachagua in Homa Bay? Was Gachagua in Kisumu? So when he was asked that, when Raila was asked through Junet, he responded that, yeah, there were demonstration, but there were no destruction of properties. Now, which comes to the real destructors of properties now is, the narrative is, they hired goons and they told them specifically that the destruction of property, destruction of properties should happen within the mountain. And that is why now they want to run with the narrative that did not touch base before. It did not work before. Lord of poverty, they are bringing it up, and they don't know the Lord of poverty is Raila Amolo Odinga, according to Ruto. Now they want to take that narrative and give it to Gachagua. It is not going to happen. We will sit at our rooftops and tell them, look, Gachagua had nothing to do with it. We know you are the people who destroyed our properties, your goons. And you wanting to brand that the Kikuyus are the only one who are demonstrating and destroying their own properties does not add at all. And therefore, that state of emergency that you want to declare is not going to work. Whether you change your security, your army, your what, it is not going to work. Even the new army officers must know this country is not in a state of emergency. You cannot declare a state of emergency. That is a political tool that Ruto will want to use so that we may not have an election and him and Raila to rule over us on iron fist. Raila has come out openly to tell us that he's so bitter with us that we denied him an opportunity to do what? To do the airport and do the deal of Adani. Who gives the airport for almost 100 years or 50 years for free? Their own airport, not a new airport that being done what? Being built. And they keep on giving us an example of Ethiopia, which is the opposite of what they wanted to do, as if we are fools. So I think, Mama Nyakairo, you gave a very good analysis, but you must know what they want to do is to show that the Kikuyus are bringing this country into anarchy. They are destroying properties. They are the majority in Nairobi. And therefore, we need a state of emergency because actually anarchy is going on in Kenya. But the truth is that there is no anarchy. So let's not allow them to go to that depth. But when Sabasaba comes, I think one person who did a very good job to a point that I think embarrassed our local, even though the local did very well, our local media, was Larry Midio. And actually, you remember, even their tickets were so expensive for that guy to be flown to Kenya. But that guy really loves our country, even though he doesn't work for our networks or our medias. But I think his abrasive nature and then his loyalty to Kenya, that guy needs to be given a medal in the future. If a president comes who is not Ruto, I think that guy should be given one of the highest medals Kenyan should ever get, because what he did on that day was to expose the government, its goons, and how it operates. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I saw he even rescued some people. Did you see that, Alex? Kuna watu walikuwa wamekalishwa chini. He rescued them, and then some thug cop threw some tear gas. And then Larry asked him, "Why did you do that?" And then the guy was laughing, and then he was asking, "And why are you laughing?" You know, I liked that confrontation between him and the cops. I mean,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
He's really standing for Kenya. I love the way he's doing. And then if they are sending Gachagua, mobilize the Gen Z. Then they're trying to say that the Gachagua is very powerful. That's what they're trying to tell us. Are they trying to tell
They
us?
are not saying Gachagua mobilized the GNC. They are saying Gachagua mobilized the Kikuyu goons. That is the narrative they are saying.
So, and then I also love it that Gachagua, after the Murkomen spoke all that trash, Gachagua had an interview with the NTV and he rubbished all that. So, whose narrative will sell? Gashagua's narrative obviously was going to sell. Then another thing, when Murkomen was giving these orders to kill, immediately something happened in Mount Kenya, that is in North Kinangop, a place called Dunyijeru. Some cattle thieves had been arrested by the cops, mob arrest, and then had been taken to the police station. And I think the police were trying to dismiss the case or release them or something. Now there was a confrontation between the police and the crowds. And guess what? One cop, as usual, after Murkomen gave the orders to shoot, one cop shot a villager, and the villagers burned down the police station, and including the suspects. So then later on, I saw the OCS having a kind of a conversation with the villagers, trying to come to some agreement, something. And I thought he should have done this before all this commotion. So the police are learning a hard way. I don't think any normal police will shoot into the crowds. What Ruto may opt to is to hire those gangs and those thugs and arm them and give them guns to shoot and kill. But you know what? What happened on 25th was a picture. In your picture, Alex, unaona watu wenye those people who came out are not even half of those people who can really come out. Okay? And the police were obviously overwhelmed. So I hope Ruto is seeing that picture. That what Wakenya wakiamua kutoka, there's nothing even the police will do. The police will be outnumbered. So kama he's trying to tell us that he can still use force, he can still kill people. I don't know, when he asked ati mnataka niende aje, how do you want me to leave? How do you want me to go? I see that between like a feeling of panic and also arrogance, like Mutadu. Sometimes that is how Ruto behaves. I think Ruto is ready to send Kenya to hell, and he would wish there is anarchy. But unfortunately, this may not result to anarchy. I think he's a person who will be on the spot. That is how I see. Sijui Nyakairo anaona aje. Nyakairo, uko hapo?
Niko Julia. Ni kweli kabisa Ruto have tried to change what he want to do and bring to the other side. He calls people terrorists, he calls people criminals, he calls people thieves, all these names. Which side does those names belong? Upande wa Ruto, huko ndio mambo yote mabaya inafanyika. All what they want to do is that ni mchezo wa kuchezea wa Kenya kwa sababu wamezoea. Ni kweli kuna ule wimbo wanasema ati umetuzoea. That one is very correct. Sababu hii mambo yote anatufanyia na kuongea mambo ile yeye anafanya ati sisi ndio tunafanya. It's so dangerous. Kwa sababu anaweza fanya kitendo ambacho sio vile wananchi wamekifanya, lakini amekigeuza na akatenda mambo kama hivyo. Sasa Alex amesema about state of emergency. Anaweza fanya mambo kama hiyo, tuumie bure, warudi kuja kugundua huyu mtu kumbe ni hivyo alikuwa amesema, but the damage has been done. So even these forces, military, police and what, they need to sit down and analyze. They are not fools. They know all what Ruto is saying. They know all what this regime is doing, talking lies, planning evil things. Can you imagine? They are putting Gachagua, he is the one who made people burn those places. While we know, and we have evidence, I repeat again, we have evidence of people who are planning to bring goons and they succeeded. Na sio ati kwa sababu kumechomwa uko upande wa Central, kwani lazima wapite pahali tunawaona. Those people, they had plans of how to cross and go there. Si tumeona mara nyingi hata Gachagua akiwa kwa mkutano, wanatuma goons wanaenda kumwataki kwa mkutano. What can they do? They can do anything. They have got all these. Mi kwanza nasikia wakisema they have the machinery, government machinery. What for? What kind of government machinery? Are they all like Ruto? Yani mtu ambaye hana heshima, mtu ambaye ni evil. Do we have even all these forces evil people, except those ones who have done evil? Does it mean wanataka kutuonyesha wale watu wote wako kwa, niseme, let me say this, wananchi wako kando. Hawa watu wengine ambao wanasimamia serikali, either the forces or whatever, are they just following this man who is like a madman, who want to kill, who have killed many people while they are watching? Na wakubali ati ni anarchy inaendelea Kenya, while he is the one who is anarchist. Mambo yote ile amefanya ni mambo ya kuharibu nchi. Na si ati anafanya hivyo bila kujua. Ana mpango, anapanga ili vile mambo mabaya itafanyika Kenya. And these people, like when I looked at the IG Kanja, during that investigation of Albert Ojwang, you see that all these people are criminals. They're not people who have integrity. It's people who are lying front in on your face. Na hata unamuona anakaa kama mtu anaangalia chini, because they have no confidence of what they are saying, because it is not true. And they want us to listen to them. That is why people are crazy, asking, what are we having here? We don't have a government. We have got crooks. And that is what they are, in fact. They have proven it. Look at Murkomen. Anarudi kusema hakusema hivyo. How about if you bring that video here and then you put the other one akisema hakusema? Does a camera lie? Hiyo video ni Murkomen wa AI alikuwa amesimama hapo, ama ni Murkomen gani? So when you look at these people, even the military, other forces, police forces, whoever is acting under their order is crazy also. Because if you are normal, you should not follow such kind of order coming from somebody like that, who is not reasoning, mtu ambaye hana sense, mtu ambaye haoni watu kama ni watu. You should not cooperate with such a person or listen to him. You can defy and say no. And you have the right of saying no, because you are being given order by a madman. Mtu ambaye mambo yake yote anapanga mabaya, na ikifanyika anarudi pandi ingine anasema ni fulani alifanya. How is that? Can we argue with such a person? And we are even told, don't argue with a fool. People might not notice the difference. What Gen Z are doing is that they don't want to listen to bogus speeches ya uongo. Na Ruto anajionaga ati kwa sababu anasimama hapo mbele yenu anawapea. Especially what you have just said about alisema, how do I go? You say Ruto must go. How do I go? Anaweza hata simama hapo nje aitishe duthi ije imchukue impeleke. Is it as that? Na Wakenya hawatashughulika na yeye, because already we are tired with all this rubbish. Me as a Kenyan, I think we need people with the decency of a kind, watu ambao hawajatoka msituni, kwa sababu hawa wametoka msituni. People who talk with loose mouth, they don't respect people. Speech that they give is a speech of nonsense. No sense, because the next minute it will change and they will say they didn't do it, they didn't say it. We Kenyans, we are not denying that we didn't go for protest. We did. But the people who knew that we were going for protest managed to put goons besides us so that they can spoil our name. Nobody like Gen Z went to steal anybody's property or touch anybody's property. They were all on the street and they had their own sign and they knew each other. So we don't want to hear anything like somebody saying anarchy. Yeye ndiye anarchy creator. Ndio atuletee mambo ya kusema state of emergency. Lakini I hope hata military wako na vichwa vizuri za kufikiria na kuanalyze, where did that voice come from? Where did those words come from? Where did that order come from? Are we like that? They should think and decide the right way. Because as Ruto was trying to say, Kenya ni nchi yetu wote. Yeah, it is ours and we know that. And that is why we are fighting for it, because you have captured our country in the wrong way. You're not doing any good for our country. That is not what we expected from such a person. Though I did not vote for him, he is not my president, but I never expected Kenya to reach that point of losing its integrity at this moment. But I believe things gonna change for the better. Otherwise, I stop there. I'm still here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Today I saw something. I saw Professor Kivutha Kibwana telling Murkomen kwa Twitter kwamba if there will be any shooting, any mass shooting, he'd be answerable. And he was trying to deny that he's been taken out of context. Ati hakusema hivyo. So you see, that is the way to push them. We keep pushing and pressing and pressing. And for sure, Murkomen needs to be asked, if Ruto's government falls today, ataenda wapi? Amejipanga kweli? Amejipanga kwenda exile ama amejipanga aje? That's what I'm wondering. So wasitulete, and the reaction that was on 25th was very organic, apart from the gangs that went around breaking into people's shops. And there were pictures. There were even videos of those gangs. Did you see videos where some thugs could jump into the police vehicle, wanashuka, wanabebwa tena? Since when did we see police carrying protesters? Wakishuka, wakibebwa tena? Since when? So these people are transferred by police vehicles to go and do and break into shops and burn them. So uzuri tuko na technology, and all those cameras, they cannot succeed to bring down all those video clips and all that. Good, a lot of people took those clips. Watu walikuwa na smartphone, so hakuna vile wataepuka. Raundi ni kubaya, sana. So I just hope that the 77 Sabasaba will take off. We need to keep pressing on. I mean, somebody is asking us, what is the end game? No, we need to keep pressing on. We need to keep pressing on. Ruto asipumzike. That is what I feel. So you come, Alex, you have something to say? Njiru, come back kwa show.
Yeah, before I go, I wanted to give you a shoot to kill. I listened it and I thought it was just a comedy because first and foremost, I think all of us about to go studio, we are not that young, so there are things we know about past cabinet ministers for security. Yugi was known to a person who validated the killing of, allegedly the killing of Boko. Then, we are talking about the prominent people who made simple mistakes that they regretted later on. Somebody like Michuki, when they ganged up and they destroyed the properties of KTN. At a particular time, he was on security, and he made a simple mistake that haunted him. When he said, if you rattle a snake, bite you, and you know, we saw many security ministers who made many mistakes. Kaniseri made mistakes at some point by threatening demonstrations, so on and so forth. Atiang'i also at some point made mistakes, especially when Baba wanted to be Kuapishwa. He gave a lot of threats, but he woke up very early in the morning. By 4 a.m., he guaranteed everybody security and said, we are not going to do anything. People come, just do what you need to do. I think what Murkomen is not realizing, I think he has made one of the worst mistakes, because it was not a statement per se. It was a long narration of how people should do. Because he did not just come out and say, shoot to kill, just like Michuki, who had very few words to say. If you rattle a snake, I remember very well, Michuki did not give a speech. He gave a statement and walked away. So he can say, he can come back and say, I was taken out of context or out of content. But for Murkomen, if you play the whole clip, you'll be even more surprised by even not the statement of shoot to kill. There are more even statements. You know, to shoot to kill is not even the more potent statement in the whole narration, actually. I am disappointed that we are taking that and not really taking the more potent things he said. He said like this: you went to Kiganjo to defend yourself and to defend the people. Okay, is that true? Then he goes, you cannot just sit there while people are beating you for no reason. Is that true? Was anybody trying to beat a police? I mean, I want you to rewatch. I wish Njiru was here so that he can put the whole clip on how this man spoke, so that you will come to a conclusion that even shoot to kill was not even more potent. So how dare does he joke with our intelligence that that it was out of context? It is because after listening to himself, after he went back home, his wife looked at him, because by the way, the guy is married to a Kikuyu, and he asked him, is this what you have said? Are you sure this is the right thing? So when you see people like Kibwana tell him right on his face that you are culpable for every death that is going to happen by a police officer, is that true or not? It is very true, because the guy was very passionate, unhinged, because you wonder, does this person have even advisors to tell him on how to speak on a matter of internal security? I heard somebody give a very good analysis. He said, you know, you can choose even a doctor for a witch doctor to become a minister for health. You can choose a cattle rustler to become a minister for agriculture. He gave a very good analysis. Then he said, but a minister for internal security, you don't just choose anybody. This is a person that gives hope and security to a country, because without it, anything can happen, or people will not have the confidence as a country. So a minister for internal security is a position that is given for people who can speak confidence to the country even when the worst of the worst. So the guy asked, what is the rate of confidence you can give Murkomen from 0 to 10? And I saw many people comment and say 0 is a number. It should not be given any number. I concurred to that. In any civilized society, in every sane government that somebody cares about the people he rules, I think Murkomen should have tendered his resignation immediately after that. But because he speaks out loud the things they speak in the security meetings, we may not even blame Murkomen. In one way, Murkomen is a gift of God that tells us what Ruto is thinking about us. Ruto has found that the police cannot shoot to kill, and therefore he has ordered his own elite squad, which is goons, to kill the fellow Kenyans. In one way or the other, if you interpret the statement of Murkomen, it is an indication that this is what the government is doing to us. So any death that is happening, it is directly sponsored, directly approved, and directly from one person, William Samoei Ruto. We may blame, they always say that the most expected thing always comes in the most unexpected way. Or people tend to reveal who they are unintentionally. So this government revealed who they are unintentionally to us. And we must thank God that now we know in the government of William Samoei Ruto, where Murkomen is the Minister for Internal Security. In their security meetings, they have an approval that Kenyans should be killed for no reason for coming near. And he did not specify that if criminals come near to the police station, he made a blanket statement that is very dangerous. Anyone, can you imagine? It's like saying anybody who comes to this maternity should not be allowed to give birth. That is what he's trying to say. Or he's trying to say anyone who is hungry and comes to this kitchen must be boiled alive instead of being given food. I mean, what kind of middle finger is he giving to the people that have reasonable issues to go to the police? Not if criminals approach the police station. He said, any Kenyan, including peace-loving Kenyans who are 99.9, if you have any problem, Murkomen has said, the police station is not a place to go and find what? So if you decipher Murkomen's statement, it puts him in a deep conundrum because so many questions will rise out of it. Was he drunk? No. Was he speaking like a person who has lost his mind? Obviously, yes. And if so, is he fit as a minister for internal security? He has never been, because one of his own people who have known him for years said, Murkomen anapenda mchezo sana. If he has to become a minister, why can't he continue to become a minister for sports? And if he has to kill people, let him continue to become a minister for sports and build bad stadiums which can kill people in Kericho, the way he had done before. That is another thing. The other thing I wanted to bring forth is this. If you look how the police station were banned, the police station were not banned by Kenyans. I don't think any sane Kenyans in a environment they live who understands the issues of security have the guts to go and ban the police station, or can even have a thought of doing that. Now, let me follow up with what Nyakairo said I wanted to comment yesterday, but I did not have the opportunity because I was in and about. I was kind of busy. You asked about 3 questions. When they approached the police station, were there policemen there? Secondly, was there officers in that police station? Thirdly, were there people who were remanded in that police station? What happened to all these 3 people? Those are questions that Murkomen cannot answer because he knows very well it was staged, managed. Now, how many people died inside those police stations? How many firearms, how many ABCD do they lose? We found out that Murkomen cannot account to that because it was, again, a staged thing. Now, if you want to know that it was really staged, now our Chief Justice, who I used to hate, now start making sense. You know, sometimes we are put into some circus that even the people we hate, we start loving them because they start making sense, because Ruto does not make sense anymore completely, or he will never make any sense. So a little bit of sense of 0.0001 makes you start admiring a person that you should not even admire completely. So this woman comes to us and say, the people who banned the Kikuyu locals, Kikuyu, they came in, they banned because they wanted ABCD. And if that is what they wanted, obviously they are in a rude shock. Why? Because all files are now in the digital form and ABCD. And he concludes, these were not demonstrators. We have our intelligence. These were not our own children. These were goons. Who then are the goons? Are they the Kikuyu goons aligned to Gachagua? Now, that's the question that begs. And that is why you can almost understand my my awkward narrative that Ruto wants to brag that Gachagua has a militia. And this militia only and you know, this is what if you can connect the dots and hear what Junet was saying in Parliament, and when he was cornered by the lady and asked, demonstrations were everywhere, why are you quoting this area? Then he starts saying what they had planned so that they can brand Kikuyus and people who wants to bring anarchy. He said, yes, there were demonstrations everywhere, but the destruction of properties and the banning of the police and the courts was only done in the Kikuyu area. Do you see a narrative, the political narrative that is loose they want to build so that they create this sense that Gachagua is running a Mungiki sort of gang. And therefore, the security operators have refused to help the government to curb that. And therefore, we need to overhaul the whole security of Kenya, including the military, which he has no right to do that before the end of the tenure of those officers. I think he did it illegally, though. I'm not very sure. I heard somebody say that he took advantage of what? Of the situation to do that. Now, while he's doing all this, branding Kikuyus as the only people who one community, no, not the Kikuyus. He said 2 communities, actually. That's Raila. Raila speaking now. So when we say Raila is speaking, that is Junet speaking for Raila and Murkomen speaking for what? So these people are in Kilifi and they are what? Their spokespeople are speaking on behalf of them. So we think they are in Kilifi, Matanga, but basically they are in Nairobi speaking to us. So one is saying it's Gachagua, and no, one is saying it's the Kikuyus and the militia that is the Kikuyus, and one is saying our response is going to be shoot to kill. So when they're saying shoot to kill, they are not talking about Kalenjin. They're not going to shoot and kill Kalenjins. They are not going to shoot and kill people from Luo Nyanza this time around. They are specifically targeting where the most destruction of properties and the police and the courts was done. And you can see that they have narrowed that a problem that we are having right now in Kenya is a Kikuyu problem. Okay? Which is very dangerous. Okay? So, now the people of the mountain should be wary. And that is why I agree with Kivuta Kibwana coming out loud and clear as a man who knows law, as a senior politician in that country, as a person in terms of bureaucrat and technocrat in that country who understand how the government works, to actually condemn Murkomen openly on a space and tell him that you are culpable and liable for every death. And now they're doing what? They want to run away. But it's too late to run away. And when we are discussing this, let us not put propaganda in. Let us be so logical with facts, and we bring it soberly so that we connect what they discuss in the security and we tell them this is what you want for our people. And we convince our people that any death that is happening is because of this. And for that, I urge the people of the mountains to know their number one enemy is Raila and Ruto. It's never been Gachagua, and Gachagua has no capacity to be their what. So, whose property was destroyed most? You see, had the properties of other members of communities in Kenya been destroyed, they could have had even more reason to go after your community. Now they are saying you are destroying your own properties. So in one way, they are happy they have destroyed your own properties. And the other, in one hand, they are happy that they used that narrative to destroy the properties of your own people. And that is the problem that Gachagua from the very beginning, I did not understand, he had with Sakaja. Sakaja, when he came in, he had a direct authority from State House that this is how now you're going to handle Nairobi. And the businesses of these people, this is how you're going to handle them. And every time Gachagua spoke it, because he had already spoken about what shareholders, I used to dismiss him. But now I can agree with Gachagua that the target for a certain community's wealth in Nairobi is real. I used to think Gachagua is playing politics, but you cannot take it away from me now. Who destroyed the properties in Nairobi? They were the goons. Which properties were targeted? Well, for the Kikuyu people. Why? Because they want to be branded as the people who want to cause anarchy in that country. A very dangerous position to take, so as you can take an advantage and say, watu wametushinda on these all maandamano wamekuwa nazo, the 4 major maandamanos tumekuwa nazo. Now they are waiting for the maandamano ya Sabasaba, where the goons will be even more destructive, and you will see the measures. If you saw what Ruto said in the aftermath of that, he came out as a person who is very assertive. He said, anything now will happen henceforth. I will take charge and we will punish them. You know, I saw 2 clips that zilinishtua sana. The first clip was Zephaniah. Zephaniah Chepkwony was a person here in Iowa that used to support Ruto sana. You know, he really attacked Ruto and the people of the Kalenjin community for trying to mudslide Gachagua, that Gachagua is the one causing what? And the whole reason he was saying that last year, You said it was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You ended up mkaenda mkachukua mpaka ng'ombe zake na vitu zake zingine. So this time yourself. So you say you are the government. So you didn't know what last year happened to stop it this year. And this was, you were told that it's a celebration for last year. So you had a forewarning and you needed to prepare. Are you really in charge or not? And I saw also another Kalenjin guy said, Mukitaka who caused real anarchy, not in the mountain, but in the Rift Valley. And I said, is this guy honest enough or he's lying? When I went to the comment section, well, I saw the Kalenjins follows that guy. And I don't know if to believe it or not, but the Kalenjins were saying the truth that if you touch Gachagua, umtoe hata damu kidogo, you will also bring anarchy to the rest of the country. Because that narrative you are creating, that the person who is destroying this country is Gachagua, is not true. You are the one who has destroyed our livelihood. At least Gachagua has the courage to speak for his people. We don't have anybody to speak for us. At least Gachagua, by extension, is speaking for us, even though we are not cousins. Now, and I'm telling you, the mountain, don't allow yourselves to be divided by this politics of Imani Ishungwa so that you can be branded as a people who are bringing anarchy, so that the state of emergency will land on you and the shoot to kill order will land on you so that these people can massacre you. They already did it in Eldoret openly. Until today, you ended up voting for the guy thinking that things will change. The guy has stood up and we discussed it over and over in the last election. He said, wakati unataka uongozi, unapembeleza nao, unakuja pamoja, ukipata uongozi, then you don't forget ile kidonda mulikuwa nayo. Sababu Ruto alisema, hakuna jamii iko na shida na Wakikuyu kama jamii yetu. Hakuna. He made it very clear that jamii yao na yenu iko na shida, lakini iko wakati mnaweka vitu kando, mnapata uongozi, ndio mnaenda bado mna deal na hiyo. Na alifanya hivi. Alifanya nini? Aliwaambia mko na shida, akaweka vitu kando, akasalimiana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, akakuja mkasalimiana. Amechukua uongozi, lakini anataka kuwakumbusha uko na shida nao. Na sijui kwa nini. Ukiniambia Mkikuyu, just listen to this statement. What this guy said. You hear a lot of them say, hiyo ni hadithi za kitambo. History does not help us. Right now, that history is happening. Honestly, what is wrong with your people? Niachie hapo.
So what I think is a biashara, if they try it again, they'll get the wrong way because nimesikia Alex, watu wako tayari, people are ready for that. This thing of invading their business, they will not take that line down. So Ruto tried that. Maybe he may try something different now. Remember the first time he had goons that were beating up people in the streets when you waliangukiwa na those Gen Zs. Saizi ati goons are invading biashara za Wakikuyu. Tayari wamejua. So Kibudha is right. Kibudha is saying we shall hold Murkomen responsible for any for any killings by the police, for any shooting. So I'm waiting to see what happens in July 7-7. Lakini earlier, like we were saying, Ruto was asking ati niende aje. Me, niliona that is between kiburi yake, and he's so arrogant. He's like, mtadu what? But at the same time, he's shaken. He's panicking and he's paranoid. So, Njiro uko area?
Actually, if you look at the whole clip of him saying that, I think I concur with your last statement The guy body language is so paranoid. He did not even believe he said that. I think it came out without his knowledge.
Yeah, he's very paranoid. Unaona, Alex, what happened?
It came out without his knowledge.
Let me ask you, Alex. After July 25th last year, the Gen Zs were abducted, were killed, all that intimidation. Na ni kama iliingia watu. So they went back online to mobilize online. And when they said, okay, first, I think Ojwang's murder is what really motivated them to come out because they didn't expect that to happen. And protest ya Ojwang, unajua hiyo ilikuwa spontaneous. That one was spontaneous, protest ya Ojwang. But then when they said we are coming back on 25th, I don't think Ruto na majambas wake expected that turnout. Because I watched NTV analyzing, I watched KTN. At one point, KTN said the protesters were too much for the police. And the police could not handle that. So I don't think Ruto expected that. And remember, we can still hold them responsible. Kumbuka Kamket said he was going to bring gangs and thugs to Nairobi. Remember that? Kamket said that mnalalamika juu ya Sakaja. Huh? Kamket said he'll bring the real thugs to Nairobi. So all this we can quote them and we can hold them responsible. So I think like you are saying, Ruto alishikwa na mshtuko. Alishikwa na mshtuko, like, is this happening? So endelea, Alex. He was very paranoid.
I said this before, and I will continue to say. For me personally, this is my personal feeling, and I don't have tangible evidence about it. I think the police and the country as a whole is sick and tired of this guy. I think how Mobutu Sese Seko fell down was he ignored to pay, the security, the army, and the people who had protected the presidency for a very long time. On a normal level, the case of Ojwang exposed the arrogance of Ruto and the hierarchy of if sacrifice has to be made, what happened. In one way or the other, it was a blessing in disguise to us without the knowledge of William Samoei Ruto. When Mukhwana and the rest of the people were sacrificed at the behest of Lagat, I think it woke up, and that is the reason the response from the security, especially the police, was not thorough enough. Even the so-called 16 people were killed. It's the gun who killed. It's not our police officers. The 30 bodies in OTC, these bodies were brought there, obviously, according to some credible sources that I've seen, circulating in the media. Madam Julia, I want to believe this. The police, about 80%, including those from the Kalenjin community, are tired of maandamano. I think they've never been on high alert, and they are seeing their own peers. If you see the people who are being taken to handle maandamano, these are not 45 and above people because they know their energy is fading up. These are young Gen Zs who are being sent to other Gen Zs. Fortunately or unfortunately, these people don't leave their phones back at home. They end up, these young policemen, they end up taking the clips and somehow share them with their young brothers or their relatives so that they can circulate. Some of these things we are seeing is out of courtesy of some of these police people. The center is not holding. Ruto is in the most volatile position ever than even last year. He's holding into Raila as if, it's peanut and butter. Uzuri sio glue, because he knows there is no glue that can hold him. And that is why day before that, unaona anampeleka meeting ya cabinet to address the cabinet. Then anafuatana na yeye kwa na matanga ya nani? He campaigned for this lady who is not learned from Kwale. He never campaigned for Mungaro. So for him to just go to Kilifi ni matanga ya Mungaro wanaenda was suspicious. So he's holding on to Raila so much because he believes that is the only thing that will show that he has power. But within, if you analyze very well from how things are done, you see, the Standard has been giving these people a hell of a problem to a point that I thought that this week or next week, these people are going to shut down the Standard and also the KTN. You know, immediately, Murkomen said that thing. The next day, the headlines for Standard was Murkomen big head was there and they put a little bit big mouth, and then and the headline was loose mouth. Imagine how bold, how bold the Standard has become.
Hata leo nimeona I saw some American I don't know if CBC or NBC saying Kenyan minister orders shoot to kill for protesters, against protesters. That is what they said. Kenyan minister orders shoot to kill protesters. Or I mean, yani they quoted Murkomen.
In fact, one of in that media, they said that it was corrected again. Somebody within the media corrected them. He said it was not to protesters. It's for anybody who came to police, even to do what? To report anything. Nobody should come to police. Somebody corrected him, said it was not to protesters. Kenyans have been told not to go to police to do anything. If they are found in police, they will be
shot dead.
Imagine how much Murkomen incriminates. If this case can go to ICC or anywhere in the world, Murkomen is done. Murkomen didn't say we are dealing with criminals. Alisema anybody, anybody near the police station. Can you imagine saying anybody?
And Murkomen soon will be very done. You know what will happen? He'll be barred from traveling. Kumbuka, Alex, do you remember the Ocampo 10? Unakumbuka yule minister wa security alikuwa anaitwa na yule Meru?
Nani imeenda
Ilikuwa kwa hiyo list.
Yeah, including the IG police. You know,
the
thing is, and that is why our IG is very careful.
Na hata mpaka wakaenda kuombewa walikuwa wamewekwa maji kwa tubo anje. Do you remember? So Murkomen Penyako sai, and you know, he said, someone is reminding us, he said that he had orders from above to say that in his closing statement when he was speaking.
Yeah, PK has told us that he incriminated his boss. You know,
yeah, he said that see Mimi, I have orders from above. He said that. Njiru able to cheze your clip. Njiru. Do you have that?
Mudhaura, yeah.
Mudhaura. Unakumbuka kina Mudhaura vile alikuwa na maji kwa tumbo.
It humbled them. It humbled them. But the whole issue is the center is not holding water. Gideon Moi understands how the system works. His father was a president for a very long time. For the Standard to give these people, you know, sleepless nights. Let me tell you, the Standard, you know, even if I was in the government, I could have gone to my knees and begged the Standard. Some of the headlines they put on, in fact, you can become like Langat. You may look for somebody and tell them, please don't do this to me. But they are very vigilant. Why are they doing that? Because they know the center is not holding water.
Yes. The center is not holding water. That's right.
Not. So these theatrics and you know, a dog barking without teeth, they are not going to do anything. In fact, they are so afraid.
And then
very soon, I think Murkomen will be taken out of there. You know, Uhuru was a very calculative person. Uhuru understood the Ministry of Internal Security is critical for his survival because At that rate, even if the mountain was with him, Uhuru was being hated left and right. And he needed a technocrat within there to do the job right so that he can bring confidence to the country. If anything Ruto did worse than was before, let me tell you, I've started giving Kindiki a little bit credit, even though he was incredible when he was a minister for internal security. Murkomen is a big job. And the way even this Cheregai makes joke of him, I don't know what beef they have, if they were fighting for a girl or what. I mean,
Yeah,
they must have.
wako na beef hapo.
There is
So,
a beef they have that is very long, that I've never understood. But the way he has always attacked Murkomen, even now as a minister for internal security, I think
yes.
that was a big mistake that Ruto did. He will have to reshuffle. Murkomen will not survive that.
Let me add something there. Murkomen, when he said shoot to kill, hiyo denial yake hata haiwezi ingia kwa sababu alienda to an extent of saying that I have your back. Na ni kama kusema mtu akiwa na alitamka hiyo maneno, mtu akiwa amepelekwa mbele, nitatafuta lawyer, alafu akakata hiyo maneno, hakuendelea, ndio akasema mkipelekwa no, the first one alikuwa amesema I'll be your lawyer, lakini akarudi akakata hiyo maneno akasema I'll look for a lawyer to stand with you. First of all, you cannot tell people to commit a crime kwa sababu yeye ni mkubwa. You see how he has exposed himself, what kind of mind he has. Unawezaje kuambia mtu afanye makosa na wewe ni mtu wa serikali ambayo tunategemea? Mwambie mtu akitenda, that is how they have been doing. He is exposing exactly what they have been doing. Na hawajui wakiji expose, wanaongea tu maongeo na sisi tuna pepeta, tunaelewa. Because akasema I have your back. Mtu ukipelekwa kotini mtatafuta lawyer. First of all, si tulikuwa tunaambiwa Murkomen ni lawyer? Has he ever gone to court for any case? I doubt. Anajaribu kuambia hapo watu nilisomea Amerika. You wonder, I don't know whether he has even ever said that he learned to be a lawyer in America. I don't know. I have never heard him say anything like that. But people say that he is a lawyer. But those people, they tend to give themselves classes that does not fit them. Si hata Sudi ni engineer na huyu top boss ni PhD holder. I don't know where they thought that having a higher education papers or name gives you a way of behaving or gives you, like the way people will take you like a good person or somebody who understand, who should be respected and listened. It doesn't go that way. Unaweza kuwa msomi mkubwa sana na una akili za kuzaliwa. And that is very important. Una wisdom. That is very important. Hii mambo ambayo wanatuletea kutuambia hivi na vile, hivi na vile. Sasa, if we go to court and we take, hata sio aende ICC ama high court ama hata aende local court, sisi tumpeleke kwa sababu sisi tutakuwa local. Tumpeleke. Tuende na video zetu tuseme huyu mtu amesema hivi. Na sasa hata kuna mtu ameuliwa. Na evidence ndio hii. Alisema shoot to kill. Tuna kesi ambayo tutazidi kutoka hapo. ati tupeane more evidence. That is enough to incriminate this guy so that he can feel or understand how things go. He doesn't know. Somebody was describing Murkomen and he said, Murkomen, anywhere he goes, there are trouble, there are problems. Anywhere he goes, there is problems. Kumbuka wakati yule alikuwa kwa transport. Accidents zilifanyika, akaanza kusema hapa, lazima gari ziwekwe kamera, ndio wawe wanaona vile watu wanaendesha gari. That's looking for tender. Another place he went to the airport. Kwa airport alienda huko, the airport ikaanza kunyesha. Maji inatiririka huko everywhere. That is a tender he was looking for. Ameenda sasa kwa interior. Ameanza kusema at everywhere should, anywhere he goes there is problem. Na ni problem anataka atafute pesa ndio solve that problem. And it is not there, it was not existing before. Kwa hivyo yeye ni mchoraji vile atapata atapata tenda ajinufaishe yeye. Murkomen has a behavior of being that he is the boss. Hata kama Ruto ako, he feels he is very important. Mlimuona saili alikuwa anahojiwa na huyu mtu anaitwa Obina. The way he was boasting and talking so many things that he was trying to show off. Ile mambo yote alikuwa anasema. Hebu niambie, mtu ambaye ako kwa serikali ambayo tunasema ni corrupt. Na unaenda hapo unajitangaza vile wewe uko na mali na vile wewe unanunua vitu. Ati lazima ninunue kitu ya gold, kwani pesa ni za nini? Because si kitu amelima kwa shamba, akainama, akachimbua, akalima, kukawa usiku, akanyeshewa. He is getting it very easy, and that is why anazimwaga. And this is why this government cannot even thrive kwa mambo ile yote wanafanya, kwa sababu wao wanajiona wako na kiburi, na hata ile maongeo wanaongea kwa sababu they are guarded. Wanaweka hata hao guards zao kwa risk kwa sababu ya hiyo mdomo yao. Ruto has the same behavior. Look at those others, Kamket, vile alikuwa anaongea. Anaweka risk ya wale watu wanamguard. Because he's guarded, he can lament anything. Na kwa vile yeye wanajuana na mkubwa, he can say anything. Mukitaka kujinyonga, mujinyonge. Come to think, are these people that we need in our country? These people need to be, wawe mbali sana, hata wao ndio wanatakiwa kuwa wako barabarani wakitembea, wakiomba pesa, wawe maskini kabisa, ndio wajue hali ya kuangalia watu kama watu. This is not a government, but mafia. We have mafia government in our country. Even if you are mafia, they would go sit on a table. They start discussing, enjoying a big cigar. That is what I saw them behave, those mafia. Ukiona hiyo mambo yao vile walikuwa wanafanya, it is exactly these people. They are very arrogant. Na wakiingia pahali, lazima wapige watu kwa sababu wao ni, they are very strong and they are united that they can terrorize everybody in that building where they have entered. So what we are seeing is not something that we need in Kenya. Kenyan people are people who are serious with their life. They want to continue doing their best to support their families, to support themselves. We don't need government handouts. Kile sisi tunataka service which it's not a favor from the government. They do it. If they don't do it, they get out. We get someone else. It's not that we are begging them to be there. Now he is asking, how do I go? I don't know what he wants Kenyans to tell him. You have already been told to go away out. You have been chased out of that building. You are asking us, how will you go? What do you want us to tell you? We have already told you that we don't want you. We don't need you. Na kwa hivyo fanya heshima. Ondoka. Wacha Wakenya wajitafutie. Kama hawatapata kiongozi, Wakenya wanaaminiana, wanapendana. They can walk together. As you see those Gen Zs walking on the street together, making all those strides because they want to have peace in their life. They want to have a future. That is how they can do it. So don't see like people have lost their minds. We are very smart and we can see what you are doing to us is not fair. So leave us alone, walk out of that state house, know that we brought you there and we can take you out. Habari ya kutuuliza vile utaenda, hiyo ni shauri yako. Sijui basi ulikuja hapo aje kama hukujua vile utaenda. Kwani ulikuwa unakuja hapo ukae milele? It's time for you to pack and know where you are going. We don't care what you are doing or what you are promising to do. We know we don't need any more promises. Now, by the way, before I get away, thank you so much yourself. Somebody was asking me whether I'm feeling okay, but I'm getting there. I'm feeling okay every day. So I thank you so much for checking for that. Thank you so much. That's all I could say. Asanteni.
Happy to hear you are feeling better, Mary. I prayed for you.
And
Thank you.
I asked my friends to pray for you. They were asking me today. So I'll give them a feedback tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm very better than before. Yeah, every day I'm getting better.
Good to hear. That's very good to hear.
Yes, asanteni.
So, Julia, jina yako ya Kikuyu ni gani? Najua Mama Mary ni ya Cairo. Wewe hujawahi tuambia.
Yangu ni Njeri. Unajua wasichana wa Njeri vile wanakuanga
sana.
Huyu wanaitwa Njeri.
Wajeuri.
Ni wajeuri sana.
Na wako na maringo. Yaani
Kuna maringo.
Njeri, wacha nikuulize. Njeri, wacha nikuulize. Uliona watu walijaribu kuthreaten rafiki yako aliporudi kutoka US, akasema he's going to reveal how Kenei died, na kila mtu akanyamaza. Did you see that, how that story ended like that?
He even said there should be an inquest to the Rivayala killings. History ya kila saa ati tunarudi.
Did you see how it vanished? Nobody commented after that.
Yes, he said history ya kila saa mara tunarudi, sijui tunarudia nini. No, let's get over this. That's what he said.
Have you seen any UDA Mongrel talk about it?
No.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
And that is what we were waiting. We were waiting to hear that because definitely people want to understand this Rivayala, how is it in their mind? What are they bringing? And because they were just mentioning when they are in high spirit that they feel angry or whatever they were trying to say or to convey to people, it comes to our mind to say, what happened? Okay, Matiang'i, clear this, clear our way so that we don't have those foggy, that fog that is in our mind. We can't see ahead properly. Give us then when he said that, oh my gosh, I felt like the air has cooled down.
The person who used to talk about that mostly was Dennis Itumbi and Yukan in Twitter, social media. And prior to the election, they constantly hammered Matiang'i on those issues.
Even Ichung'wa, Alex.
Even Ichung'wa.
Ichung'wa, yeah.
Yeah. and the Bahati, what is his name? The former Bahati member of parliament.
Gujiri or who?
Yeah, Gujiri, those people. And even in Gujiri the other day, you saw attacking Matiang'i, that Matiang'i cannot because of ABCD. And now I'm glad that, and there's a time, I felt sorry for Onyonka. Onyonka was on a prime time media. He was agitating for Matiang'i. And when that question came, and Onyonka said, that is something that is serious, and that is something that Fred himself must come and address, because it has been spoken to so several times. And I think from how I saw Matiang'i respond, it just a little bit of response. I think the pin drop silence that I'm seeing.
Watakunja mikia.
Wamekunja mikia.
Yeah, that pin drop silence, it's making me wonder what is your opinion on that? Why are they quiet now?
Because he dragged them. He said inquest to Rivayala, inquest to
Musando,
inquest to Musado. He said
Jacob Juma.
Jacob Juma. Wamekuja mikia.
And prior to that, Moses Kuria comes in and says there's no election in 2027. So people are predicting it might be 2026. What is Moses Kuria after?
Moses Kuria always, he's a rumor monger, he's always speaking information from wherever. I think he was asked to test the waters. Me, that is what I think.
You remember even Moses Kuria was the one who said first that he has seen Musando where his body was. I don't know whether it was his body or
Musando.
he saw him.
Yes.
He went, took a picture and put it on his Twitter and took Musando's picture and said, this man is having good times here and you people are looking for him. And a few minutes later, they said Musando is dead. So the question was, and he deleted those tweets as quick as possible. But Kenyans with receipts, I think, and prior to election, Moses Kuria had called a press conference and said, today I have to come out. Hii kitu lazima initoke. He called a press conference tomorrow at 3 p.m. Before that, pesa ilikuwa imepelekwa kwa Moses Kuria was too much, and the next day there was no press conference because Moses Kuria said, I need to say the truth of what happened. And he acknowledged that he knows what happened to Mufano. So I think it's the right time for Matiang'i to handle those things, head-on collision. And I think this is the right time to handle them. And
Sorry.
Yeah, obviously it will give him an opportunity to concentrate on campaigning, other than those, diversion tactics that obviously people are prepared for. But I'm glad that he was ready to tackle it.
Yes, he was ready to tackle it. Now, wamenyamaza juu. I will not be surprised if Ruto is dragged into that too, into the Rivera killings. Ruto is just a thug, for sure. He's just we were so unlucky that some criminal rose to deputy president, some criminal rose even to president. We were hata fadhali tungekuwa na mtu mzembe tu Alex na Nyakairu. Unajua tungekuwa na kamtu kamzembe tu kenye perform. If we had somebody who is just doing things status quo, we wouldn't have this, we wouldn't be having this wild protests.
Lakini Njeri, wacha nikwambie, hata kama tunalia, pengine naangalianga Nigeria mpaka yani nacheka. I don't know if you really watch the president of Nigeria. There's a clip that I always watch if I want to laugh. He said, now they say we should not use firewood. They are not giving us money.
I remember, I think when
I don't know if you have ever seen that clip.
you did
Uko nini uko on? Tunasikia what's going on there.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I haven't seen that clip, but today I watched Jiru played something. Some Kikuyus were comparing Nigeria, Tanzania. It was so funny, Alex. I wish you could go and understand vile walikuwa nasema. Oh my God, it was so funny. And they're also comparing Nigeria, Uganda, at Ugandan president speaking, and the Rwandese president speaking Nigerian, and then in Tanzania, how they are reacting towards Kenyan use of the street. So I mean, the picture they were trying to portray is that we are at another league. Kenya wako league yao.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. In fact, it went viral all over all over the continent. I mean, Nigerians, Tanzanians, Ugandans, Burundians, South Africans, they were just saying, please, don't, especially Tanzanians walikuwa wananichekesha na hiyo Kiswahili yao. But for Nigerians, for them, it's not, they were not it was not comic. They were really serious on how organic, how do Kenyans come out in an organic way and agitate for themselves. I think Nigerians are so thirsty and sick and tired of their current leadership, and they don't have a way forward. I mean, there's so much factionalism, especially, religious factionalism, that cannot allow them, and that is one thing I think we must avoid, that Ruto also wants to put away, because every time you hear this narrative that is not true, that the Somalis are going to replace the Kikuyus, in one way or the other, it is another factionalism that he wants to bring, economic, which will never be fruitful. The problem Nigeria has is a religious problem that I don't think we Kenyans we have a tribal issue. I don't think we are willing again to bring a religious issue, because I think that would be catastrophic to us. But for Tanzanians, honestly, they admire Kenyans, and then I think not Dudumbaya, there's a guy that one of the favorite musician that Nisomea Kenya, he was able to decipher that thing one time. Akasema the reason Kenyans are able to do this is because their education, their curriculum, civic education, not only that, and how our curriculum per se helped us to understand our rights. How the curriculum development is done in TZ is in a socialist way. Inawafanya wanakuwa wapole to not know their rights. I saw one girl say, yani nyinyi wa Kenya mnapiga rais wenu Kasongo, yani vichwa vyenu ni vizuri. Like that is a big deal to them.
Hata si Kasongo, unaona when Suluhu decided to arrest akina mother, vile alipelekwa mbio kwa internet, vile alipelekwa until they hacked his Twitter handle for the police. I mean, alipelekwa mbio aje na Wakenya. Suluhu since then has been quiet in kama it's like anything to do with Kenya's hataki. And then you're right, you're right, Alex. Our curriculum is alafu naona, I was telling someone that even corporal punishment in Kenya was outlawed some years back, and a lot of schools got rid of that. So the current children, a lot of them never went through corporal punishment. They have gone into classrooms where teachers have allowed them to express themselves. That is why you see the likes of Malala and their play and drama, do drama and music and all that. And nobody has been arresting anybody, And also the books that, sijui kama ulisomea Kenya, Alex, sisi tusoma vitabu zingine zilikuwa zinaitwa Kilio cha Haki, Mui wa Mwema, vitu kama Kicheketile. And then in English tusoma Things Fall Apart, Betrayal in the City, Man of Kafila. In fact, Man of Kafila and Betrayal in the City is about about Kenya kabisa. In fact, Betrayal in the City, when we went to school, it was talking about Moi, and teachers were teaching that in the schools. Unaona, nobody was arresting anybody. That was in the curriculum. In fact, those books were taught in the schools, and those books were examinable. Sasa utaanzaje sasa kuarrest?
Actually, if you look at Kajwang in parliament, one time he spoke and said, and he gave a catalog of all the books over the years Kenyans had done, and he said all of them have been political. The other day, Malala was also giving us Kenya for a very long time, kilio cha haki, mimi nilifanya kusadikika na masaidi ya ndugu Jero. All of them are political too, and the ones Animal Farm, it's
Animal
political.
Farm.
I mean, look at Kenyans who are prepared to agitate and understand
Yes.
the political side of it. Not only that, I think the greatest of all, and which we did not see, and this one I still give it to Matiang'i. Kenyans were the first, even when the USA was refusing to do complete digital migration. Do you know that?
Do?
Do you know that we did complete digital immigration before America did it completely? Do you know that we did it before South Africa did it? So the complete facing to digital migration forced us to become global. Like within a very short time, the young people who had access now to the digital platform, to the social media, their minds were so globalized in a very short time. They were no longer Kenyans per se. You could see them watching the politics of South Africa, the politics of Nigeria, the parliament of London, the parliament of the US, the parliament of Russia, and they are well advanced when it comes to issues. They will know a revolution that is going on. They will know what is going on in Sudan, in that square, which square. They will know what is happening with Zimbabwe and, Mugabe and so on and so forth. They will know what's happening with Yaya Jammeh. And then the other thing, let's give it to our media personalities. For some reason, somebody like Yvonne Okwara, I mean, her level of participation in the political criticism. I mean, we have some people like Linus Kaikai. We have people, we may not celebrate them when it comes from the local point of view. But when you watch the media platform in other countries and you put our media personalities,
these personalities are even above the American media platforms. You know
by
that?
so far.
By far.
By so far.
Wamewashinda kabisa.
So far, I mean, sometimes I look at the gang, I look how they analyze and how they put the president, the government. Sometimes I feel sorry that can I take the guts to be criticized like this and I am the president? I mean, Kenya is on another level. Let me tell you, we need, there was a time Matiang'i was speaking and the whole issue was about the deep state. And Matiang'i went a deeper level to elaborate the issue of saying about deep state. And he said, if you are saying we have a deep state, we are the only country that has all the media coverage all over the world. All of them are in Nairobi, licensed, and they can operate without being ganged. Like NPR, ABC, CNN, Fox, SFLCC, Al Jazeera, all of them, the headquarters are in Kenya. So I think we are on a different level, but we really do not appreciate that. The only problem that Kenya found itself in, if we can get out, I think our economic velocity and acceleration towards a better future, it will be unstoppable, is the issue of corruption, how it became so pandemic, ingrained in our DNA, and that has affected us for so long. If we can find a solution to that, I think Kenya is comparable to other African countries. I think, to be honest, we are very far away. I was looking at the Minister for Finance of Uganda. I could not believe that he can sustain to be a Minister for Finance in Kenya for even 2 days. I was looking, the Minister for Agriculture, was it? No, I was looking at the Attorney General of Zambia. Zambia has now a problem because the former president doesn't want to be buried in his own country because he had a will that he doesn't want the present president to come to his funeral. And his funeral is a state function. How do you tell the current president not to attend a state function? And I was looking at the Attorney General who is representing the government. Now they have a case in South Africa. They want to bring the body. You're looking at the Attorney General and you wonder, Kumbe Muturi was a good man. Kumbe Amos Wako is a learned man. Like some countries have some theatrics they put as ministers, and you really wonder. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was also a president that was well respected in Africa. His speeches and the way he conducted himself also put our country in a bar that you cannot understand. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as a personality is well respected in Africa. His speeches,
Yes, he did.
very much. I mean, the guy put Kenya in a different. We may not have respected him and given him the respect that he earned, but in the global stage, the man, the podium ethos that he had, his speeches, the eloquency, the articulation, also put Kenya in a way that many people really respected. Apart from the athletics, which is also a pillar that we bring a lot of medals when it comes to global issues. Kenya is one of the leading countries that always bring a lot of medals to Africa. So Kenya is well respected. We have only one problem. If we can solve that, and you as a teacher, let me give you this. Teaching is a noble profession, but also let me give you this echo, like a big thank you for teachers in Kenya. When you look at our curriculum, which we really do not appreciate, whether it be the ones our fathers did, whether it be the 844, the new one, when we come out of Kenya and to foreign countries, to be honest, bila kuringa, we perform better and much better than even the countries that we so-called Western countries. Kenyans somehow have been endowed. I don't know if it was our education system or it's a natural tendency that we gravitate to, but Kenyans are somehow blessed in one way or the other. The only people I think who can compete us in Africa, probably Zimbabwe and Nigeria, but there are many factors Kenyans have to be admired. If you look at last week, this week, when we did all this demonstration and how we were able to behave and everything, I think many Gen Zs are admiring Kenyans so much. And the messages they are sending in TikTok, in YouTube, and other social medias, you listen to them, sometimes even tears can come out of you because the passion they are using to thank Kenyans. We wish you well for your demonstration. Hope you don't die. I saw a young Ugandan lady say, oh no, was it Uganda or Tanzania, saying, my father is a Ugandan, but my mother is a Uganda, as a Kenyan. I have come here to demonstrate. I don't know if it's true or not, but that was also very passionate. What I'm saying, Kenya is a good country, after all. We need to fix our country. Kenya is one of the most beautiful countries in Africa. We need to fix our country, bro.
Yes, Alex. I know a lot of kids, Kenyan kids, who have come here at Penyeniko, and most of them end up in the honors classes because, in fact, all of them have ended up in the honors classes because they are super smart. Now, my kids came here when they were a bit big, and my son sat for ACT, and he was in the 80th percentile. So watoto wetu wamezoea maisha ngumu, Alex. Si maisha ngumu. Our education teaches us resilience. Our curriculum inatufundishanga resilience. Okay, another thing our curriculum imefundisha Kenyans is to be go-getters, to go get it and perform. That is how we are trained and brought up. So you are right. I agree with you. We just need a factory reset. Now we need just one person to say zero tolerance to corruption. Alafu tutasonga mbele. You'll see how Kenya will move. We only need less than 10 years to get where Singapore is. If just one man or one woman decides zero tolerance to corruption. Thank you so much. Bila alikuwa nasema tufunge, sijui ako wapi akuja afunge. Njiru, come and close the show. We are going to sleep. Nyakairo, you have some it says wait for Njiru. Njiru, when you come and find Nyakairo speaking, you end the show. You tell us you want to end the show. So Nyakairo, you have something to say?
Yes, I always have something to say because our country has gone down, and I would just request Kenyans, let's join hands and fight for our country. We have nowhere else. Ruto was telling us when he was giving that speech for himself, not for the Kenyans. He was talking on behalf of himself because he knows he has failed the country. Anatuambia ni watu gani hao ambao ni nini wanataka kufanya kwa nchi yetu. Masomo inaendelea, economy iko vizuri. What else did he say? He said some things which are all gone. Hata matibabu ni mzuri. Ni nini ingine watu wanataka? In fact, I even talked to him and he is not hearing me when I heard him talking. And I told him, we want you out. It was just because I was following what he is saying. I wanted, seriously, I don't listen to him, but this time round, I wanted to hear which other bogus things he's going to tell us. And I don't know what that man was talking about because he was so angry. He pretended to be like composing himself so that everything can come out. Alituambia yeye hata kama atatoka, I can go to my farm and start farming. Ndio nikasema huyu mtu anajidanganya kwa nini? Ati atatoka hapo aende akalime. As if ni sisi tumemshika hatumkubali aende.
You know, he said that I can go back and contribute to the food security of this country. You know, I laughed. Why can't you do it now that you have power? You want to retire and go contribute to the food security of this country. That's what I actually said.
And he think that we don't know he supplies food in our country. He has spoiled all the agriculture. You know, all the farmers have been taken for a ride. Amewaharibia ukulima wao. Yeye ndiye ameuchukua. And what I came to learn is that Ruto has all the businesses in Kenya at his hand. Yote ni yeye anafanya. And he want to be the all over the. And I wonder what.
Nyakairo,
Yes.
Imagine even his sons run matatus. Who does that? Which president does that, Alex? His sons run matatus. Asiwachwe nyuma. I own everything mpaka pikipiki. Go ahead.
Then I heard that he has put a gas station at the border on the other side in Uganda. Na mafuta huko anauza rahisi. Kenya, it is expensive because definitely you are selling for a profit. But this guy, where he's getting and how he's getting, it's maybe our money that he is using, so he has no pain with it. And so he put it on the other side of the country, in Uganda. So people tend to cross to Uganda to get cheaper gas, that is petrol in Kenya, and then they cross, they come back to Kenya. Now, all these things that Kenyans were doing is being done by Ruto. Ndio huyo mwenye insurance. I mean, and I believe that is why this guy was saying the money should be centralized. Haitakuwa ikienda pahali ingine, itakuwa inakuwa channeled on one line so that he can know what has come in and what will go out. Ndio anagawa yake, vile tu tuliambiwa na Uhuru, moja yako, sijui ya nani hiyo ingine ni yake. Those are exactly what is happening. Alafu mtu ndiye huyo anaumiza Wakenya, sijui anataka kuwa tajiri wa aina gani ya kuibia watu. In fact, which respect are you getting by when people know that you have corrupted the country? Not hard work, but you have corrupted a country. Within a very short time, you have become a dynasty whom you are fighting, and using that analogy so that we can hate dynasty. Now we hate them because he is one of them and we hate him. Let him not say that we hate him. Somebody who said, he said something about hate. It's equal to, I don't know, I can't remember what he said about hate.
That he has learned three things about Kenyans. Ati wanapenda nchi yao, wanachukia viongozi wao. Na nini ingine, Alex? That they love their country and they hate their leaders. What else did he say?
Actually, I've forgotten. He said three things, but I remember hate. Yeah, hating leaders is what I took out.
Hating leaders, it means that, is it conflict or what was it? It brings conflict or something bad, that when you hate leaders, and now the outcome will be bad. So I was wondering, we hate you because of your behavior. We hate you because of all what you are doing is not collaborating with what people knew. We hate you because you lie a lot. We hate you because you are a thief, a murderer. Who can love somebody who has got all these bad elements? Na anatokea hapo amekasirika ati mkichukia. We hate you all who are behaving like Ruto because we can't live with them. They are treating people like nothing. We are of lesser God. Wao ndio maana ya Kenya, sio sisi. Na sisi ndio wanakuja ati kutuimbia wimbo hapo ati Wakenya. Wakenya. Mnatuita Wakenya kwa nini? Na hamna heshima na Wakenya. And let me say this again. These parliamentarians, they are not there because of the job they went to do. They are there because of what they are getting. You see now, they were added their salary because the economy has gone better, because the children have gone to school, because SHA is working, because people people are getting meals as they should be. That is why I feel so even more irritated when I think the people who went there to represent us, who should even tell that other person, so above other person, tell him point blank that we can do this. Our people are crying, our people are becoming poor, but because these people are getting money, and I know Ruto is using that as a weapon to hold these people to him so that they can cling on him, because he has come to know these people have money, they don't care about the wananchi as I do, so we are in one group and we will continue. Ndio unaona hii mambo haikui mzuri kwa sababu watu wale wanatuuza ni wale walichaguliwa na wananchi, kwa sababu sasa ni mlo. Na hiyo ni kweli kabisa. They are eating very much. Kuongeza mshahara saa ile economy iko hivi. Kuongeza mshahara saa ile watu hata hawezi afford kwenda hospitali. Kuongeza mshahara hakuna dawa hospitali. Kuongeza mshahara when people cannot even have a job. Hiyo mishahara ndio ingekuwa inatengeneza hata viwanda waandike hawa vijana wako kwa street. Why is it so hard to do the right thing? Why is it so hard to make people feel comfortable with you? Because there is nothing you are laboring for. Huendi kutafuta pesa huko uje upewe wananchi. Wananchi wanataka kiongozi ambaye ako na maono mazuri ya nchi, kupea watu nafasi wajiongelee, kupea watu peace, because that is what mostly in Kenya we don't have, peace. Kwa sababu kama kuna peace kati yetu na huyo jambazi, nafikiri mambo ingekuwa inatekelezwa kwa heshima, na aoneshane yeye yako tayari kufanyia Wakenya kazi. Mtu hana heshima. Heshima ni kitu ya muhimu sana, na huwezi kupewa heshima kama wewe upeani. And that is why you see these young boys. They have seen this guy is so stupid. He has no wisdom. He has no focus. He has no goal. He wants our future to be just useless. We can't deal with this. Kwa nini hao watoto wanafikiria mambo kama hao? Huyu ndiye ati anasema yeye ni kiongozi, mtu ambaye anasema amesoma sana, mtu ambaye alijitoa akasema mimi ndio nitaongoza Wakenya. If you connect the time he was campaigning and this time round, utajua watu ni wanyama. I'll never forget what I'm seeing and what I saw those days. It's totally a different thing. It's like flipping up a coin. Unaona picha ingine. And this is his character. Wacha ile ya mbele, kwa sababu hata hiyo ilikuwa short time. Hii ndio yake. Na anataka kuiendesha. Ati mtu anataka kukatalia kwa ofisi, ati aendelee kuongoza Kenya. We can't take it. It's so hard. Thank you. That is my point for tonight. Kwa Kenya, tusisahau nchi yetu, tufanye bidii pamoja. Let's support each other. We are orphans, but we will not remain orphans forever. We will have our Father who will care for us. Na Mungu yuko. Asanteni.
Asante Nyakairo, Mungu yuko. Njiru and show. Mimi nimeenda. Ama mnataka kukaa kidogo nyinyi watu?
Hata pia mi naenda Teacher Njeri. Let me say something here. Njiru and
Yes.
show. Mimi napendanga kusikiza as a teacher. Acha niseme napenda kusikiza mama Nyakairo sana.
She touches your spirit, right?
No, not only that. You see, he reminds me of my English teacher when I was in primary. You know, my mom did a very bad thing. She took me to boarding at class 1. And
Wow.
at class 1, the only teacher I loved, because the other teachers were male. So we had only one teacher, English, ambaye alikuwa a lady. So my proximity to her we were very close. And he speaks like Nyakairo. Nyakairo reminds me of her. And she became my teacher for 7 good years. But the good thing about, Nyakairo, when she came to us last time, when I started noticing her, she was very innovative. This is what she used to do. She used to come up with a different name every day, and she will challenge us. Which name?
Hata Kip alisema earlier. Kip said that.
Yes, and there's a day he came up with a very weird name. And then she challenged us. We could not even guess what tribe was that. And I had never heard of that tribe in Kenya before. And I started questioning my history class. I think, in as much as we celebrate our curriculum, I think it was also political. There were some tribes that actually were not put to be
Yeah.
tribes in Kenya.
Sijaisikia ukweli, Alex. Me, some of the tribes Nyakairo said I had never heard of them.
Yeah. And ever since that, I started falling with love in how she speaks and the things she says. And the truth is this, Nyakairo, I don't know which system ulisoma. Mimi nilisoma 844. But whoever taught you English, if she's still or he's still alive, I think wave is free. You can send as little as 50 cents. You need to look for your English teacher and thank them. You are very eloquent at your age. The way you see ati nakubeba. I
Thank
admire
you.
because
Usinibebe.
Na si ati
Ndio.
unasema ni mzee. You are not trying to imply she's very old.
You know, for Julie, I had a privilege to know Julia because Julia ended up having an interview with Mutembei. So I can resonate. I know her story full. The story is shrouded to me, but I try to connect it a lot. And I wish one day Njiru can be putting politics aside and we know the stories kama zako Nyakairo. They are very inspiring because you're very passionate about our country. I remember at some point you challenged us and you told us, for me, I'm ready to move back to Kenya. Immediately Raila wins because there is no way I cannot succeed in Kenya. And the time I asked myself, I have not gotten, yes, we are agitating to win this election and we are so happy. But there are people who have gone a notch higher saying we must go and participate in the development of this country because this is what we are fighting for. And I think you made me realize anytime I'm fighting for a country, if what I'm fighting for succeeds, I should be ready to move and be part of it. That was my takeaway from last election from you. But I will insist, if your English teacher is still alive, mutumie courtesy of my thank her or him. You are very eloquent. I don't know your age, but from how you speak, you're old, a little bit older than us. But whoever taught you English did a good job. I don't know which school you went to. I really want to know, but I don't have to ask. But you must have gone to a very good school.
Nashukuru. Thank you for that comment. It makes me strong, you know.
I'm
Yeah.
always here to tell you.
Jiru ndio huyo. Jiru, don't run away. You are about to leave the show. Are you there?
Jiro is back. I'm seeing what is it? Is it his
His heart.
his
Alex, niwongeaje na huyu brother yako huyu. Hii kakofia yake kama ya Reggio Maria.
Najua Njiru ananifurahishanga because I always think Njiru and Metu should meet and Senator Metu and actually sing. You know, I was surprised that Metu can sing very nicely. And kuna siku Njiru, we were speaking about religion, akatuambia kuna a certain denomination iko Kikuyuni, sio there's a denomination that is very unique, alituambia, that is in Kikuyu land.
Naitwaje?
There was a very funny denomination. It's not
Not Akorino.
no, it's not, but there's a name he called it. and he described it, and actually said is from that denomination, if he was joking or not. But the fact that Meto is married to a Mukorino, I always think that Njiru's wife is a Mukorino for some reason.
Njiru, as you cross the meeting,
Now that, sorry, go ahead, Julia.
I was just making fun of Njiru. Endelea, sikupenda point.
Are you there?
Niko nasema Njiru ajitetee juu yako kwa show.
Okay. Now that you talked,
Actually, I said
now that you
Kabonukia.
talked
Do you
about
know what is called
Christianity,
Kabonukia? You guys, do you know
Kabonokia,
Kabonukia?
Yeah, Alex, some crazy people there who don't go to the hospital, who don't go to school. But Njiru amesoma, so Njiru.
Now that you talked about, remember, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
You remember this guy who have been saying, I'm going to die for my country, Julius Kamau? The guy who had tied himself at the post in town, Nairobi. That guy recently went to a church inside, and he started protesting in there with his poster, but inaitwa banner, and he said these churches are business houses, they are not for God. And because you people, you have found a place whereby you'll be getting money, and people will never get to know God in a proper way because your interest is about money. And I'm going to say this, the pastor tried to tell him, no, don't say that. He was pushing them away. You see how he behaved in court? The same way he was inside the church, and he was protesting by himself alone. And so I looked at him and I said, really, it is true. These people, the way they have, dragged people into that church, people go there with a serious faith, and they are going to adore their day because of their God. And the people who are the leader of that church, their aim is what they are getting to their pocket. It was so sad. And that is exactly what has happened in Kenya. And he went there with full force. He did not stop. And he told them off. They were not able to stop him. He continued saying what he wanted, and they got the message. He never got out before he finished his message. And I give that guy credit because he has never given up. He has been, beaten. He has been thrown to these police vehicles every now and then. And he goes to court, he wins the case, he's out. I don't know whether he gets bails or he is, set free, but that is exactly what happens. I see him like a miracle man because he survives all this cruel treatment that he gets from the police. And so there are people who are very resilient. I don't know. I sympathize with him very much because of the treatment he gets.
I've seen him sometimes feel like they have already killed him, then he surfaces on. It is calling. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. The show was good. I've been with you until the end. I had the opportunity at least to be with you. I have now to sleep. This is the only day I sleep early and wake up late. Njiru Njeri Nyakairo cousins. Bonane tena.
Thank you, Alex.
Good night,
Thank you,
cowboy
Nyakairo.
number one.
Good night. When the cowboy, according to Nyakairo now, ametupa yule cowboy wake wa kitambo.
Asante sana. Bye guys.
Bye, good night.
Good
Good night,
night.
Nyakairo. Hata mimi
Good night,
nimeenda.
Julia. Mhm.
Mhm.
Mm.
Good night
Thank
wa
you.
Kenya. Good night wa Kenya. Aluta, continua. The struggle continues. Kasongo lazima aende. Liwalo, liwe. Hatubanduki. Hatutishwi. Thank you. Bye. Good night.